Chapter 667. Many years ago, one of Zhang Yao's ex-girlfriends cheated on his brother, who was also an artist in the entertainment industry. The news spread like wildfire, so when Qin Bao Bao exposed that unbearable scar, especially by such a beautiful woman, his heart collapsed. Therefore, until the end of the closing ceremony, when leaving the venue, he still glared at Qin Bao Bao from time to time. Qin Bao Bao had her brother beside her, so she didn't panic at all. She said sweetly, "Brother Zhang, I just asked A's, and he said it's no problem. He also thinks that the song is very suitable for you." Qin Zhe was dumbfounded, but he felt his sister gently pinching his arm, so he smiled and nodded. When the surrounding stars heard this, they suddenly became alert, slowed down their pace, and looked at both sides. What the hell, when did Zhang Yao and Qin Zhe have a relationship? Listening to this, the stingy Qin Zhe wants to sell songs? Suitable for your sister. I don't want it. If you mention that song again, I'll get angry with you. Zhang Yao's little soul was beating his chest and stamping his feet, roaring and wanting to tear the little bitch's mouth. He felt a deep sense of malice and ridicule from Qin Bao Bao's eyes, tone, and smile. However, he could only swallow the coptis and show a happy and surprised expression. I can't do it. So Zhang Yao forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, I don't want the song. I'm not thinking about developing in the music industry in the near future. After saying that, he strode away proudly. Wow, this guy is too arrogant after winning the Best Actor award. He rejected Qin Zhe's song so easily. Is there really nothing wrong with his brain? He's probably too arrogant. God is his boss. If it were me, I would shamelessly take it. If I don't need it, I can give it to my friends in exchange for 10 times the profit. Zhang Yao is so stubborn. He said he doesn't want it and he doesn't want it. He has such a backbone. Indistinct belittlement and praise penetrated into Zhang Yao's ears. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, there would be familiar artists coming to ask questions. The rain had stopped by the time they reached the parking lot from the VIP passageway. The nanny van was shiny, saving them a lot of money to wash the car. Yi Lu and Lu Wei shamelessly squeezed into Qin Zhe's car. The two of them had a lot to talk about with the two siblings. If their boss was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so casual. However, their boss was a central air conditioner that kept them warm. Sure enough, the central air conditioner said helplessly, I don't have a car, and acquiesced. Lu Wei said happily, Congratulations, Chairman Qin. She was talking to Qin Bao. Qin Bao smiled and said, Same to you. The Best Supporting Actress award was also very important. It was the greatest recognition of acting skills. To a certain extent, the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress awards both symbolized outstanding acting skills. What made her the happiest was not this award. In the past year that she had been with Qin Zhe, she had been acting as a supporting actress. From The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach to A Journey to the West, a total of 4 high box office movies, Lu Wei's Best Supporting Actress award was more appropriate than Baby Qin's Best Actress award. When she jumped ship to Tianfang, she could barely be considered a B-lister. In the past year, the high box office movies deepened her resume, improved her acting skills, and increased her reputation. Today, she won the Best Supporting Actress award. Entering the A-lister industry was already set in stone. In the short span of a year, she crossed a big realm. It was unbelievable. In a novel, she would be the main character template of, this person must not be left alive, and, he will definitely become a big problem in the future. All of this was thanks to Qin Zhe. She had to admit that this legendary man was very attractive to women. Yi Lu came to Taiwan this time to accompany him. Her movie last year was also nominated, but the quality of the movie was still lacking. She also didn't have any good movies after that. The recently popular Empresses in the Palace was a TV series. CEO Qin, do you think I can win the Best Actress award next year? Yi Lu threw him a flirtatious glance. Qin Zhe knew that she was asking him for a role, so he said seriously, How would I know? It depends on your luck. Best Actress? She wasn't old, but she had a big mouth. Wait until you get nominated a few more times. Even though Yi Lu was already an A-lister, it was still very difficult for her to compete with Qin Bao Bao in such a simple and crude way. Oh right, what did you say to Zhang Yao? Look at his ugly expression when he left. Qin Zhe thought of this. Nothing much. I just wanted to sell him a song. He didn't want it. Qin Bao Bao pretended to be angry. Tell me softly. Qin Zhe put his ear next to his sister's lips. Maybe it was because there were outsiders around and it wasn't convenient for his sister to say it. Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth and wanted to bite his earlobe. However, she suddenly realized that Yi Lu and Lu Wei were beside them. She spat and said impatiently, I already said it's fine. Aren't you annoying? Do you believe that I'll spank your butt? Yi Lu blinked. Sister Bao Bao, you're still going to spank his butt? As an older sister, you can do whatever you want. Qin Bao Bao said in annoyance, you're thinking too much. He's the one who keeps spanking my butt. Huh? Yi Lu and Lu Wei were confused. They thought they heard wrong. Qin Zhe's hand shook. He thought, sister, don't say that I'm spanking you in public. It's very dangerous. Qin Bao Bao's mind worked quickly. She pouted. My status is the lowest in the family. How would I dare to offend a big boss like him? I don't even have dignity as an older sister. Now, her words sounded like she was mocking and complaining. Lu Wei and Yi Lu snickered. After a moment of silence, Lu Wei said, oh right, CEO Qin, can the artists in the company date? Qin Zhe froze. If it says in the contract that I can't date, then I can. If it doesn't, then I can. Little fresh meats and young actresses couldn't date because it would cause them to lose fans. Sister Su Zhilu had a girlfriend and her Weibo was paralyzed. Then, her popularity plummeted and many fans turned from fans to haters. Therefore, before the little fresh meats and young actresses had a stable foundation, they could only have rumors and couldn't date. Lu Wei nodded. Then I'm relieved. Qin Bao Bao smiled happily. You want to find a boyfriend? That meant that there was one less potential threat. Yi Lu said, she already has a boyfriend. She just hasn't announced it. Many female artists in the company liked Qin Zhe and were even infatuated with him, including Lu Wei. However, it was like chasing a celebrity. No matter how much they liked a celebrity, they couldn't be infatuated to the point of not dating and keeping their chastity. Qin Bao Bao turned to Yi Lu. Then do you have a boyfriend? Yi Lu said, I'm not even 30 yet. I'm not in a hurry. You can do it yourself. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm not in a hurry either. Lu Wei said, Sister Bao Bao, do you have an ex? This question was very urgent. She definitely couldn't answer no. How could a 26-year-old woman not have an ex? Thus, Qin Bao Bao snorted. Guess. She paused and casually changed the topic. She sighed and said, it's not easy to find a boyfriend. I don't like any of them. Yi Lu said, of course. With such an outstanding younger brother like CEO Qin, Sister Bao Bao's standards must be very high. It's just hard to find one. Actually, it wasn't hard at all. The hardest thing about dating was not having a target. Once there was a standard for choosing a partner, it was easier to choose a partner. For example, you could sleep with that standard. After returning to Shanghai, his sister's second concert was held a week later. The guest group was very luxurious. Other than Qin Zhe, Huang Yudong, Su Jiao, and other singers who had been famous for a long time, there were also several big names in the music industry who came to support her. Because of Qin Zhe's halo, Tian Fang easily invited them. The concert was very successful. The fans got to hear the new song as they wished. Concerts were bound to have new songs. This was the specialty of Qin Bao Bao's concerts. No other singer could do it. One of the songs was Pathological Changes. Later, Zhang Yao, who watched the HD version of the concert online, was so angry that he smashed his computer. The lyrics were different. He was played by Qin Bao Bao again. Qin Bao Bao never thought of giving him a song. The lyrics were also changed. It was purely to mock him. He just stabbed Qin Zhe with a soft nail to vent his feelings as a victor. Also, the news of him winning Best Actor at the Golden Horse Awards quickly appeared on the entertainment news. The Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Director awards were all given to the mainland. The media boasted about it fiercely. But the response online was not just praise and cheers. If Qin Bao Bao deserved the Best Actress award, it became a PY deal for him. The mainland's netizens were originally dismissive of Taiwan's Golden Horse Awards. They were even biased. Qin Zhe had so many fans, so they took the opportunity to criticize him. What? My husband didn't win Best Actor? It must be fake. What bullsh** T Golden Horse Awards? There's a shady deal. Let's report it to Guangying. Guangying can't do anything about it. But they're both stars in the movie Journey to the West. If Qin Bao Bao can win Best Actress, why can't Qin Zhe? There must be a shady deal. Zhang Yao only won Best Actor because of the Golden Horse Awards. Tui, such a dirty heart. Zhang Yao's good mood from winning Best Actor was greatly reduced. After the concert in Shanghai, his sister could find an excuse to slack off and prepare to hold another concert in Beijing next month. At night, she sneaked into Qin Zhe's room and pretended to be tired. She whined and begged her brother to give her a massage. She was a little dissatisfied when the plan for the national concert tour was cancelled. But after returning from Guangdong, her sister did not mention the national concert tour. It was tiring enough to travel to one place. The national concert tour made her so tired that she lost 5 kilograms. However, after idling at home for less than 3 days, Tian Fong received an announcement. Hollywood invited his sister to play a supporting role. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe were in the office discussing whether to accept or not. Chapter 668. Although the invitation from Hollywood was unexpected, it was not too surprising or unbelievable. Nowadays, it was no longer a dream to play a supporting role in a Hollywood blockbuster. With the development of China's economy and the prosperity of the people, China's market share in the world was getting bigger and bigger. For example, the sales of Apple's mobile phones in China even exceeded those in the US. This was not only reflected in the commerce industry, but also in the film industry. A Hollywood blockbuster could easily sell a few billion yuan or even billions of yuan at the box office in China. There was a classic saying in the Hollywood film industry, box office sales are not good? It's okay, we still have China. Due to such an environment, Hollywood commercial films were paying more attention to the China market. In order to cater to the market and open up the China market, they frequently invited Chinese stars to join them. This was especially true for disaster films. The cities were flooded, burned, and destroyed by earthquakes. Hong Kong, China, could not escape. In addition, the script for the role was sent from the other side. Qin Bao Bao read it first before showing it to her brother. The role is not bad, the third female lead. It's not considered a walk-on role. Qin Zhe said, do you want to go? What do you think? Qin Bao Bao asked for her brother's opinion out of habit. I'm asking you. If you want to go, then go. I want to go, but I feel that the salary is too little. Although it's a supporting role, it's not even half of the salary in China. His sister was obviously arrogant. She did not care about an income of more than 10 million yuan. After winning the Best Actress award, her salary was as high as 40 million yuan, for a movie. Only TV dramas paid more than 100 million yuan. Currently, no one dared to pay 100 million yuan for a movie. A salary of 40 million yuan could be ranked in the top 5 in the Chinese entertainment industry. Among the female stars, she deserved to be number 1. It was a very scary achievement. In the past and present, in the history of the entertainment industry, female stars' salaries were always lower than male stars. The difference between the two was almost 50%. Sometimes, female stars could not even enter the top 10 in terms of salary. However, no matter how high Qin Bao Bao's salary was, it was useless. She refused to act in passionate scenes. Holding hands is the limit, which stopped most commercial films. If it was a literary film, they could not afford to hire her. If it was a comedy, she did not know how to act. Qin Bao Bao's funny sells? This was a joke in itself. Not at all. The benefits of her rising social status were not in terms of her pay, but the soaring endorsement and commercial fees. It's not a small amount. I've done my research. A Hollywood superstar's salary for a cameo is between $3 million to $20 million US. Your role is only for 15 minutes, and the pay is $5 million US. The other party is giving you a lot of face. Qin Zhe said, if there is no problem with the audition, the role will be secured. The other party invited her to an audition. People in the country had always criticized celebrities for being paid too much. They even said that Hollywood stars were so cheap. They could just say it anonymously online. If they used their real names, they would be laughed at by people who knew the industry. Everyone's pay was in the tens of millions, but other people's pay was in USD, while yours was in RMB. The pay of the big shots in the country could not be compared to that of Hollywood. The difference was too great. Then why was the production cost in China so low? This was a very strange phenomenon. Due to the large population base, there were all kinds of people. Therefore, celebrities became famous very quickly and could rise rapidly. Therefore, there was a phenomenon. People who shouted on microphones could change careers to film. People who sang songs on live broadcasts could also change careers to film. They could do a few exaggerated actions, shout a few jingles, and *ck their sisters-in-law in their free time. In short, anyone could become a celebrity. Through the operation of capital, they could increase the number of views, increase their popularity, create a bubble in their social status, and then drive up their pay. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to ask for a few million USD. They found a godfather to do plastic surgery, spent some money to package them, and then became popular. This was a very rare thing in foreign countries. In the entertainment industry, celebrities who did not have any acting skills could easily become popular with packaging, and asking for sky-high pay were everywhere. For the same 10 celebrities, only the lead actor's pay was especially high. In the country, the 10 celebrities' pay was especially high, and the proportion of the celebrities' pay was imaginable. In terms of integrity in the industry, the integrity in the country was like the top celebrities' pay. It was far from Hollywood. But think about it, why could any weirdo become a celebrity? In the end, everyone had to bear the blame. Then let's go. Can you increase the price? Qin Bao Bao asked. She was conflicted. As a celebrity's professional integrity, although the opportunity to act in Hollywood was not as precious as in the 80s and 90s, it was still very helpful to one's reputation. Hollywood needed domestic celebrities to increase the audience's favorability, and celebrities also wanted to ride on the popularity of big movies to increase their fame. However, as a maggot who was not so career-minded, Bao Bao felt that she could stay at home to accompany her brother and fight the wolf in the house. Her life was quite comfortable, and she did not want to fly thousands of miles to America. Help me decide. If you increase the price too much, we might break up. If it's too little, it's meaningless. Actually, you just want to slack off, but you also yearn for the legendary Hollywood, so you're conflicted, and let me decide. Qin Zhe hit the nail on the head. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She blinked her eyes in shock. The thing that was conflicted in her heart was said by her brother in an instant. No one knew her better than her brother. Qin Zhe said proudly, I've long known your depth. Go on, it's good to see it. She would treat it as a resume to enrich her career as an actor. 3 days later, the flight to America soared into the sky. The wings swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Qin Zhe accompanied his sister to America, just like parents sending their children to school for the first time. His parents were right. In fact, the one who doted on his sister the most was Qin Zhe, since they were young. Otherwise, why would his sister rely on him so much? In addition, there was a small team of 20 people accompanying them, including 2 legal officers. International flights were much more spacious and luxurious than domestic flights. This was especially obvious in the first-class cabin. There were many foreigners on the plane. Even Qin Zhe, who grew up in Shanghai, rarely saw so many foreigners at once. He was looking forward to the trip to America and was full of fighting spirit. When he went to the toilet, he would no longer feel lonely. Let's compete, foreigners. Not only could he compete to his heart's content, but his sister would also not feel lonely with big breasts. There were Class D experts everywhere, and Class E experts were as common as dogs. Western women were all big breasts and had nice names. He really wanted to see them. Qin Bao did not go abroad many times. He was full of expectations. It would be great if this woman was not in the first-class cabin. Suyu said gently, send me to the train later. Qin Zhe said, oh, no problem. This gentle tone like that of a girlfriend made Qin Bao particularly uncomfortable. He rolled his eyes. Is this your first time on the train? Is this your first time going to Los Angeles? You're asking someone to send you. Suyu, I didn't ask you to send me. Please don't send me. Thank you. Qin Bao laughed. Be careful, don't let people rob you. Suyu retorted. I'll give you the same words. The entertainment circle here is not clean. I've been in America for so many years. Do you need to worry? When Suyu heard that Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were coming to the United States, she followed them. The reason was that she wanted to see her old friends who she had not seen for a long time. Anyway, she had been in the United States for many years, so she still had some close friends. By the way, Suyu, let me ask you something. Qin Zhe quickly changed the topic. Is the security in America really so bad? You can't go out in the middle of the night? My sister and I are new here. Tell me. Suyu, it's not that dangerous. Otherwise, I'm more beautiful than a flower. I'm as beautiful as a fairy. Wouldn't I be finished? It also depends on the place. It's really dangerous to go out in the middle of the night in some places, but it's fine to wander around in the middle of the night in some places. She organized her words for a moment. The poor are different. Don't go to bars and nightclubs at night, especially a flirtatious woman like your sister. You're the flirtatious one. Suyu took the opportunity to belittle, and Qin Bao took the opportunity to fight back. Suyu ignored her and continued, the overall environment of Los Angeles is very general. I don't recommend you go out to experience the city's nightlife at night unless there is a local guide. If you don't go to a particularly messy and remote place, there is basically no danger. America is not so dangerous. The reason why you have this idea is probably because guns are not banned there. After all, if a car suddenly stops on the road, and then points a gun at your head, it's scary to think about it. There are still a lot of robberies with guns, and there are also a lot of forced sex. The media over there is relatively free and high exposure. There are also a lot of robberies and forced sex in our country, but most of them are not exposed. Suyu threw out a, reason. Foreign countries are full of danger and foreign countries have a full moon. His mother was born to escape. Qin Zhe was so scared that his little hand trembled. Suyu, don't die. Quickly recite the core values of socialism 10 times. Suyu, who had been in America for many years, curled her lips in disdain. This topic made Qin Zhe frightened and changed the topic again. Sister, reading a novel, I recommend it. Qin Bao didn't look up and looked at the mobile phone. My sister is a big star, very good. Qin Zhe, online novels are the same as slang songs, and the tone is the same. Qin Bao, this book is not the same. The author is a cultured person. He can make up idioms. Oh, I'll go to the bathroom. Qin Zhe got up and went to the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, when he was reading with relish, he received a message from Suyu. Husband, I haven't had sex for many days. Let's do it. Is this going to be 1,000 miles a day? Qinzai, don't make trouble on the plane. Suyu, it's exciting on the plane, right? I'll come quietly and make sure your sister doesn't find out. Qinzai, you can tease me. When I have time in Hollywood, I'll make you doubt your life. Suyu sent a playful emoji. P.S. I'll take a day off tomorrow. I'll spend some time on the outline of the trip to America, as well as the ending outline. This book will probably end at the end of June. If the update wasn't so bad, at the end of May, at this time, it should be finished. However, the update is bad, and the results plummeted. Although it's sad and disappointed, it's also a good thing for me. I won't be remembered so much. After all, no one will care about a book that can't be found in the rankings. It was because my results were too good that I fell to this point today. Would you believe it? I was forced to do the outline of this book 3 times. The whole paragraph collapsed. Today, the book just happened to be 1 year old, so I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Along the way, my mentality collapsed several times, so that I can't find the original feeling. Every time I think about it, I want to cry, sob. This book is not long, there are too many external factors. In the final analysis, it's a man's romance with red eyes. Damn it. Chapter 669. When the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport, it was 1600 hours p.m. in the 8th West District of the United States. A group of people yawned sleepily. They flew in early in the morning and experienced a long journey of 20 hours. At this time, it was early in the morning in China, and it was the time to sleep. The team was responsible for the transportation. Qinzai and Qin Bao sent Suyu to the high-speed rail. She bought the ticket in advance. Qin Bao and Qinzai wore masks and sunglasses out of habit. Suyu didn't. She wore very conservative pants and a knitted sweater. Her face was attractive enough, and her figure was highlighted. She was alone in a foreign country, and her courage was too big. Why don't you take a plane? MIT is far away from here. Qinzai asked. It's not just far, it's thousands of miles away. Los Angeles is in the western part of the United States, and MIT is in the northeastern city of Boston. You just know. You didn't ask me about the itinerary all the way. Suyu looked back and gave him a bitter look. Who said I was going to MIT? Aren't you going to visit friends? Are all your university classmates locals? Suyu gave him another look. I'm going to MIT to revisit the college at most, and see my mother who doesn't like to talk to me. I don't want to go. Your mother doesn't talk to you? Qin Bao asked curiously. It's none of your business. Suyu scolded with a black face. She just asked a question and was suddenly scolded. Qin Bao glared angrily. Qinzai didn't speak. What he said was wrong. A smart man should keep silent at this time. It's wrong to help anyone. He said in his heart, Sister, Suyu's mother doesn't talk to her, just like the system doesn't talk to me. It's a very bad behavior. Family affairs were her worries. Qinzai and Wang Zijin only briefly talked about it, and Wang Zijin took the initiative to ask. Even if Suyu loved him again, she would still be angry if he exposed her scars. By the way, are you going to shoot here? How long will it take? Suyu asked. If it's not long, let's go back together. Qinzai thought for a moment. It will take some time, but it won't be too long. If it exceeds your expectations, you can go back first. Be careful. Call me if you have any trouble. Remember to contact me, or my sister every night before you go to bed. Suyu nodded. I'm going to a small town. A small town is safer than a city. Although Qinzai's experience in the United States was far less than hers, Suyu liked the feeling of being cared for when she traveled. The ticketing time was getting closer and closer. After a long silence, Suyu stood quietly at the ticketing gate for a moment, hesitating, biting his lip, suddenly pointing to the glass window of the dome, and said to Qin Bao Bao, "Look, gray plane." Qin Bao Bao, "What's so good about a plane?" Su Yu, "Hey, you dropped money." Qin Bao Bao, "No, I'm not short of money." Su Yu, "Someone behind you seems to be calling you." Qin Bao Bao was unmoved. "I'm not familiar with this place. I don't care who is calling me." Su Yu, so stubborn. When the ticketing time came, Su Yu bit her lip again, looked at Qin Zhe with grievance, and dragged her suitcase into the station. She wanted to do a goodbye kiss in the movie. She wanted to peck him, but the movies were all lies, and the moves didn't work. Watching Su Yu enter the station and disappear on the escalator, Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and took Qin Zhe's arm. "Let's go to Hollywood." Qin Zhe walked and turned his head to look at the crowded ticket gate again. Su Teddy should have wanted to kiss him in the end. From her eyes, Qin Zhe saw that impulse. With her ability to make trouble, it was indeed possible. Perhaps she was afraid of being bullied by Qin Bao Bao in public, so she was scared. Qin Bao Bao's serious brother complex was known by Wang Zijin and Su Yu later. Both of them held the mentality that since they were siblings, there was no threat to Qin Bao Bao. Hollywood was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. It was both a place name and the film industry of the United States. Originally a pleasant village, it later developed into the world-famous Hollywood. Countless major film companies gathered here. It was the center of the global music and film industry. At the same time, there were also many stars working here. It was a bit like an upgraded version of Dongyang Hongdian. Huanhai Film and Television. Director Daoist discussed the script with the scriptwriter in the office. In fact, the movie scripts of American superheroes were the same. Adventures, growth, killing bosses. If you don't believe it, all superheroes had the same routine. Therefore, the selling point of Hollywood superhero movies was the character design and special effects. The plot was actually unwatchable. If you watch too much, you will lose the novelty. The focus was on the character design and dialogue. These details were enough to attract the audience. Even if the routine was the same, characters with distinct personalities, humorous and witty dialogue, and visual impact of special effects often made the audience ignore the routine. At present, the script had been set. The plot did not need to be modified, but some scenes and dialogues had disagreements between the director and the scriptwriter. In a crew, the scriptwriter was one of the few people who could argue with the director, especially in such a large company system. Sometimes the scriptwriter had a higher status than the director, such as Mama Yu, who had been silent for many years because of plagiarism, and Aunt Xiong Yao, who everyone was familiar with. Davis held a Cuban cigar that the big shots loved and frowned. "Don't you think that many dialogues are meaningless or not exciting enough? The scenes are not perfect either. The box office of superhero movies is declining day by day. If we don't work on the details, we can forget about making a breakthrough in the box office." Brandon, the scriptwriter, said helplessly, "We are too obsessed with connotation and humor. We are at a disadvantage. The company did not ask us to make a breakthrough." Davis took a hard puff of the cigar. Superhero movies had reached a bottleneck after being popular for more than 10 years. No one was willing to do something as arduous and unrewarding as a breakthrough, when a certain routine could bring in a stable income. It was just like the declining quality of Japanese comics and China's online novels that followed the same routine. It was difficult for them to escape the rut. It was almost time to get off work. Davis and Brandon ended their conversation and prepared to go home or enjoy a leisurely and sumptuous dinner at the restaurant. Dinner was their main meal overseas. The pressure of a fast-paced life doomed them to not be able to enjoy breakfast and lunch. The phone on the desk rang. It was his assistant. He said that the celebrities from China had arrived in Hollywood and arranged to meet tomorrow. Davis thought for a moment and said, "Help me ask them out for dinner." "Brandon, let's go together." Brandon was puzzled. "It's just a China celebrity. Do we need to go?" Davis despised him in his heart and explained, "Qin Bao Bao is very famous in China. She is very popular. I asked someone to check. She is now the most popular female celebrity. The China market is very important. If we want to enter the China market, it is necessary to have a good relationship with their celebrities. When we go to China to promote, we will have to ask them for help. After a pause, he smiled. Also, Qin Bao Bao is a very beautiful lady. The foreigners were especially excited when it came to women. Davis opened Qin Bao Bao's photo on the computer and showed it to Brandon. Brandon said, "Beautiful." The woman in the photo had the delicacy and grace of an Asian. Her facial features were not inferior to those of a Westerner. The combination of her facial features and the shape of her face gave her a unique temperament. It was the kind of temperament that was especially seductive. The foreigners did not know how to describe this temperament. They simply felt that she was charming because they did not know the Chinese word foxy. The dinner was arranged at a high-end restaurant near the Avenue of Stars. It was pure Western food. Although they valued Qin Bao Bao, they did not go to the extent of looking for a Chinese restaurant for her. It was not easy to find one here. The siblings, whose biological clocks had not been adjusted, did not want to come. However, it was their first time here and the director asked them out for dinner to improve their relationship. They did not want to be too arrogant. They arrived at the restaurant and saw Brandon and Davis. Director Davis, whose full name was Gabriel Davis, was a middle-aged man with short brown hair. He had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. Brandon, on the other hand, had short blonde hair and sea blue eyes. He looked more serious. "Hi, Qin." Davis recognized Qin Bao Bao first. Foreigners were used to calling each other by their surnames. They would only call each other by their first names when they were close to each other. Because of this habit, when they called Chinese people, they would usually call them by their surnames instead of their full names. When they met for the first time, the two were even more surprised by Qin Bao Bao's appearance. She was a woman who did not have many flaws in her appearance. She was beautiful, delicate, and had a good figure. She came with light makeup. Her skin was delicate and white, and her complexion was very healthy. This was very rare in the entertainment industry. Many female stars had a good foundation and were beautiful, but their complexions were often not good, especially female model workers. Qin Bao Bao's image was more consistent with the character in the script. Qin Bao Bao shook hands with them and introduced Qin Zhe. It could be seen that Davis and Brandon were relatively unfamiliar with Qin Zhe. In fact, they were also unfamiliar with Qin Bao Bao before. They only had a general impression of Qin Bao after asking someone to find out more about her. No matter how famous they were in the country, their influence could not reach abroad because few of their works were leaked abroad. In fact, Qin Zhe's opera 2 was very popular abroad. It was just that the song was popular, not the person. In 2018, mid-November, the two foreigners still did not know the name of the fast shooter. Chapter 670. My name is Qin Zhe. I'm her agent. You can contact me if you need anything during the shooting. Qin Zhe introduced himself in fluent English. Before he came to the United States, he deliberately took an advanced English proficiency book, and his spoken English was better than his sister, a top student from Fudan University. Although there was nothing wrong with his sister's English, she spoke slowly and stuttered from time to time. This was a common problem for most non-English major students in China. They could read an English article without hindrance, but they couldn't read it in fluent spoken English, which was especially obvious during communication. This is our first cooperation. Is there anything to avoid? Davis appeared to be very gentlemanly. The requirements have been stated in the email. Except for that, there are no other taboos. Qin Zhe answered for his sister. After all, he spoke better English now. No kissing scenes, no passion scenes. If there were any, they would use a stunt double. This was what the two sides had communicated before. Of course, there was no problem. Although there were kissing scenes and sex scenes in the United States, his sister's role was only a supporting actress, one of the important supporting actresses. Filming a passion scene for a supporting actress was completely a lame plot and would be scolded by the audience. Davis was very talkative and spoke with classic American humor. After he finished speaking, he would look at you seriously. Qin Zhe, who should cooperate with him, couldn't pretend to ignore it, so he laughed. When it came to Ting, Qin Zhe, who spent most of his time on forums, Tieba, and UC, wasn't inferior to him in the slightest. As a keyboard warrior, his brain was filled with dozens of words and jokes, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Qin Bao Bao and Brandon were reduced to supporting roles, occasionally echoing a few words. Most of the time, they just listened to them bragging. In the midst of boredom, Qin Bao Bao noticed a detail that Suyu once told her brother. Suyu said that if foreigners were particularly noisy and dancing when eating, then they were Americans. It was said that foreigners spoke softly when eating, probably referring to Japan and some European countries. She found that even in such a high-end restaurant, there was no shortage of chattering guests. Qin Bao Bao didn't have much experience abroad, so she observed silently. After a few glasses of red wine, Qin Zhe forcefully pulled Davis to tell him a Chinese joke. His sister kicked him with the tip of her shoe, and he finally gave up. Therefore, they talked about his old profession as a director. Qin Zhe said that he was also half a director. He was both the scriptwriter and the director of a Chinese odyssey. Davis was shocked. You filmed Journey to the West? It broke the box office record in China, and it's selling well here too. He hadn't watched the Chinese Odyssey to the West. Otherwise, he would have recognized Qin Zhe. However, he had heard of this movie before. Back then, when it was promoted in the United States, it was said that it had broken the box office record in China. After that, he followed Qin Bao Bao and found out that she had won the Best Actress award with this movie. As the scriptwriter, Brandon had a whole new level of respect for him. He was even more confused. Aren't you an agent? Qin Zhe was stunned. He thought to himself, damn, I'm one of the most popular young actors in China. Have you really not heard of me? It's so awkward. Qin Zhe smiled. Yes, I'm an agent. However, I'm also a singer, an actor, a composer, an entrepreneur, and of course, a scriptwriter. The two foreigners widened their eyes. Brandon asked, are you kidding? No. Qin Bao Bao explained, my brother is recognized as an all-rounder in the entertainment industry. Haven't you seen A Chinese Odyssey? He was the male lead. He was the male lead in all my songs and movies. In China, many singers want one of his songs but can't get it. She used her not very fluent English to talk for a long time to boast about her brother. If it wasn't for the language barrier, she would have suggested them to look it up on Baidu. Davis and Brandon made a, I'm so scared that my dried fish, expression. It was considered a perfunctory answer. However, they didn't believe it. Instead, they felt that these two Chinese liked to boast. The foreigners ate their dinner very slowly. They chatted as they ate. Most of the time, they drank. Qin Bao Bao had a good tolerance for alcohol. However, it was easy for her to get drunk. At this moment, her face was red and she was very charming. After chatting more, she asked the director for the script. Tomorrow is the audition, right? I want to read the script today. No, there's no audition tomorrow. You can come and get the script tomorrow, Davis said. If you want, I have it here. Brandon took out the script from his bag. At the same time, he tried to test Qin Zhe. Do you want to read it and give me some suggestions? Qin Bao Bao took the script. Brandon gave her the general script, not the character script. It was written in English. This wasn't a problem for Qin Bao Bao. However, there was too much content. It was a little troublesome for her to find her own character. She glanced at the script casually and threw it to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe read it with great interest. He was very interested in how the scripts in Hollywood were written. After taking advanced English proficiency, translating was not a problem for him, let alone reading the script. He did not watch many American superhero movies. He did not know as much as those loyal fans. However, he did watch a lot of movies. The one that left the deepest impression on him was King Kong Dog. It was a genetically modified hero who had a keen sense of smell like a dog. He did justice in the big city. Art came from life, and so did the script. Therefore, from these movies, it could be seen that there were quite a lot of armed robberies in the United States. In addition, he had also watched American blockbusters in the Point Store and the Parallel World. They were both superhero movies. However, there were some differences between the superheroes in the two worlds. For example, the power system in that world was extremely chaotic. There was no way to explain it logically. In this aspect, the Hollywood superheroes in his world were much more rigorous. However, every hero in this world was independent. The script was about a young archaeology professor who found an ancient ruin by chance. It was the ruin of God. He found a blue gem in the ruin. It was the heart of God. At the same time, it was the core that sealed the evil God. The archaeology professor accidentally fused with the heart of God and obtained the power passed down from God. He became a superhero from then on. However, at the same time, he released the sealed evil God. The archaeology professor who obtained the power of God made a fortune with his superpowers. He had endless money to spend and endless women to sleep with. Until one day, a goddess from the east came to him and said, "You bastard. Do you know that you have released the evil God? The world is about to be destroyed, and you are still here having fun sleeping with women." The evil God was originally a god. However, because he wanted to destroy the world, he was sealed. His rebirth alarmed the king of God. Therefore, he sent his son to help the protagonist reseal the evil God. At the same time, the goddess from the east also helped the protagonist. Both sides engaged in an intense battle in the city. After much effort, they finally sealed the evil God. Look, it was still the same old story. Adventure, growth, boss fight. It was obviously a Greek mythological system. Suddenly, an Eastern goddess was inserted. It felt like a husky had sneaked into a pack of wolves. It was very out of place. It was probably a forced addition of characters to cater to the China market. Xianxia finished reading at an extremely fast speed. He took a sip of red wine and said, "Don't you think that the role of the Eastern goddess is too abrupt? What does the evil god in the Greek mythological system have to do with her?" Brandon nodded. "I know. It will be slightly modified in the future. As long as we add a few sentences in the narration, the goddess from the east sealed the evil god together with God, it will be reasonable for her to help seal the evil god." It was just a small problem. Therefore, Brandon did not care about it and left it for the future. "Is there anything else?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. Hearing this, Brandon was very disappointed. He thought, if Xianxia is really the scriptwriter of A Journey to the West, then his professional suggestions should not be so shallow and crude. He was indeed bragging. It was funny that I was still looking forward to it. Davis shook his head and laughed. "However, have you guys ever thought of changing the way you film superheroes?" Xianxia said, "I do have some suggestions in this regard." "Change the way?" Brandon and Davis looked at each other. They were puzzled. "How? What do you mean?" Chapter 671. There are too many superheroes in the United States. I can't even count them with two hands. They have a lot of imagination and all kinds of superpowers. The rich rely on technology while the poor rely on mutation. Every hero has their own story. In terms of theme alone, superheroes are undoubtedly successful. In my country, superheroes have a lot of fans. They even discuss who is more powerful on the internet and argue about it, Xianxia said. Davis and Brandon listened carefully and smiled knowingly. Superheroes had a place even in Hollywood where quality products were everywhere. In the past, their status was even higher. However, in recent years, the industry had hit a bottleneck and it was difficult to recreate its former glory. Then why don't you gather all the superheroes together and film an epic masterpiece? Or you can think of it this way. Let the superheroes form an alliance and fight monsters together to level up. Who knows, there might even be sparks of love between them. For example, the Panther Girl under your company. I'm looking forward to Vidra conquering her. Qinze raised his eyebrows. Gather all the heroes together? Brandon felt something called inspiration explode in his mind, but he still had many doubts. In that case, who is the main character? Everyone is the main character. There is no need to divide them into primary and secondary characters, Qinze said. But this will increase the difficulty of filming. Davis frowned. For a superhero alone, the main character was obvious. The camera just had to focus on him. Once multiple heroes appeared, everyone would be the main character. Then, how would it be more reasonable to divide the shots? There would be a lot of unnecessary scenes during this period. This will depend on the scriptwriter's ability. Qinze analyzed. For example, in the movie you are filming this time, if multiple superheroes gather to fight a boss, you just have to change the god assisting the main character to a superhero. Then, you can share some scenes with them. Wouldn't that be no problem? His words made the two of them fall into deep thought. While fixed routines brought benefits, they would also solidify people's thinking. Qinze had seen the routines of the other world. He could easily use their strengths to make up for his weaknesses. In the world he was in, the superhero's power system was more rigorous. This was an advantage, but it also made it difficult to integrate. A weak hero would still be a weakling if he mixed in with a powerful hero. To solve this problem, a wave of brain cells had to be killed. However, Qinze didn't have to burn his brain. It's a bold idea. Maybe we can give it a try. Davis smiled. But it's inevitable that we'll have to take some risks. There's no need to take risks. Qinze said, superheroes have their own fans. When two or more superheroes meet in a movie and achieve a certain goal as teammates, what do you think the audience will do when they hear this gimmick? It was not rejection, but excitement, agitation, and anticipation. Famous superheroes have fixed fan groups, so the so-called risk is minimal. It's even safer and more convenient than creating a new hero. So far, you have more than 10 superheroes under your banner, and as many as 5 or 6 popular heroes. Why don't you try making a series like League of Superheroes? Scattered heroes not interfering with each other was a great waste. Although there was an obvious difference in strength between heroes, every hero had their own characteristics. A reasonable arrangement of the heroes' abilities could make the plot rich and interesting. Some fans like this hero and hate that hero. When they watch a movie, they would choose to watch the hero they like. If all the heroes were gathered, wouldn't this be a movie that would explode at the box office? Have you thought about this problem? The air suddenly froze. Brandon and Davis looked at each other. In the past few years, superhero movies have started to go downhill. No matter how effective a formula is, the human brain will have aesthetic fatigue. Under the same formula, you need to keep changing skins, but your skins are just creating heroes. In our country, there's a game that makes money by selling skins. The same character keeps creating new skins, and the daily turnover can reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Only by constantly changing skins can the audience's desire to consume. The image of a superhero is the source of consumption, and you have been profiting by selling the same skin. Brandon muttered words like hero and league in a low voice. Davis, on the other hand, was imagining the possibility of a few heroes gathering in one place. With his rich experience as a director, although he had never tried it, it was not impossible. His understanding of the market and the audience's psychology told him that Qinze's words were not without reason. The appeal of a hero and the appeal of a few heroes could not be mentioned in the same breath. I like superhero movies very much. After I became a screenwriter, I fantasized that if all the heroes were gathered together, it would be very exciting and exciting. So, I tried to write a screenplay. Qinze bragged without restraint. Brandon was energized. The American man could not help but raise his voice. You've written a script before, can you show it to me? Oh, if you're willing, I'll buy your script in my own name. Qinze shook his head. It's just a spontaneous creation. It's not a complete script. But since you're interested, we can talk more during the filming. Dinner lasted until 8:30 p.m. After eating and drinking to their fill, their sleepiness subsided. After bidding farewell to Brandon and Davis, both of them seemed to have a lot on their minds. They spent most of their time thinking. Qin Bao Bao held her brother's hand as they strolled along the Walk of Fame. From the American Guide, he learned that the security in downtown Los Angeles was not good. It was best not to go out at night. However, Hollywood was quite safe. It was just that the streets were filled with people in strange costumes. If it was the peak season, it would be even livelier here. After all, it was the center of the world's film industry. There were many cosplayers. Is your idea reliable? His sister's face was still red from the alcohol. She looked charming under the light. Qin Zhe lowered his head. He saw the light reflected in her eyes like stars. Her black and thick eyelashes were like dark clouds under the moonlight. He said, "Of course it's reliable. It's worth tens of millions. You're bluffing." "It's true." "So you're giving it to them for free?" Qin Bao Bao puffed her cheeks. "Even if I don't say it, they will definitely think of it in the future. Unless I want to make a movie in Hollywood and be a boss. But it's not realistic whether it's time or manpower." Qin Zhe said, "Also, just take it as a favor. Otherwise, you won't pass the audition and be eliminated." Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. She raised her face. "Are you questioning my acting skills?" Qin Zhe said, "Come on. You can play the role of a sister and a younger brother well. Are you sure you can handle the other roles?" As soon as he said this, the sister and brother both turned their heads away awkwardly and temporarily stopped talking. Qin Zhe slapped himself twice in his heart. Why was the role of a sister and a younger brother so good? He should know in his heart why it was so good. Please don't say it out loud. Qin Bao Bao was not like him who could use skill books. She was not a professional and had not been in the film and television industry for a long time. It was not wrong to say that she was the worst movie queen. My sister's water is my water. I have to help her cover it well. Even if there was no dinner tonight, Qin Zhe would still find a chance to talk to the director and give his sister a heads up for the audition. There were many attractions in Hollywood that were worth visiting, but after Qin Bao Bao landed, she only rested for a short while in the car. She was not in a good state of mind, so she contacted the driver and planned to go back to the hotel to rest. At this time, there were a few greetings from the side of the road. Qin Zhe and his sister turned to look. It was a group of young people dressed in hip-hop style. They gathered on the side of the road and were smoking. They might have even been drinking. Because it was dinner time, they looked at Qin Bao Bao with lust and impulse. "Foreign girl, do you want to play with us?" A black man whistled at Qin Bao Bao. He probably thought that Qin Zhe and the others were foreign tourists. "Is that your boyfriend? You can play with us. We have fans," he added. "This girl has a good figure and a beautiful face. It will be fun to play with her." The young people roared with laughter. Qin Bao Bao had never heard such bold and wanton humiliation in real life. She frowned and pulled Qin Zhe away. Qin Zhe did not move. He looked at them carefully, focusing on their waists. He did not see any hidden guns. The black man in sneakers, slacks and a white unlined shirt felt that there was a chance. He walked over and said, "We have fans. Bring your girlfriend to play with us." Qin Zhe stared at him. "Do you have guns?" The black man, "No." Qin Zhe nodded. "Oh." Then he raised his voice and greeted all the women in the family in fluent English. F***K your mother. It felt so good to curse foreigners in Chinglish. And, your mother and grandma's bitch, was also very good. He wanted to show them the horror of Chinglish. Your son has no D***K, he did not know how to translate it for the time being. There was no D***K in English. There was one in Steel Gate, but they probably did not think it was a curse. The young people could understand the words, but the grammatical combination made them a little confused. Everyone was speaking English. Why were they different? But at least they could understand that it was a curse. Especially Qin Bao Bao, who kept repeating the words, bitch, and F***k every time Qin Zhe cursed. She would repeat, bitch, or F***k. After cursing, Qin Zhe pulled his sister and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, he felt that he had to do something since they were out. So he turned his head and cursed, baka. Then he signaled his sister with his eyes. Qin Bao Bao understood tacitly and scolded as well. If we were in China, I would definitely beat them up until their mothers couldn't recognize them, Qin Zhe said. They won't shoot us from behind, right? Qin Bao Bao was a little scared and kept looking back. It's okay. I saw that they didn't bring guns, Qin Zhe said. If they chased after them, Qin Zhe would teach them a lesson. But those guys just stood there and cursed. It was obvious that not every American would pull out a gun and shoot at them. Qin Zhe had seen a video online before. 2 American girls were fighting on the side of the road. As they fought, they pulled out their guns and continued to fight. Were they not afraid that they would accidentally fire? How bold. Because of some intentional propaganda online, Qin Zhe, like most netizens, was very wary of America, which did not ban guns. After all, no matter how good one's martial arts were, one would still be afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone bullets. If someone pulled out a small pistol from their pants and aimed it at you, even 10 Qin Zhe would be dead if they were not close to him. Moreover, there was a Bao Bao following him. It was inevitable that the siblings would be a little nervous. Qin Bao Bao felt that it would be safer to bring a group of people with them when they went out to play in the future. Actually, bringing a group of people with them could avoid such situations. But this pair of pretentious siblings liked to pretend to be a couple in other places. It was inconvenient to bring people with them. Chapter 672. At 9:00 the next day, Qin Zhe and her sister arrived at Huanhai Film and Television as promised. They brought 2 assistants, 3 security guards, and 2 legal staff. Davis arranged for an assistant to greet them at the entrance of the company. It was a blonde woman with blue eyes. It was hard to tell her age. Foreign girls were already charming when they just entered puberty, but Chinese girls looked like country bumpkins when they were 12 or 13. Because of this, they aged very quickly. She might be in her 30s, but it wouldn't be strange to say that she was in her 40s. The female assistant led them to a lounge and smiled politely. The director is having an audition. Please rest here. Everyone had a cup of coffee. Qin Bao Bao took a sip. The bitter taste made her frown. It was pure coffee with a little sugar and no milk. She preferred soft drinks like Starbucks. Do you mind if we go take a look? The assistant walked to the door, and her sister stopped her. Sure. The female assistant nodded and made an inviting gesture at the door. The location of the audition was in China. Most of the auditions were done in a quiet room. Other than the actors and directors, there weren't many other people. But sometimes, in order to test the actors' mentality, they would deliberately let the audience watch. The 2 followed the assistant to a large lounge. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, they saw an actress auditioning. Davis sat beside her and carefully studied the expression on her face. There were a lot of people outside. They didn't know if they were the crew members or artists who were also auditioning. The female assistant said that there was an audition inside. Please wait a moment before entering. I'm auditioning here too, right? Qin Bao Bao asked. Yes. About 20 minutes later, the audition inside was over. The female assistant opened the door and whispered something to Davis. Davis stood up happily and went out to greet them. The 2 Chinese people didn't look like ordinary people to make the director act so warmly. The people around them looked curiously. Brittany, who are they? Someone asked the female assistant who stepped out. Chinese stars, the female assistant said. They're very famous in China. Are they the Chinese stars invited by the crew? They're very beautiful. There was a lot of discussion. The aesthetics of foreigners were slightly different from that of Chinese, but they were mostly the same, with only slight differences. It was impossible for an ugly woman to be worshipped as a goddess in a foreign country. A woman with a delicate face and a voluptuous figure would be a beauty wherever she went. Even in China, aesthetic standards were different. For example, how can one conquer the world if one's chest is not big, and how can one gather people's hearts if one's breasts are not big enough? Davis handed the script to Qin Baobao. This is a new script. Some details have been changed. How many days will it take? He gave Qin Baobao the greatest respect and preferential treatment and took the initiative to ask her how many days she needed to read the script. I think we can try it now, Qin Baobao said. When they contacted Tian Fong in the US, there was already a first draft of the script. It was not much different from the current script. Qin Baobao had read it before, so it was not a problem for her to choose an unmodified part of the script for the audition. Thus, Davis chose a part where the goddess appeared. She came to New York to find the protagonist and told him that the evil gods were about to destroy the world. As an American citizen of the world police who had inherited the power of God, he had to work with her to reseal the evil gods. However, Davis stopped the 2-minute scene 3 times. Her expression lacks dignity. Can you be more relaxed? You're obviously not a suitable mating partner. She was too serious when she said that. Don't keep a straight face. Relax, but show the seriousness of a goddess. This was a little awkward. Qin Baobao looked at her brother. It was normal for foreign movies to have dirty jokes from time to time. However, if you said that in China, the scene would definitely be cut. Qin Baobao was not used to such lines. Then, Davis probably had OCD. He could not be too serious or too relaxed. It had to be just right. Are your acting skills good? Yeah. You're stuck in a small scene so many times. Isn't it normal for Chinese stars to have no acting skills? Why do you say that? The Chinese audience always criticizes their entertainment artists for having no acting skills. But it's true. Outside the door, the guys who wanted to join in the fun chattered and talked. No matter how good the best actor or actress, it was normal for them to be stuck in the imagination during the filming process. However, in terms of the audition, if it was a special invitation and Qin Zhe's face, her audition would undoubtedly fail. Qin Baobao frowned. One more time. Qin Zhe waved his hand. Let's take a 5-minute break. Director, give me a lounge. It doesn't have to be too big. I'll talk to her. If possible, give me the script. Davis asked the female assistant to take the two to a small conference room. After the female assistant left, Qin Zhe noticed that his sister did not pretend to be pitiful. Instead, she was frowning and deep in thought. This meant that she was in a serious state. Every time an elder sister whimpered, it was all just an act. There were only the two of them in the small conference room. The shooting style here is different from that in China, right? Qin Zhe started the topic. Qin Baobao ignored him. She rubbed her face and said to herself, the emotions are not enough. The facial expressions are not handled well enough. Then, the lines are a bit embarrassing. It means that your self-cultivation as an actor is not good enough, Qin Zhe said. An excellent actor should be able to control any role. There was also psychological knowledge in this, psychological suggestion. She could be as reserved and arrogant as a goddess, but also as coquettish as a slut. She could be as dignified as a successful man, but also like a loser. She could kneel down and suck up to all kinds of rich men. Qin Zhe could do it. Obviously, his sister could not do it. Why don't we act together? I'll be the male lead and act together with you. I'll give you pointers while I'm at it, Qin Zhe said. The words, give you pointers, made Qin Baobao feel that her sister's dignity was gone. She wrinkled her nose unhappily and said in a sweet voice, okay. During the rehearsal process, Qin Zhe corrected a few of his sister's mistakes. When a goddess appeared, she must be dignified and solemn. This kind of combination with special effects was the real goddess style. During the communication process, the facial expression did not need to be too serious. Qin Bao Bao's acting skills were good, but the analysis of the role was still a bit lacking. You came from the east. Back then, you joined forces with the gods to seal the evil god? A curious face. Yes. A serious face. I almost thought that you were a little girl who liked to play cosplay. The kind that doesn't even have a boyfriend. A teasing face. You look like a suitable mating partner. A serious face. That's very good. Let's go back. Qin Zhe, who had been observing his sister's facial expressions, gave her a high five. He had neglected the lines, so when he went out, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. When they returned to the audition location, Qin Zhe suggested that he act together with his sister. Of course, Daoist did not have any objections. However, time was a little tight. His task today was to complete the audition for the few remaining roles. Qin Bao Bao had delayed him for too long. This time, his sister performed very well. Her facial expressions were handled very well. Daoist was extremely satisfied. Until the last part of the lines, Brandon, who was beside him, felt that something was wrong. He looked at the script and quickly stopped it. The lines are wrong. What's wrong? Daoist asked in surprise. The correct line is you're obviously not a suitable partner. She read it wrong, Brandon said. Daoist held his chin and thought, but even if it's wrong, it feels good. Brandon said. That seems to be the case. If he had not written the script, he almost could not tell that she had read the wrong lines. What was with this feeling that there was no sense of wrongness? Why don't we change it? I think it's not bad, Daoist said. No, no, no. The goddess I portray is majestic. Although the lines are not wrong, it doesn't match the character, Brandon said unhappily. Qin Zhe looked at his sister speechlessly. The latter stuck out her tongue. I accidentally read it wrong. The filming of the movie started a week later. Before that, the crew had made sufficient preparations. After settling the supporting roles, they immediately started filming. During the filming process, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao followed the crew almost the entire time. This was supposed to be the patent of the protagonist. The trouble with Qin Bao Bao's character was that although she did not have as many scenes as the protagonist, she was scattered throughout the entire plot. Moreover, she was not in a fixed setting. One moment, she was in Los Angeles. Another moment, she was by the river. Another moment, she was in the ruins. Another moment, she was fighting with the big boss in the city center. This meant that she had to follow the crew to one scene after another. She could not be alone and finish filming in one go. In a piano club in Los Angeles, the muscular male protagonist was flirting with the female protagonist in the piano room. They sat side by side at the piano. The sun shone on the bright pianist, and a melodious tune floated in the air. This tune suddenly became popular on the internet last year. The original video of the tune seemed to be played by an amazing person overseas using a mobile app. The original version could not be found on any music app. After the tune became popular, someone tried to record it. It was quickly released on various major music websites. It was free. Charging for it would definitely not work. They would be sued. In fact, even if it was free, there was the risk of being sued. However, in more than a year, the composer seemed to have disappeared. There was no news from China. It was even more so overseas. The exchange of information between countries was already blocked. The piano tune suddenly became an item without an owner. There were all kinds of English versions. The most commonly accepted name was To Baby. It was said that the Chinese version was like this. Okay. Daoist signaled for this part to pass. The camera that was holding the camera around the male protagonist and his girlfriend to take a close-up shot straightened his back and thumped his waist. The silent and focused working environment suddenly relaxed. The crew members relaxed and communicated with each other. The next part of the plot was still in the piano room. The building was about to collapse. The followers of the evil god were wreaking havoc in the city. The Eastern goddess would appear to kill the followers and fight side by side with the protagonist. Therefore, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe also followed. Director, I have something to say. Qin Zhe raised his hand to Davis, indicating that he had something to say. Chapter 673. What's the matter? Davis asked, putting aside what he was doing. In the past week or so, Davis and Brandon often got together with Qin Zhe to talk about the feasibility of a superhero party, and formed a good friendship. Qin Zhe could call Davis by his first name instead of his last name, and Brandon even humbly asked for advice in front of him. Did you buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Qin Zhe asked. Copyright? Davis was confused for a moment and said, if we need to pay copyright fees, of course we did. As the director in charge of the crew, he could not do everything himself. He had never liked piano music and had not even heard the piece just now. That was the job of the music director. In the past, if there was a scene of a piano piece, the crew would basically choose some classic piano pieces. What was a classic? It was the kind that had been passed down for hundreds of years. There was no copyright for this kind of piano piece. Why was the country so keen on remaking the four great classical novels over and over again? It was because there was no need to pay sky-high copyright fees. Moreover, the theme was well known, suitable for all ages, and had its own IP. It was not until the four great classical novels were changed again and again, the screenwriters ran out of ideas, and the audience got tired of it that the craze for remaking the four great classical novels gradually subsided. No, you didn't buy it. This piece came from China, right? The composer is not in the circle, has never won an award, and is not active in the piano world. The Chinese are not interested in piano music and just play it when they want to show off. This piece is almost impossible to hear in China now. So even if you want to buy it, you probably won't be able to find anyone, Qin Zhe said. Davis was stunned and immediately got someone to find the music director, a man with black hair and brown eyes, and instant noodle hair. Ada, did we buy the copyright to that piano piece just now? Davis asked. No. Ada shook her head. You can't use it without copyright. Don't you know the rules? Davis raised his eyebrows. This doesn't need copyright. The original video is just a phone recording. It's for entertainment, and the original author is unknown. Ada shrugged. It's even possible that the copyright hasn't been registered. Someone in the same industry has used it a long time ago, and nothing happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used it. Adeline played this song in her concert before. It's absolutely safe. Davis was relieved when he heard that. He smiled and said, Qin, don't worry. It'll be fine. I didn't know that my songs were so popular overseas. Qin Zhe smiled. Actually, this song is copyrighted. If you use it without permission, you will definitely be sued. Ada frowned. How did you know? Qin Zhe said, because the original creator is me. Seizing the opportunity, he fiercely acted tough. It was a pity that the system did not give him a mission. You? Davis and Ada looked at each other. Davis tried hard to recall the information about Qin Zhe that he had asked someone to check after returning home that night. There did not seem to be a pianist in it. This song was actually composed by him. It was created by him, and it's called To Qin Bao Bao in Chinese. My name is Qin Bao. The elder sister watched the drama from the side for a long time and cooperated with her younger brother to make a speech. To Baby was composed by you? The actress who played the protagonist's girlfriend exclaimed. She looked very excited. It's to Qin Bao, not to Baby, Qin Bao corrected. It was normal for there to be a deviation in the translation. After all, Chinese was broad and profound, and one word had many meanings. Davis deliberately asked someone to find the original version online. He checked the Chinese name and compared it with Qin Baobao's name. Although he did not speak Chinese, he could still recognize the exact same Chinese characters. He found that Qin Zhe was right. After repeated confirmation, Davis accepted the fact that Qin Zhe was the original creator. This attracted the attention and discussion of many crew members. There was no lack of surprise, such as the female star. "Hello, I like this piano piece very much." The female star sat on the side and chatted with Qin Zhe with a smile. "I can see that." Qin Zhe smiled. During the filming, she really played this piano piece. It was obvious that she had practiced hard. "You can call me Elizabeth," she said. Qin Zhe was stunned and looked at her carefully. Her facial features were very delicate. She had wheat-colored skin. Foreigners liked this kind of skin. There were no freckles on her face. Her dark blue eyes were bright. When she smiled, there was a unique charm of a Western woman. "I've heard a lot about you." Qin Zhe could not help but sigh in Chinese. Elizabeth. In a Western-style web novel, you and Victoria are known as the two women that the male protagonist must fuck. What? Elizabeth was confused. Nesbit Loach, Qin Zhe said, using the English vocabulary of the second year of middle school. Rice rabbit. Elizabeth smiled sweetly. In order to pay tribute to the heroine of the Western fantasy, Qin Zhe was invited by her to play the piano piece on the spot. The surrounding crew members applauded. Director Davis was also completely convinced that he was the original creator. In the end, the copyright was sold for $3,000. This kind of copyright was originally not expensive. The reason why Ada chose it was to please the audience because it was very popular. But in fact, it did not matter if it was another piano piece. Qin Zhe thought of it as making some extra money to buy lace underwear for his sister. He also called the legal department and prepared to pursue the copyright infringement of the movie. It was Davis who suggested it. The reason was very simple. He paid for the copyright, so why didn't others pay for it? At dusk, today's filming was completed. When they were returning to the hotel by car, Qin Baobao suddenly twisted Qin Zhe's ear. "That Elizabeth seems to have a lot of feelings for you. Foreign women are quite open." "Qin Zhe, don't worry. Even if she thinks it through, I won't. After all, she's a woman with a zero." Qin Baobao let go of her brother's ear and blinked. "Zero? Liar. I actually think she's very beautiful and charming." Qin Zhe looked sincere. "It's really a zero. How many points did you get?" 9 points. Qin Baobao unconsciously smiled and said, "Humph, what about Wang Zijin?" "Bar spirit." Qin Zhe said angrily, 10 points. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. 10 points? Why does she get 10 points and I get 9 points? I'm obviously more beautiful than her. Is Wang Zijin so perfect in your eyes? Different from teasing Elizabeth just now, his sister's expression was much more serious and jealous. No, so you also got 10 points. Fight. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and pinched her brother's face. Qin Zhe blocked and dodged. The bar spirit sister stubbornly wanted to pinch his face. She was very angry. That pair of slender and fair hands had quite a bit of strength. "It hurts. Can't you tell I'm kidding? There's no such thing as a woman with 10 points. Sister is a little fairy with 9 points. Their 10 points are fake, but sister's 9 points are real." Qin Zhe coaxed. His sister was really insensible and asked why. "Because she gave you 10 points, not 0. Giving you 9 points is already true love." It was boring to talk to people who didn't understand jokes. But fortunately, she didn't understand jokes. Qin Baobao snorted. No, I also want 10 points." Qin Zhe, in the evening, they found a specialty restaurant in Hollywood to eat and wear. Avoiding the tourist season, they didn't have to worry about encountering fans traveling abroad. The siblings behaved much more intimately. But they still had to be wary of the iron-headed paparazzi secretly observing them. After all, there was a precedent. One of Jia Baoyu's 3 wives relaxed after going abroad. She was intimate with her adulterer in public and was photographed by the paparazzi. We can't ignore the power of the paparazzi. The invisible eyes are the sharpest. This was what Lu Sun said. At 10:00 in the evening, Qin Zhe was ready to go to bed. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. He didn't even have to think. The only one who came to knock on the door was his sister. The only person in the world who climbed into his brother's bed in the middle of the night was his cheap sister. Qin Zhe wore a pair of big pants and went to open the door. At the door stood a tall beauty, elegant and refined, with a smile on her mouth and eyes, mixed with longing and joy. "Sir, do you need service?" Suyu said. "Refuse the big sword, start with me." Qin Zhe said with a straight face. "Oh, you played with me. If you don't give me money, it's not a big sword." Suyu said. "That's good." Qin Zhe pulled Suyu into his arms, kicked the door with his foot, and kissed her for a long time. They kissed from the door to the bed. When he took off his pants, Qin Zhe asked, "Do you want to take a bath?" "I've taken a bath. I got a room next door." This was good, he could drive straight in. "You didn't even inform me when you came." "I came to check the room to see if you have a mistress in a golden house." Suyu endured the moisture of the rain and dew on the flower buds back and forth, and her eyes were like silk. "I miss you." Qin Zhe went 9 shallow and 1 deep, and waited for 10 times before he finished. He was both passionate and slow, and also looked down and looked in. Suyu's face changed and her voice trembled. Every time she breathed, her black hair spread like flowers. After finishing at 11:00, Suyu was exhausted and drowsy. She was about to fall asleep. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door came again. It was very light and very sneaky. The voice outside the door was also sneaky. "Little red man, are you asleep?" Suyu's whole body trembled, and her sleepiness disappeared. Qin Zhe, degree, I'm so scared that the eel is soft. Chapter 674. When Qin Zhe heard his sister's low voice outside the door, an indescribable panic welled up in his heart. This was not the embarrassment of being caught by his sister having sex with a woman, but the panic of being caught red-handed by his wife. Although it was absurd, this was the kind of feeling he had. This scene seemed to have a strong sense of déjà vu. It seemed that he had experienced it many times. This kind of clandestine love was definitely not the first time that he was almost caught. If he was not careful, he felt that he had gone further and further on the path of a scumbag. First, he calmed down. He was the Hei's king who was used to big scenes and would not be disturbed by the small problems in front of him. Qin Bao Bao is here. Suyu sat up suddenly and did not forget to hug the quilt to cover the spring scenery on her chest. "Well, my sister is outside, keep your voice down," Qin Zhe whispered. The bedside lamp shone on Suyu's back, which was as gentle as jade, beautiful back curve, tight and narrow waist arc, and half of a perfectly shaped buttocks. "Yes, your sister is here." Suyu suddenly realized and lay back on the bed. "Sleep, sleep. Why am I panicking? It's just Qin Bao Bao, not Wang Zijin. She is my sister, not my girlfriend. In this case, there will be no quarrel. Even if she comes in, at most, it will be awkward. There is nothing to be afraid of. If she dares to make a move, I will hold my belly and say, 'Come on, I have your baby in my belly.' If you dare to make a move, see if A's and Uncle Qin will tear you apart." Qin Zhe, at the door, his sister was still knocking on the door. She knocked twice and shouted, "Little red brother," and then waited for a long time. When she saw that there was no sound inside, she knocked twice and shouted again. Qin Zhe was as calm as an old dog on the surface, and his heart was as calm as an old dog. He just pretended to be asleep. A few minutes later, there was no movement at the door, and then his mobile phone rang. Qinzhe pretended to be awakened from a dream and took a long time to answer, groaning. Qin Bao Bao, what's the matter? Disturbing my sleep at night. It's a dream. Suyu, who was half asleep and half awake, corrected. Qinzhe covered the bottom of the phone and said angrily, shut up, then you're the dream maker of **** crabs. Suyu reluctantly twisted her body in his arms and continued to sleep. Letting go of the microphone, Qinzhe said, ah? What did you just say? Qin Bao Bao said angrily, open the door. Sister wants to come in. Qinzhe played dumb. Then you sing, Little Bunny Be Good. Helpless, Qin Bao Bao could only clear her throat and gently sing a nursery rhyme. She did not reply for a long time. Hey, are you listening? She heard a soft snore. Outside the door, Qin Bao Bao, who was wearing silk pajamas, was so angry that he stamped his feet and muttered, damn pig head, serves you right that you can't find a girlfriend. She angrily swiped the card to open the door and went back to her room to sleep. It's rare to go to a foreign country. Qin Bao Bao can't wait to roll on the same bed with her brother every day. Today, she read the script late. When she came to knock on the door, she found that her brother had already fallen asleep. After confirming that his sister had returned to her room, Qinzhe breathed a sigh of relief. She finally left. Why did she look for you in the middle of the night? Suyu asked in a vague tone. Not asleep yet? Waiting for you. She wrapped her arms around Qinzhe's neck. Sister asked me to talk about the script. Qinzhe said. Talking about the script in the middle of the night, your brain is damaged. You don't understand. It's popular in the entertainment circle now. Qinzhe turned off the light and hugged Suyu in the bed. The room fell into darkness. Suyu listened to his calm breathing. Do you think I will be pregnant? Let's leave it to fate. It must be your reason. Have you gone to the hospital for a physical examination? Don't say that your goods are not good. We are all sharpshooters. Every bullet to kill a teammate? If I don't go for a physical examination, my chrysanthemum can't be handed over to the doctor's fingers. Qinzhe said, besides, I've checked. Pregnancy really can't be rushed. A project of more than 1 billion yuan is not something that can be easily negotiated. Many newlyweds are pregnant the next year. It can be seen that it is not realistic to have a child in one go. If the hit rate is so high, the infertility hospital should go out of business. Moreover, how could there be a problem with his body? Unless my system is a fake product. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you to see your classmates. Qinzhe apologized. It's okay. Anyway, my sister is not important. I'm just a shady mistress. Do you have to say such words to stab my heart? Sister Man said that the emperor can't block the mouths of the concubines, so he has to give them a place to vent their anger. Although you can block my mouth, you can't block my heart. It's so difficult. Even if I'm 18 centimeters tall, I can't stab your heart. Suyu told him a lot of things that happened in the past few days. She went to see her schoolmate when she studied in the United States, not her roommate. Suyu is a young lady. She can't stand such a low thing as living on campus. Listening to her, the classmate is a very good and gentle American girl. She gave Suyu a lot of warmth and comfort in a lonely foreign country. If she is a man, Qinzhe may not have anything to do with her. Suyu has no more than 10 good friends in the United States, and there is only one who can talk to her. Under the shell of being good at business communication, there is a lonely and self-abased girl. This is Suyu. At 6:00 the next day, Suyu squinted and went back to her room. She slept until 9 o'clock and got up for breakfast. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, Qin Bao Bao looked at Suyu drinking milk and eating bacon. He was dissatisfied and asked, "Have you booked a ticket?" "No." "Why don't you book it?" Qin Bao Bao warmly said, "I'll ask someone to book it for you. You can transfer the ticket money to me through WeChat." "No, I plan to go back with you." Suyu was calm and complained, people with tens of billions of assets are so stingy. You're already richer than me, okay? Working yourself to death in the financial industry isn't as good as going on stage to sing and show off. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Bao Bao said with a black face, "Go back when you finish your work. Don't work anymore. Su Yu, the company has been on the regular. The boss can go on a business trip for 10 days or half a month. I haven't seen how Hollywood makes movies. I have to see it, right, Qinze?" Qinze was good. Facing the eyes of his sister and Su Yu, he didn't know how to answer. After lunch, they came to the shooting site, one of the studios of Huanhai Entertainment, and they will spend the next few days here. Generally, when the studio is used, it is the special effects part of the movie. The actors shoot against a blue background, and the special effects are added later to create an earth-shattering scene. The theme of this movie is biased towards mythology, so it can't be like those mutant heroes, who attack by shouting and fight by brute force. There has to be a bit of martial arts, so the crew invited a martial arts director. The most popular martial arts director these days is China, because purely in terms of visual effects, China's martial arts movements are the most gorgeous and pleasing to the eye. The martial arts director of the crew is an American Chinese, called Yu Yongsheng, English name, Kang Nai. Claiming to be a fan of Qinze, he said that when he browsed the domestic website, he knew that Qinze was very good at fighting and wanted to fight with him. Qinze declined. "I wanted to give myself a special name, such as Washington or George, but my girlfriend didn't agree. She thought that my starting point was to ridicule the great man in history," Yu Yongsheng said when he was chatting with Qinze. "She is an American." "Yes, because she likes China's martial arts, so we met." "Are you free tonight, Miss Qin Bao? If you don't mind, I'll invite you to dinner." A burly and muscular man invited her while wiping his sweat. Qin Bao Bao sat on a soft chair, looked up, and smiled politely. "No, I have something to do tonight." What a disappointing answer. He shrugged. "You Chinese people don't like to socialize. We Chinese people don't like to socialize with people we don't like." Su Yu was beside him, fanning the flames in fluent English. The muscular man glanced at her, then turned and left. His name is Martinez, the second male lead who plays the number one villain. It is said that he is a very famous actor in Hollywood. Qin Bao Bao is even familiar with him because she has seen his movies, but it is the first time she knows his name. The first time he saw Qin Bao Bao on the set, Martinez noticed that this woman's appearance and figure were first class. The temptation of exotic customs also applies to foreigners. He has several experiences of friendly exchanges with female stars from other countries. Martinez has asked Qin Bao Bao out several times, but unfortunately, he has been rejected every time. This female artist is very different from the Chinese actresses he has worked with before. Her smile is always polite, but it is definitely not flattering or enthusiastic. Just this point alone, the other female stars can't compare with her. As for the women around him, Martinez doesn't like them. Their breasts are average, and their butts are not big enough. For the Americans who like plump bodies, the rating is 50% off. "That guy wants to ask you out," Su Yu said. "It's none of your business." Qin Bao Bao didn't give her a good face. "He has a good figure and is quite handsome. Why don't you agree? A hairy, half-evolved gorilla. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. But he is very manly. Men with good figures are the best. Little fresh meat is effeminate. His skin is whiter than a woman's, and his arms are thinner than a woman's. Marrying that kind of man is like marrying a sister." Su Yu commented. "Then why don't you marry a foreigner? Then you don't have to go back to China." "I'll be happy if you don't go back to China." "TSK," Su Yu thought for a while. "I don't like the environment of the United States very much. I came to the United States to see what kind of country it is. My mother has lived here for more than 10 years without going back. And I don't like American men because he took my mother away." "Then you still say that men with good figures are the best?" Su Yu smiled but didn't say anything. She thought, isn't your brother? Little motor is great. Qin Bao Bao looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, I don't know if foreign men are good or not, but some people seem to think foreign women are good. Suyu heard this and looked over. She said in a deep voice, I think so too. Not far away, Qin Zhe and Elizabeth were chatting with each other. Half of Elizabeth's body was pressed against his body. Chapter 675. Really? Did you really earn 100 million in a month? Elizabeth's eyes were almost sparkling. 100 million in a month was a big challenge even for a celebrity who had been famous for a long time. Not to mention starting from nothing. Of course. I'm a famous stock god in China. 100 million is just a small target. It's the start of my grand career. It's easy. Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth. The big-breasted foreign girl immediately lit it for him and urged, what happened after that? Then, I founded my own financial company. A year later, I became one of the top financial tycoons in Shanghai. Then, I invested in the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe's bragging got louder and louder. Maybe it wasn't bragging, but when you put all those incredible achievements together, it made people feel that he was exaggerating and ridiculous. However, Elizabeth knew a little about it. After meeting the composer of her favorite piano piece in the piano room, she went back and checked Qin Zhe's resume. She especially looked for China news and reported it to her. Elizabeth was shocked after hearing it. She thought that there was actually such a perfect man in the world. Therefore, she liked to chat with Qin Zhe on the set and listen to his legendary experience. If it was in China, Qin Zhe would be humble. After all, everyone knew about his achievements. If he repeated it, it would be easy for people to think that he was bragging. However, the Americans across the Pacific Ocean did not know about his legend. He was also happy to let the Americans know about his legend. Moreover, Elizabeth was close to him. When they talked, she would hug his arm. After all, she was a famous female celebrity. She did not care about the rumors at all. Although as a scumbag, he had given up on testing the limits of the beautiful girls in America. However, it was not too much to use his arm to experience the size of their breasts. After a few days of observation, the breasts of the beautiful girls in America were indeed higher than in China. Due to their high-calorie diet and fitness habits, they were generally 19. Qin Zhe was most famous in China. The topic that could not be avoided was the fast shooter. There were many fast shooters, but there was only one fast shooter in the music industry. Then, do you know how to write English songs? Elizabeth blinked her eyes curiously. She had a pair of dark blue pupils and wore false eyelashes. They were especially charming as they fluttered. Whether a woman was beautiful or not, one would first look at her eyes, then her skin, and then her facial features. Qin Zhe had seen countless beauties, but in terms of whose eyes were the most outstanding, he had only seen his sisters. They were like autumn waves, moist and bright. Especially when there was a trace of shyness in them, they were extremely alluring. Suyu, Wang Zijin, Nan Man Pei, and the female artists under the company were all unparalleled. Putting aside these well-deserved beauties, European and American women had deep eyes and were generally better looking. Of course. Qin Zhe thought to himself, isn't it just a matter of my 30 points? Then can you write one for me? Of course, but the songs I write are very expensive. Don't look for me if you don't have a few $1,000,000. Then I want to listen before I buy. Qin Zhe agreed just like that. After a while, he suddenly realized that the system did not seem to have given him a mission. So, Hai Zhe King suddenly understood. Although he often fantasized about letting the flower girls of the United States experience the stick technique of Chinese men, in fact, deep down in his heart, he did not really want to do anything with them. When you don't even have the desire to show off in front of a woman, it means that you don't have any feelings for her. In fact, men who show off in front of women rarely succeed. The reason is only 4 words: show one's slight skill in front of an expert. Unless it's particularly realistic. Realistic. On the other side, Qin Bao Bao, who didn't have any scenes for the time being but was wearing a China-style uniform, had a script in her hand and had a rare common topic with Suyu. In the women's chat, cosmetics, luxury goods, and men were inevitably not absent, just as men always like to talk about games, women, and housing and car loans. There were many handsome men in the crew, including artistic men with mustaches and ponytails, muscular men with strong bodies, and young fresh meat with a high nose bridge. Although they didn't like foreign men, it didn't prevent them from commenting. "There are so many handsome foreign men, don't you want to date?" Qin Bao Bao crazily encouraged. Out of a woman's intuition, she was almost sure that Suyu was a potential threat, so she desperately instilled the idea that foreign men were good. Maybe Suyu suddenly felt that it was quite reasonable and moved away her covetous eyes from her brother. She didn't know that Suyu and Qin Zhe had known each other for a long time. "You're annoying. I said that we have different ideas." Suyu frowned slightly. "Because foreigners are open?" Qin Bao Bao asked. "No, for example, foreigners are generally not very filial. After they grow up and form a new family, they usually don't think that their parents are family members. They will buy insurance, pensions, and social security for their partners and children, but not for their parents. I can't accept this alone. In terms of private morality, we Chinese are better." After that, she found that Qin Bao Bao was absent-minded. Suyu followed her gaze and secretly gritted her teeth. "They're really chatting." Qin Bao Bao, yes, that woman can't wait to throw herself at him. Suyu's heart moved. "If your brother marries a foreign woman, will your family agree?" Qin Bao Bao immediately said, "I don't agree." "Suyu, of course you won't agree. You won't agree to marry anyone." The air was suddenly quiet. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at each other. Qin Bao Bao, damn, what does she know? Suyu, damn, this shameful brother complex is embarrassed. Was he so good at flirting with women before? Suyu both changed the topic and asked the doubts in her heart. Qin Zhe told her that he was very unlucky with women before, and he had never even held a woman's small hand, except for his sister and mother, so Suyu was his first woman. Women in love have no IQ, so Suyu believed it and was happy. Now she doubted it. He seemed to be popular with women everywhere, not only in China, but also abroad. He's not good at flirting. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Central air conditioning, which woman doesn't like it? He's not a central air conditioner, he's just very gentle. Suyu said. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart, damn, I'm 100% sure, you really covet my brother. Pull out the knife, Su Teddy. No, he's just a dead kid. In the past, no woman would be intimate with him except for my sister. He's not handsome, has no money, no talent, and likes to hit women. Qin Bao Bao sighed. But who knew that he would suddenly be enlightened? It was still better in the past. He was such a coward. The reason why I accompanied him out was to give him face, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Suyu looked at her blankly. This woman didn't look in the mirror, so she couldn't see her gentle eyes, the raised corners of her mouth, and the gentle and sweet eyebrows. This is not the feeling that a sister should have. Wang Zijin was right, the brother complex was not normal. This woman was abnormal. Although they were very good sisters, the nature of women made Wang Zijin occasionally speak ill of Qin Bao Bao in front of Suyu, the enemy, just as Qin Bao Bao often slandered Wang Zijin in front of Qin Zhe. Qin, get ready, it's your turn. The director sat in his position and called from a distance. Okay. Qin Bao Bao responded. The next scene was a small episode of the contest between the evil god and the oriental goddess. The goddess played by Qin Bao Bao was not a match for the evil god and would be seriously injured. Then the protagonist came to save her. The two escaped from the hands of the evil god with difficulty. Then they met the helpers sent by Odin. The three of them developed wretchedly and accumulated strength to fight with the evil god. During the shooting process, Suyu watched with great interest. It was quite interesting to see Qin Bao Bao flipping around in the air with a wire and making all kinds of cool moves. Since it was a contest between gods, in order to ensure the quality of the movie, hard work was done in all aspects, including the moves. Qin Bao Bao was a dancer with a delicate body. It was a little difficult, but she could barely complete the task. However, Martinez, who was playing the villain, did not seem to be in the right state. Davis asked him to stop no less than 10 times, but the villain still could not meet the requirements. This exhausted Qin Bao Bao. Martial arts scenes were the most physically exhausting, and women were born weak. She was so tired that she was panting. Martinez, you're not in the right state today? Davis walked over with a frown. Director, why don't we get him a stunt double? Qin Bao Bao suggested as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. Martinez shook his head. Hollywood is different from China. We don't use stunt doubles even for martial arts scenes. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She could not bring herself to say that she wanted to get a stunt double. Take a 10-minute break, Davis said. Qin Bao Bao went back to her seat with a straight face. That guy did it on purpose. Suyu was confused. What? He screwed up on purpose. A few days ago, he was showing off to me that he was a fan of martial arts. Moreover, he specializes in these kinds of fighting scenes. I'm sure that what you said just now made him unhappy, so he made things difficult for me, Qin Bao Bao said. What do you mean on purpose? Qin Zhe leaned over. Martinez, did you have a conflict with Qin? Martinez was stretching his limbs beside the green screen. He turned his head and saw that it was the male lead of the movie, John, who had spoken. She's just a China star. She's as arrogant as a British duchess. How annoying, Martinez said. If it was just a simple rejection, Martinez would not be so stingy as to make things difficult for Qin Bao Bao. However, his performance was too cold and self-righteous, especially when he said, "We China people don't like to socialize with people we don't like." It made Martinez feel like he was a weakling who had begged for a meal from a goddess but was ignored. It was very embarrassing. Suyu had said that sentence on purpose. Unsurprisingly, Qin Bao Bao was the scapegoat. You failed to hit on her? John was surprised. They had worked together more than once and had a good relationship. He knew that Martinez was a playboy who liked to have sex and liked to hook up with beautiful female stars. He also had the capital to do so. He was handsome and had a good figure. He had a place in Hollywood where many stars gathered. He was excellent in all aspects. China people are more conservative, John said. But women are easy to hit on. Martinez spoke from experience. Not everyone is like that. Focus on the movie. The director is about to get angry, John advised. I'm just looking for a director to change the fight scene to a fighting scene. Thailand can do it too. China's martial arts are useless except for looking good. The movements are difficult and tiring to film. Martinez took a deep breath, did 2 sets of chest exercises, and walked toward Davis. Chapter 676. Americans' curiosity and yearning for China's kung fu were inextricably linked to a Chinese kung fu superstar. Many adults in the United States grew up watching his movies. When Davis was young, he especially liked to watch flashy and cool kung fu movies. Therefore, he rejected Martinez's suggestion without even thinking about it. You know, I'm an amateur martial arts expert. I can perform better if I switch to fighting moves. Martinez insisted. You don't mean others can. This is a film set, not a fighting ring. I only want flashy moves, not your martial arts. Davis ignored him. As a star with a high status in Hollywood, Martinez had the right and confidence to argue with the director. Both sides had their own opinions, which attracted the attention of the crew. However, they ignored the onlookers for fear of getting involved and being scolded badly. If you're not in the right state, you can use a stunt double, Davis suggested. It's not that I'm not in the right state. If I switch to fighting, I'll be in a better state, Martinez said. China's kung fu is famous for being flashy but not practical. Those flashy moves look ridiculous. It's also hard to learn. That was the main point. China's moves required a high degree of flexibility. Few foreigners with strong muscles could do it. China's kung fu is not flashy. The martial arts director was silently watching from the sidelines. Hearing Martinez's disdain for China's kung fu, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Yu Yongxing started practicing kung fu at the age of 10. He was now 35 years old. The word kung fu was branded in his life. Kung fu was not only his hobby, but also his profession. Just like how people who moved bricks hated being ridiculed on the internet every day. Isn't it? That's how people in your country describe it. Martinez turned his head and said to Yu Yongxing. That's the advantage of China's kung fu to strengthen the body, but that's not all, Yu Yongxing said. Are you trying to say you're good at fighting? Martinez glared at Yu Yongxing. This guy had nothing to do with him arguing with the director. He was already a little angry, and now he naturally transferred it to Yu Yongxing. Just a so-so. I'm ranked 3rd in the world. Yu Yongxing shrugged his shoulders and prepared to leave. He couldn't afford to offend a superstar. But Martinez pushed Yu Yongxing angrily. Taking advantage of his height, he looked down at Yu Yongxing. Are you interested in a contest? Yu Yongxing did not nod and was pushed again. He took 2 steps back and shrugged. Okay. The crew moved the lights and equipment far away, and the two of them sparred under the green curtain. Martinez was an amateur fighting enthusiast, and Yu Yongxing was a martial arts director. Since he was a martial arts director, it was natural that he had practiced before. Some of them might not be able to fight anymore, but Yu Yongxing, who was in his prime, could. The director then asked someone to find a pair of boxing gloves. It really looked like a sparring match. The onlookers gathered around to watch. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu moved a small stool and pulled Qin Zhe to eat melons together. Why are they fighting? Suyu asked Qin Zhe. She saw that Qin Zhe had come over a long time ago. The foreigner said that Chinese Kung Fu was a showy martial arts director. The martial arts director was not convinced, so they started sparring. Qin Zhe did not comment on Martinez's arrogance. Oh, he dodged. Qin Bao Bao exclaimed in a low voice. On the other side, Yu Yongxing slid backward to avoid Martinez's uppercut and circled around him. Martinez attacked repeatedly. Occasionally, he would hit, but it was blocked. Most of the time, his attacks missed. Yu Yongxing was naturally weak in height and strength. The foreigner's muscles were very developed and explosive, but his endurance was not good. This was the same reason why people said on the internet that the muscles in the gym could not beat the muscles of the people who moved bricks. Why is he always dodging? Hit him, hit him. Qin Bao Bao whispered. While they were talking, Yu Yongxing seized the opportunity and sprinted. He bent close to Martinez and hugged his waist. At the same time, he tripped him and threw him to the ground. He raised his fist and punched him. Martinez wanted to fight back, but the experienced Yu Yongxing wrapped one arm around Martinez's neck and pulled back his head. The latter's fist could only hit his hard skull and back. His fist hit his opponent's face. Enough is enough. Davis shouted amidst the jeering of the onlookers. Yu Yongxing's blood suddenly froze. He felt a chill in his heart. He blocked his fist and looked up to see Davis's dissatisfied look. The displeasure in his opponent's eyes made Yu Yongxing's competitive spirit disappear. He was just a martial arts director. His opponent was a celebrity who was hired with money. They were born unequal. In the past, when celebrities acted like big shots in the crew, the director had to give in. Who did this martial arts director think he was? He thought too highly of himself. You said it was a friendly match, but you couldn't treat it as a fair one. You couldn't say, Card League, let's have a fight. Although the director didn't agree to change it to martial arts, it didn't mean he was biased towards you and China's Kung Fu. Yu Yongxing knew that America was a country with a strong sense of race. The anger of being pushed twice and the competitive spirit that was aroused by the sparring quickly faded away. The man who was about to enter middle age with a family and a wife couldn't be stubborn even if he wanted to. Thus, he loosened his grip and said, Just this, before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face by Martinez. Martinez, who was below him, seized the opportunity and pushed him away. He didn't give Yu Yongxing a chance to react. He sat on top of him and raised his fist to punch his face. You want to stop after you hit me? No way. Martinez thought that his opponent was exhausted, so he wanted to stop after he took advantage of him. It's just beginning. Don't you Chinese always say that a fight lasts 300 rounds? Oh, you especially like to fight women. You're so useless, Martinez complained as he punched. Yu Yongxing didn't have time to explain that he had misunderstood the meaning of a fight lasts 300 rounds. He covered his face with his fists in a professional posture. Ouch, the foreigner's fists hurt. The gloves hit his face, making muffled sounds. The onlookers were still cheering like spectators in a bull ring. They had no intention of stopping the fight. Maybe someone would stop Yu Yongxing if he begged for mercy and admitted defeat, but it was too difficult for a Chinese man who cared about his face and practiced kung fu. The onlookers were excited and happy about this turn of events because the winner was an American. Martinez is so strong. Even the martial arts director can't beat him. Because Chinese kung fu is the most beautiful gymnastics. It's weak in actual combat. I see. Look at him, he's not even fighting back. What a coward. He's too weak. He's short and skinny. Of course he can't beat him. Do you dare to fight back? I'll fire you later. Martinez was in the middle of the fight when he suddenly felt his fist being held. He looked up angrily. It was the Chinese celebrity's manager. Hey, you've already won, Qinzhe said. He lost. Stop it. Go away. Martinez's anger did not subside. He forcefully shook off Qinzhe's hand, and as he did so, he hit Qinzhe's lower abdomen. He raised his fist and was about to hit again. His arm was held again. This time, before he could get angry, a huge force threw him out. Martinez rolled far away. The onlookers were in an uproar. If you want to continue the fight, I'll accompany you. Qinzhe glanced at him and turned to help Yu Yongxing up. With his insight, he could easily see through the trick. He couldn't comment on this man's helplessness and tolerance. But he had a deeper understanding of the saying, martial artists are like boorish men. If he knew he couldn't fight, he should have just admitted defeat. Why did he have to make himself so miserable? These days, the rich were the big shots. I lost. Yu Yongxing got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His gums were bleeding, and his nose was bleeding. He looked miserable, but he wasn't injured. Martinez got up, spread his hands, and made a provocative gesture to Qinzhe. Okay. This guy is strong, but his endurance is generally poor. It's a common problem of muscle men in the gym. Don't fight with him. Yu Yongxing whispered, let him know that Chinese kung fu isn't just for show. I don't know Chinese kung fu. Qinzhe thought. Go away. Qinzhe patted Yu Yongxing on the shoulder. Fortunately, I'm rich. Chapter 677. Luckily, I'm rich. Yu Yongxing looked at him and suddenly understood. So he nodded. Be careful. He was under someone else's roof, so he endured it. But Qinzhe didn't need to. He didn't need to care about the American's feelings. Yu Yongxing took off his gloves and handed them to Qinzhe, but he shook his head and refused. Director, I want to spar with Martinez. Qinzhe turned to spar with Davis. It wasn't just the Chinese who were enjoying the show. The Americans were surprised to see the fighting match again, and one of them was a celebrity, and the other was still a Chinese. Davis had a headache. It was nothing for a martial arts director to be beaten up. He was on Martinez's side. Qinzhe was a celebrity with status and was specially invited. It would be bad for his reputation if he was beaten up. It would also be difficult for the crew, and it might even have a negative impact on the filming. No. Davis refused. That's it. Qinzhe shrugged. Even if you refuse, the spar will continue. I think it's the same for him. Martinez grinned and stared at Xianxia. Fighting Xianxia was obviously more interesting than fighting a martial arts director because he was Qin Bao's agent. Martinez was happy to let that woman see his strength. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Qin Bao. He wasn't very satisfied with her reaction. That woman didn't seem worried, dissatisfied, or nervous at all. Instead, she was talking and laughing with another beautiful woman next to her. If his hearing was better, he would be able to hear the conversation between Qin Bao and Su Yu. How long can he last? 10 seconds. Wow, you underestimate my brother. Then 5 seconds it is. Qin Bao and Su Yu had seen Xianxia fight before. He could beat an adult man with just 2 slaps. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by slapping. If there was, slapping would be slapping. Aren't you going to stop your brother? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. Qin Bao turned around. Elizabeth had appeared behind her without her knowing. Will you be sent back if you hit someone? Sparring should be fine. Qin Bao frowned. This American female celebrity seems to be very interested in my brother. They have only known each other for less than half a month, and she is already acting intimately with him. Humph, American women are so open and shameless. Qin Bao was confident in her looks, but she had always been proud of her breasts and buttocks. Now, she had lost her pride. Her opponent also had big breasts, and her buttocks were especially sexy. That's not what I meant. Elizabeth blinked and glanced at Xianxia. Martinez is very strong. Your brother is going to get beaten up later, even though he is quite muscular. After saying this, she found that Su Yu and Qin Bao's eyes suddenly sharpened. There was murderous intent in his eyes. F***ck, she even knows that my brother has muscles? Damn it, did that little B***tch secretly touch my husband? Elizabeth was vigilant and embarrassed. She walked away silently. Chinese women were eccentric and difficult to get along with. That's not fair. Martinez didn't rest. He doesn't need to rest. He doesn't look like he can fight. He didn't even wear boxing gloves. He's too amateur. Maybe he will be KO with one punch. That's so boring. The onlookers discussed animatedly, and laughter filled the air. Martinez stretched his neck, clenched his fists, and got into a fighting stance. He slowly approached Xianxia. Do you know Chinese Kung Fu? Xianxia shook his head. No. You don't even know how to fight. Don't cry later. Martinez sneered. Have you never been beaten up by Chinese people before? Xianxia said. But I know you will be beaten up by Americans. Martinez stood up and fiercely punched Xianxia's face. Xianxia didn't retreat. Instead, he moved faster and kicked Martinez's lower abdomen. As for the punch, he just tilted his head slightly and dodged it. In an instant, Martinez's 1.9-meter-tall body flew back 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. The onlookers were stunned. An ordinary person would stagger and fall after being kicked, but Martinez flew back 4 or 5 meters. It was painful to watch. This time, Martinez completely lost his ability to move. He curled up on the ground and covered his lower abdomen. His face was pale. Did he need martial arts for a simple kick? Xianxia imitated a kung fu superstar in his mind and shouted, "I'll hit you." In fact, he had held back half of his strength. Otherwise, Martinez would have been sent to the emergency room with internal bleeding. But it was enough for him. At this time, the onlookers exclaimed. It was noisy. Martinez's assistant rushed over to check the situation. The others were shouting that they were selling cakes. Yu Yongxing found it hard to believe. Martinez's weight was at least 85 kilograms, which was the minimum. How much strength did that kick have? There were countless martial arts schools in Chinese. Putting aside the messy moves, the core was the same, strength and speed. Xianxia's kick was simple and unadorned, but it contained strength that many people couldn't achieve in their lifetime. In ancient times, this was innate strength. A martial arts master. Elizabeth was stunned. Her eyes widened. In the words of an online novel, her beautiful eyes bloomed with unprecedented splendor. The American girls who liked strong men couldn't help but admire Qin Zhe. The calmest ones were Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu. At most, they sighed. Wow, this foreigner is so weak. The filming was suspended. Martinez was sent to the hospital. Celebrities were precious. No matter what happened, it was best to send him to the hospital. You know Chinese Kung Fu? Davis asked Qin Zhe curiously. I've been practicing since I was young. Real Chinese Kung Fu can kill one person in 18 times. I can probably beat 10 weaklings like him. Qin Zhe bragged about Chinese Kung Fu. Davis nodded quickly. I used to believe that Chinese Kung Fu is very powerful. Qin Zhe said, I can see that. The director is a fan of Chinese Kung Fu. He insisted on not agreeing with Martinez's suggestion. Davis shook his head. Not really. Did you watch the God of Lace series from a certain company last year? The one that did well at the box office. Qin Zhe thought for a while and pretended to be enlightened. Yes, it's the one starring a star from Chinese. I'm also a fan of the male lead, Su Jinjiang. I grew up watching his 3G films. He always felt that 3G films were the best. They had rich plots and were full of temptation. They were much more meaningful than the Japanese educational films that only knew how to fight. If 3G films were legal, there wouldn't be a market for Japanese educational films. The goddesses of the 80s and 90s were generally 3G actresses. There was no such thing as Akira Ishijima and Maria Ozawa. Davis? He was stunned for a while and said, No, no, no. The male lead is an American, not a Chinese. Qin Zhe. Is that so? I was wondering why Su Jinjiang dyed his hair. That was awkward. He didn't watch many superhero movies, but just like when he was a child, his friends would discuss Heizawa King and Naruto. If he hadn't seen them, but his friends asked, he had to pretend that he had seen them and then, enthusiastically, discuss the plot with them. In fact, his mind was full of, what are you talking about? The reason why he didn't like superhero movies was that the logic was too confusing. The setting was full of loopholes. The heroes were sometimes strong and sometimes weak. They were completely in service of the plot, just like the retarded supporting characters in the retarded pretentious web novels. The logic of the superhero movies in the point store was even more confusing. For a logical science student, this kind of movie was just a special effect. The internet always said that their IQ was insulted, but when their IQ was insulted, they didn't feel it at all. Instead, they watched it with great interest. Fortunately, Davis didn't continue this awkward topic and continued, Ria Jin's movie has too many flaws in the action. I paid attention to the comments of the netizens in China and China. Most of them were complaining that Ray Jin was a god, but he fought like a brute. There was no beauty. At that time, I had the idea of using Chinese Kung Fu. I see. Qin Zhe nodded and thought of something. He said, by the way, will he sue me? After showing off, Heizawa King switched to salted fish swamp mode. If he faced the risk of being sued, he had to quickly call the legal department over to prepare countermeasures. Fighting in the ring is not fighting. Davis shrugged and said, unless he's injured. From the standpoint of a director, this farce could be treated as a sparring or a seasoning episode, but he definitely didn't want to make it too big for too long. This was different from the Chinese's style of keeping the peace. It was purely the concept of capital that made him not want to see any accidents in the filming. Qin Zhe was immediately relieved. For the next half of the day, the crew was still discussing the topic of Chinese Kung Fu from time to time. The Americans believed that Qin Zhe knew Kung Fu. Just now, he showed a little of his skills and sent Martinez to the hospital. But in fact, Martinez was discharged from the hospital that afternoon. After lying in the hospital for half an hour, the pain disappeared and his body was fine. After the examination, the doctor also said so. He seriously considered suing Qin Zhe and specially called the director. But Daoist didn't stand on his side. Everyone agreed to learn from each other. How could a sparring be considered a fight? Even if he sued and called the police, the other party had a witness. It couldn't be construed as intentional injury. Therefore, when filming the next day, Martinez had to brace himself and praise Qin Zhe for his good kung fu. In this way, he just lost because his skills were not as good as his opponents. It was just like losing in the ring, not being beaten up. Your kung fu is very good. You're a master. In front of everyone, Martinez praised Qin Zhe and made a friendly gesture. Can you teach me? Of course. Qin Zhe's answer made Martinez very satisfied. Actually, Chinese kung fu can be learned quickly. You'll be very good in about 3 to 5 days, Qin Zhe said. As he spoke, he even invited Martinez to sit down and chat in front of the crew and impart his experience. Martinez thought to himself, at least you're sensible. He planned to leave after chatting for a while and officially forget about yesterday's awkwardness. In his opinion, Qin Zhe was more sensible. After all, he was a local. He had 100 ways to make it impossible for him to stay here, and there was nothing he could do. Qin Zhe said, actually, Chinese kung fu is very good. Fighting is just the outer part. The real core is cultivation and ascension and becoming a celestial. Huh? Martinez was confused. The curious onlookers around looked at each other. Oh, this is the core idea. It's like building a socialist society. It's a lofty goal, but I don't know if it can be achieved. But it can make people have abilities far beyond ordinary people and make your strength easily surpass that of Hercules. In China, this is called qi training. Qin Zhe said seriously. Everyone, including Martinez, was skeptical. I'll cover it up for you. He was like a street performer, calling in all kinds of onlookers. But the talent he showed was not breaking stones with his chest or bending steel bars with his iron throat. Qin Zhe pulled out the folding chair under his butt. The chair's frame and 4 legs were hollow steel. In front of everyone's eyes, he pinched a chair leg with his thumb and index finger, and his knuckles exerted force silently. When he released his fingers, the crowd around him clearly saw that the chair leg was pinched flat. There were exclamations everywhere. For a moment, the sound of cakes being sold echoed. Martinez found it hard to believe. He tried it himself. His fingers squeezed the hollow steel hard. Because of the force, his arms trembled, but he couldn't move it at all. People could bend hollow steel with brute force, but it was impossible with 2 fingers. Several onlookers also tried it out of curiosity, and they were even more surprised. This is qi training. It can make people have strange power that ordinary people can't control. Everyone, this is the core technique of China's kung fu. As Qin Zhe spoke, he left one dent after another on the chair leg. I've seen it. I've seen China people use this kind of kung fu, someone suddenly shouted. Qin Zhe was stunned. He couldn't help but look at him, wondering if it was true. He was just talking nonsense. So it's true in the movies. But then the man added. Art comes from life. Qin Zhe nodded immediately. Can you teach us? Teach us China's kung fu, Qin, please. Master above. The foreign devil was very excited. Kung fu was a characteristic of China. At the same time, it was very mysterious and powerful. This impression was deeply imprinted in the hearts of Americans in the last century. Decades ago, there were foreign devils who traveled across the ocean to China to learn martial arts. Even now, there were foreigners who longed for kung fu in Shaolin Temple. Qin Zhe's 2-finger Diana was so incredible that it aroused their strong interest and yearning for China's kung fu. They were even excited because America was a country with a strong idea of individual heroism. Everyone yearned to have the ability to surpass ordinary people. How do you practice qi training? Martinez asked excitedly. Qianxia pressed his hand, and suddenly everyone quieted down. There's a saying in China, practice qi training starts with the heart, and practice the body with the character. Let me tell you, if you want to learn the upper level of martial arts, you have to learn to stabilize your qi. He looked around and said, how do you stabilize your qi? How? Everyone asked. Don't be arrogant or rash. Buddha smiles. Oh, it might be difficult for you to understand. Let me find someone to demonstrate. You Americans hide your core skills and are stingy. But we China people are very generous. I won't be stingy to show you the core of China's Kung Fu. Qianxia pretended to search carefully and picked Martinez out of everyone's willingness to raise their hands. Me? You want to teach me qi training? Martinez was a little excited. Although he still hated Qianxia, he put aside his grudges for the time being. Learn from me. Qianxia sat on the ground with his feet and palms facing the sky. Martinez followed his example. After he finished, he waited expectantly for the next step. Suddenly, he saw Qianxia raise his palm. Slap. It was loud and clear. Fuck. Martinez's anger burned subconsciously, and his eyes widened. Stabilize your qi. Qianxia said lightly. Martinez said, stabilize, slap. Before he could finish, another slap came. It was loud and clear. He didn't look in the mirror, but from the burning pain on his face, he knew that his face must be red. Stabilize your qi. Qianxia said immediately. It was this sentence again. Every time Martinez was about to lose his temper, this light sentence made him unable to vent his anger. This sentence was poisonous. Qianxia raised his palm again. This time, Martinez reacted quickly and blocked it. He said, I don't. Before he could say the word learn, Qianxia's other hand had already slapped his face. Qianxia said seriously and sincerely, did you learn anything from this? Martinez was speechless. Qianxia said, nothing. Your talent is too bad. How do you feel? Martinez was speechless. When did a celebrity get slapped 3 times in a row? He felt so wronged. So angry. Chapter 678. Qin, you're a kung fu master. Do you dare to let me slap you? Martinez said sullenly. Are you doubting me? Qianxia looked him in the eye. He didn't answer, but Martinez stared at him. How dare you? Qianxia was furious and said righteously, I'm teaching you the core techniques of Chinese kung fu for free. You don't want to learn and you're doubting me? Fine, I won't teach you. After that, Qianxia clamped the hollow pipe with 2 fingers and bent it expressionlessly. Don't, please continue. Qin, let me do it. Let me do it. The onlookers were even more excited. Secretly, Qianxia's fingers were trembling and burning with pain. He bent the hollow pipe with 2 fingers because of his abnormal brute force under the system's training. Martinez was so sullen that he suffered internal injuries. He had mixed feelings and felt that Qianxia was taking revenge on him. But would people believe him? On the contrary, people would think that he was narrow-minded. Moreover, he seemed to be the one who happily went up to him. Moreover, he knew real Chinese kung fu. He couldn't beat him. He didn't know that Chinese kung fu had a word for open conspiracy. Since Martinez was attracted to Chinese kung fu, he was destined to be taught a lesson. He was digging a hole in front of him and he had no choice but to jump in. Qianxia coughed and said, training qi starts with training the heart. When everyone can stabilize their auras, I'll teach you how to train qi. But you can't delay the filming. Practice with each other. They slapped each other. The corner of Martinez's mouth twitched. He only slapped himself and not others. Sure enough, he was bluffing. Therefore, on this day, the sound of slapping each other could be heard from time to time during the break time on set. The person slapping and the person being slapped smiled and tried to stabilize their auras. Then they talked in private, have you stabilized your aura? Give me another slap. Looks like it's done. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu laughed like crazy. The sister's lower abdomen and chest trembled violently. She covered her small mouth and her face was red. Suddenly, he felt that America's intelligence was beyond redemption. In fact, there was a similar phenomenon in China in the 90s. Everyone learned Qigong. Moreover, the Americans had always yearned for China's kung fu, but they did not have a 100% understanding of it. Then, Qin Zhe stirred things up like a sh*t stick. With a living example right in front of them, it was hard not to believe. On the 12th day of filming in the US, in late November, Qin Zhe's birthday arrived. The birthday banquet of a tycoon with tens of billions of assets would definitely be grand and extravagant. There would be countless guests and luxurious cars driving in. It would probably be such a grand occasion when he reached middle age. Qin Zhe thought to himself as he accompanied his sister around Los Angeles. Before Qin Zhe was 19 years old, the family of 4 went to a restaurant for his birthday. His sister had contracted his birthday cake for many years, so Qin Zhe would also buy a cake for his sister to celebrate her birthday. Qin Zhe spent half of his pocket money to buy a cake for his sister the day before the system found him. It was all played by Wuxia Xianxia, and the other unlucky girls. When he was 19 years old and went to college, he would either go home or spend his birthday with his sister. His sister took him around, driving a little red horse all over Shanghai. When they saw a cafe with a good environment, they would sit down for a drink, shop, and eat snacks. Then, time passed and it was night time. His sister would find a high-end restaurant, order takeout, and buy a cake. They celebrated her birthday in their little nest of about 80 square meters. It had only been a little more than a year since he went from a salted fish to a Hei's king. He had not completely changed his outlook on life to that of a billionaire tycoon. It was the same for his sister. Early in the morning, she took Qin Zhe around Los Angeles. Today, she was wearing a bohemia dress, Roman shoes, and a woman's large brimmed hat. She held her brother's hand with one hand and pointed at the scenery with the other. She was lively and beautiful. When they came to the bottom of a retro building, Qin Bao Bao trotted a few steps forward, turned around, and said in a sweet voice, "Ace, help me take some beautiful pictures." Street photography. Qin Zhe was wearing the DSLR camera that Qin Bao Bao bought a few days ago around his neck. It was the perfect time to put it to good use. In the warm sunlight, she stood with her hands behind her back. She raised her face slightly and bathed in the sunlight. Coincidentally, a breeze came and lifted the hem of her long skirt. Under the skirt was the outline of 2 slender calves. At that moment, Qin Zhe looked as if he was struck by lightning. He forgot to take pictures and stared at his sister in a daze. November 20, 2018, Los Angeles, America. Qin Zhe was 24 years old. "I'll lick my sister's leg until it breaks." The 24-year-old Qin Zhe swore silently in his heart. "Ace, are you done?" Qin Bao Bao asked loudly. Qin Zhe snapped out of his daze and quickly pressed the shutter. Then, he nodded. "Done." Qin Bao Bao ran over. Let me see. Huh? It's so ugly. Don't you know how to take pictures?" My sister blocked a passerby. Her rosy lips immediately pouted. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. She frowned and hit him. "Then, let's take another one," Qin Zhe said apologetically. "Take better pictures," Qin Bao Bao warned. Then, she twisted her waist and ran back to her original spot. The new pictures were perfect. There were no passers-by and no cars passing by. Qin Zhe thought so. However, his sister was not satisfied. She said that the pictures he took were no different from a cell phone camera. The only difference was that the quality was higher. Qin Zhe admitted his mistake. "Is it my fault that I didn't master my photography skills?" Qin Zhe had always tolerated his sister's complaints. If his sister hit him, Qin Zhe would smack her on the streets of Los Angeles. However, today, he only wanted to hug his sister. After strolling around the city center and eating a lot of delicious food, Qin Bao Bao took him to the mall. Originally, they had agreed to buy clothes for Qin Zhe. However, as they strolled around, a woman's shopping nature erupted. After that, Qin Zhe had nothing to do with it. When they left the mall, there was a mess of things hanging on his body. Among them, only a woolen coat was his. The rest were all his sister's. Oh, and a bag of socks was also his. At 4:00 in the afternoon, his sister had to rush to the set. It was in the suburbs of Los Angeles. However, his sister had ordered a cake from a famous cake shop in the city center. Someone had to wait for her. Today was Qin Zhe's birthday. She didn't want to leave these things to her assistant. It would be very boring. Moreover, Qin Zhe had to stay. Thus, he sent his sister to the nanny van. He stood on the street and waved goodbye. After the nanny van drove away, he looked at his watch and sent a message to Suyu. I'm here. What about you? Suyu, wait for me for 10 minutes. A scumbag who didn't know how to do two things was not a good scumbag. If he didn't do the basics, he might have to do 3 things in the future. Or 4 things. I recommend a book, I Am My Second Uncle After Rebirth. The name was very naughty. Chapter 679. It was the first time for Suyu to accompany Qin Zhe on his birthday. Last year, they were not very familiar with each other on Qin Zhe's birthday. They were far from knowing each other's background and depth. Unlike Qin Bao Bao, who had too much energy, Suyu's way of celebrating her birthday was to find a comfortable restaurant to sit down, drink coffee, eat, and then talk about the past. Oh, they didn't have the past to talk about, it should be said to talk about last year. But the desire for shopping was the same. Suyu first took Qin Zhe to a nearby shopping mall to buy clothes for Qin Zhe. The clothes were indeed bought, but compared with her own things, Qin Zhe's clothes seemed to be bought incidentally. A suit, a blue high-end shirt, and a pair of leather shoes. Oh, women. Fortunately, it was not a woolen coat, otherwise, Qin Zhe would be angry. He felt that these 2 women were using his birthday as an excuse to meet their shopping needs. Then she took a taxi with Qin Zhe to a famous local Western restaurant and chose a seat by the French window. Qin Zhe took a sip of coffee, lay on the chair, looked out of the French window, glanced over the small square, and fell on the sparkling river. My birthday this year was not as happy as last year. Suyu held her chin in one hand and stirred the coffee with a spoon in the other. You gave me a necklace, which is not as good as yours last year. Did you eat the candlelight dinner? Oh, you did eat it. Qin Zhe said, I'm actually very annoyed with those women who dream of princesses and have different surprises every birthday. It's particularly brain-burning and expensive. The key is that the routine has been used up long ago. You spend a lot of effort to surprise people, and they are not surprised at all, which is particularly embarrassing. That means you don't like that girl at all. If you really like someone, you won't bother about this. Suyu retorted. Today is my birthday. Don't bring up the past. Not all men have romantic cells. Oh, by the way, my sister is going to shoot tonight. We can have dinner together. I just don't want to have a third wheel. Suyu looked at the afterglow of the sky and beckoned to the waiter. Serve. Okay, madam, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed and left. You ordered a meal? Qin Zhe asked in surprise. It's your birthday, of course I have to prepare a little. Suyu said sweetly. She really should let Maggot Bao Bao hear it. Forget it, she still had to film and was quite busy. About 15 minutes later, all the dishes were served. There were only 2 steaks, a plate of spaghetti, a bottle of red wine, and a plate of fruit salad. But the flashy plates took up 80% of the table. After coming to America, I only found out where the Chinese learned the habit of using oversized plates to store dishes. Qin Zhe picked up the red wine that the waiter had poured for him. You don't learn the good, but you learn the bad. Oh, I have to sober up first. He put the red wine down again. The steak in this restaurant is very famous. Try it. Suyu cut a piece of steak and chewed it carefully. It's really good. Qinzhe cut a large piece of meat and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. It feels almost the same as in China. He couldn't tell whether the steak was good or bad, just like he couldn't tell whether the red wine was good or bad. Before his physical fitness improved by leaps and bounds, Qinzhe rarely touched wine. Like Wang Zijin, his stomach was not good since childhood. Drinking would only make him feel uncomfortable. Suyu asked the waiter to symbolically light a candle and smiled. Okay, we will pour the wine ourselves. The waiter retreated. Qinzhe noticed that Suyu wore earrings that were shiny, making her more graceful and elegant. Sure enough, jewelry could make a woman look high-end and classy, just like a man's suit and tie. This should be worn for him. Very beautiful. Qinzhe, who was slow to realize, praised. Suyu pouted. When the two first met, Suyu turned her face from time to time to show him her earrings. Unfortunately, Qinzhe's EQ was so low today that he didn't even notice that she was wearing earrings. In fact, Qinzhe found it, but his sister also wore earrings today. After visual fatigue, he couldn't react for the first time when he looked at Suyu. If your girlfriend suddenly wears beautiful earrings, a smart man can find it for the first time. But when your girlfriend number 2 also wears earrings, the man is not surprised. If girlfriend number 3 also wears earrings, the man should say, your earrings today are nothing new. If girlfriend number 4 wears earrings, the man will be bored and say, your earrings are vulgar, throw them away quickly. Boring, you are not lost. Suyu forked a piece of lettuce and chewed it in her mouth, muttering. What do you mean? Qinzhe didn't understand. Did you forget my birthday last year? Qinzhe recalled carefully and understood. He wanted to give Suyu a surprise that day. Half of it was the boss's concern for the employees, and the other half was the man's instinctive desire to show off in front of a beautiful woman. As a result, Suyu didn't go home. He waited at the door. Oh, his legs were numb. Unlucky woman, didn't you say that you have a bad relationship with your family and no one loves you? My dad asked me to go home that day to celebrate my birthday, but in fact, he wanted to use my birthday to ask me for power and let Su Hao take my place. I was angry and fell out with them. I felt wronged and wanted to go home and cry. Suyu stared at Qinzhe. Then I saw you. Then you cried, wiping my chest with your snot and tears. Suyu blushed and said shyly, I didn't cry. You cried. I didn't cry. That may be because I squatted for too long and was tired to cry. Suyu held her chin and poked the steak with a fork. You bought me a cake and lit a candle. Hey, did you want to sleep with me at that time? She didn't say, like me, and regarded Qinzhe as a boss who wanted to play with his secretary. Yes, Qinzhe ate the steak, I wanted to, but you didn't keep me. Suyu chuckled, to tell you the truth, in fact, I really wanted to keep you, but I couldn't say it. I was moved, so I wanted to find a chance to retaliate and make you confused, but you didn't give me a chance. I started to like you from that night. I'll let you have a good time tonight. Do you mean it? Let's see how it goes tonight. Who knows if my sister will take me to the bar to celebrate. Reject her, your wife is more important than your sister, right? Maybe. Suyu took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the table. Suddenly, she stopped her fingers and said, Can I take a picture? Her move stung Qinzhe. In the past, Suyu could take pictures whenever she wanted. She was opinionated and cold, on the surface, but when she cared more and more about him, she even asked for permission to take pictures. Her love was the same as her inside, not cold at all. Take it. Qinzhe said. Halfway through dinner, Suyu looked down at the lady's watch on her right hand, suddenly turned to face the small square outside the glass, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, she snapped her fingers again. This was repeated several times. Qinzhe said, What are you doing? Suyu blushed. You wait, I'll go out and make a phone call. A few minutes later, Qinzhe saw a group of men and women in suits and long skirts coming to the small square in pairs. There were also people responsible for clearing the place, driving a few scattered passers-by aside, and then lighting white candles as thick as an arm in the small square. In the slowly opening night, in the swaying candlelight, the gentlemen and ladies danced the tango. The small square instantly became a party. It was not over yet. The elegant piano music in the restaurant stopped. After a few breaths, the music sounded. It was a song, fairy tale, that most China people were familiar with. The male voice was Qinzhe's version. Suyu came with the music and said sweetly, "Happy birthday." Qinzhe, damn, it's so romantic, my girl's heart. For the first time in his life, Qinzhe was flirted with by a woman. So, Suyu said that she had something to do during the day. Was it to prepare this? How did you do it? In America, there's nothing that can't be done with money. Suyu said proudly, I don't even have to think, just throw out a stack of US dollars, and there will be professionals to help you plan and arrange it for you. You don't have to worry about the city management. Suyu said and looked at Qinzhe as if she had discovered a new continent. She pointed at him and murmured happily, hey, 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 you're touched, you're touched. Qinzhe remembered something. Then why did you snap your fingers just now? Suyu was a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, I said that snapping my fingers is the signal, but when I snapped my fingers, they came in and said that they were a professional organization. Candlelight, music, dancing, and an exquisite dinner. Qinzhe had the illusion that he was being pursued by a Prince Charming, and after this meal, he would be F***ked. I want to take you to romantic Turkey, and then feed you a chicken with my own hands. Aren't all men like this? After a dance, dinner was just over. The group of guys in the small square came quickly and left quickly, holding each other's hands as they hurriedly left. Qinzhe guessed that they were like extras, taking money to do things, maybe to earn some extra money, or maybe to rush to the next set. Qin Bao had a scene to shoot at night, and it was in the suburbs. She didn't return to the hotel until 10:00 with the driver and assistant. After asking the assistant to buy candles, she went back to the room to change into a nightgown, and couldn't wait to knock on Qinzhe's door. Dinner was at the set, and Qin Bao felt that it was a pity that she couldn't have dinner with her brother on his birthday. She opened a bottle of red wine, opened the window, and lit candles in the 5-star suite. Qin Bao raised her glass happily, Happy birthday. Qinzhe clinked glasses with her. Where's Suyu? His sister asked. Asleep. Qinzhe, who was in pajamas, answered. He was F***ked after all. I haven't given you a present yet. As Qin Bao spoke, she took out a Goddess of Thunder figurine from her bag. I asked the director if there were any specialties from Hollywood that I wanted to give to you as a birthday present. He said you like Goddess of Thunder from Hollywood. Qinzhe took the Su Jinjiang figurine and forced a smile. Thank you, sister. The boss of Jinjiang taught us theoretical knowledge when we were young, and when we grew up, he established Star of Jinjiang to provide us with an experimental place. I will cherish this figurine. It's just a gift. His sister also felt that her $50 gift was not worth it, and explained, I'm very busy, shooting from the afternoon to the evening. Sister is the best present. Qinzhe said sweetly. Qin Bao held a stack of cakes, and the corners of her mouth were stained with cream. Her smile was sweeter and cuter than the cakes. The 12-inch cake, chocolate, and fruit were definitely not enough for the two of them, but they would not call the assistant in to eat together. It would spoil the atmosphere, and the heart-shaped candles on the floor were not seen by outsiders. Qinzhe secretly smeared some cream on his fingertips and pretended to wipe his sister's mouth. Look at you, the cake is on your mouth. Qin Bao was caught off guard, and a white cat whisker was drawn on her face. His sister wiped her face, looked at the cream in her palm, and said angrily, Oh, you want to fight, right? She grabbed a handful of cream and threw it at Qinzhe's face. The floor was full of candles, and it was not convenient to run. It would be troublesome if they accidentally knocked over the candles and burned the hotel carpet. The brother and sister sat like this, holding a handful of cream in their hands and playing cat boxing with each other. Qin Bao Bao screamed, raised her head to dodge, and waved her hands, accompanied by a bell-like laughter. Most of the time, she was waving her fists randomly, and Qin Zhe waited for the opportunity to move. From time to time, he would wipe the cream on her face. Every time he wiped it, his sister would scream. Sometimes, their hands would hit each other, and the cream would splatter on the carpet, on her pajamas, and on her hair. Qin Zhe got up, went around the table, and pounced on his sister who was screaming and waving her hands. With two palms, he slapped his sister's face. Suddenly, her face, which was already covered with cream, was completely unrecognizable. Ah! Qin Bao Bao screamed and pushed his chest with both hands, trying to push him away. The cream was all over Qin Zhe's chest. "Don't move, I'll help you clean it," Qin Zhe whispered. "Stop playing, I can't beat you." Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and said sadly. "I'll help you clean it," he said again, but this time, his tone was gentle. Suddenly, the image of his sister standing on the street in a bohemia dress suddenly appeared in his mind. The wind lifted her dress and hair, and at the same time, it lifted her indescribable charm. Without using a tissue, without using his hands, he lowered his head, stuck out his tongue, and licked his sister's face. Qin Bao Bao froze, like a wooden statue, and didn't dare to move. A tongue mark appeared on her creamy face, then 2, 3. Qin Zhe licked gently, like a tiger licking its prey, focused and serious. During the process, Qin Bao Bao's stiff body gradually relaxed. She closed her eyes, and her trembling eyelashes showed that her heart was in turmoil. Slowly, his sister's delicate face became clear. First, it was her cheeks, then her forehead, then her handsome nose. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Zhe's lips were on hers. His sister's lips were very sweet, and he couldn't tell if it was cream or something else. The candlelight burned quietly, and there was the fragrance of cream in the air. The kiss between the siblings became more and more intense. Qin Bao Bao felt like she was in a huge whirlpool, and she lost all ability to resist. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she awkwardly responded to his tongue. They rarely kissed on such a large scale. Even when they were filming kissing scenes, Qin Zhe only sucked on her lips, which was why her lips were always red and swollen. But this time, they weren't filming a kissing scene, and there was no emperor's new clothes to cover them up, nor was there a kiss reward. This was a dangerous game that every couple would do, but siblings would never do. Qin Bao Bao's body and heart were trembling. She couldn't tell if it was excitement, joy, or fear. Time passed slowly, and she felt the hand around her waist slowly slide down to her butt, and then her whole body was lifted up. She subconsciously clamped her brother's waist and put her arms around his neck. The kiss continued. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes, but she could feel him walking towards the bedroom. The bedroom lights were on, the curtains were drawn, and the quilt was neatly spread out on the bed without a single wrinkle. Qin Bao Bao was thrown on the bed, and she could finally breathe. But the greedy tiger didn't give her a chance. He pounced on her, and his hot lips pressed against hers. He lingered on her red lips for a long time, and his hot lips began to slide down, first to her chin, then to her neck, then to her collarbone, and finally to the white cleavage on her chest. Qin Bao Bao was finally able to breathe, and her chest rose and fell violently with rapid breathing. She opened her eyes, and the light from the chandelier stimulated her pupils. She could only squint her eyes. There was no mirror, but she could imagine her hot face and dazed eyes. It was like a dream. It wasn't the first time she had dreamed of such a scene, and it wasn't the first time she had longed for such a scene. He must have felt the same way. But Qin Bao Bao couldn't tell. At this moment, what was surging in her heart? Love? Kinship? Sweetness? Or fear? Until her nightgown was lifted up, and something was slowly fading away. Qin Bao Bao shuddered violently, and her eyes that reflected the light suddenly sobered up. No, no, no. You can't do this, Ace. She pressed her hands and sat up, feeling dizzy. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and pressed on her temples. After a while, the dizziness disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Zhe sitting by the bed, scratching his head. He was looking at her. She was looking at him too. After looking at each other silently for a while, Qin Bao Bao rolled under the quilt, put on her loose underwear, and frantically tried to organize her words. The two of them fell into an awkward silence, thinking about how to break the awkward atmosphere without any traces of Photoshop. Qin Zhe, you beast, sob sob sob. Don't blame your brother for not being human, it's all your sister's fault for being too charming. Such a stupid line definitely wouldn't work, and it would only make things more awkward. Ace, have you finally thought it through? Just as well, your sister has thought it through too. Sister, have you thought it through? Good, good, good. A cold wind came first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Damn it, the line still wouldn't work. In the awkward silence, Qin Zhe sighed faintly. Sister, I've been to Su Town. Qin Zhe had mentioned this before, and now that he repeated it, Qin Bao Bao knew what he was referring to. I know a lot of things that Mom knows, but Dad doesn't. Qin Bao Bao fell silent when she heard that. The meaning of his words was clear. Mom knows, but Dad doesn't. She looked at Qin Zhe somewhat sadly. Then what do you want to do? I don't think we can go on like this, Qin Zhe said. Then, what do you want to do? Qin Bao Bao stammered. We can't go on like this, Qin Zhe said. I'm 24 after my birthday. You're 26, how much time do you have left to waste? I'm so tired, I'm really tired, and I don't want to go on like this. Sister Man was right, I'm like a damn child. My ability to deal with things is a mess, but I'm so greedy that I don't want to let go of the toys around me. I'm comforting myself by saying that everything will work out when the time comes, but I'm so timid that I even pretend not to think about Dad's monstrous anger. Qin Bao Bao stared at him blankly. Chapter 680. Before December, the filming in America finally ended. Qin Bao Bao's scenes were over, and the team flew back to China on United Airlines that afternoon. In the first-class cabin, Su Yu and Qin Zhe chatted with their heads down. When they were checking in, she casually said that she wanted to sit with Qin Zhe. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao did not object, not even sarcasm. Now, for example, she was sleeping with an eye mask on, and turned a deaf ear to her and Qin Zhe's chatter. At this time, Qin Bao Bao truly acted like an older sister, and not a perverted brother complex and jealous lover. But for some reason, Su Yu felt that this guy had an unreasonable confidence, like the master of the harem watching the flirtatious concubines dance with disdain. What's wrong with your sister? Su Yu whispered. What do you mean what's wrong? Qin Zhe's eyes were unfocused. It's so quiet today. She even gave me her seat. Maybe, she's become a Buddhist. Su Yu was doubtful of Qin Zhe's explanation. Did the siblings have a Cold War? It did not seem like it. Qin Bao Bao wore an eye mask, and could vaguely hear her brother and Su Yu's conversation. Her thoughts drifted back to that night a few days ago. Qin Zhe told her a lot about the past in Su Town. Qin Bao Bao had known about it a long time ago, but this was the first time she knew the story. Aunt Su Ru's tragic past, Su Yao's youthful frivolity, and the guilt and knot in his heart later, and of course, her mother's remorse and mental illness. After all these years, did she ever regret her decision? She heard that her uncle was involved, but Qin Bao Bao could not feel her uncle's presence at all. Her uncle was like that. If he were in a novel, he would be a side character with no presence at all. Finally, her brother who died before he was born. If that damn brother of hers had not died, he would have been smart and handsome, just like his sister. But when Qin Bao Bao tried to replace Qin Zhe with someone else, there was only resistance and disgust in her heart. The position of the younger brother could only belong to Ace. If it were anyone else, she would be furious. She would scratch anyone's face like an angry cat. Throughout the whole process, Qin Zhe's tone was steady, as if he was telling someone else's story and had nothing to do with him. Qin Bao Bao's eyes turned red. He felt sad for Aunt Su Ru. It was the biggest misfortune for a woman to give her heart to the wrong person. What about her? Thinking of this, Qin Bao Bao felt that he was in danger. First of all, the old man's son, whom he had raised for more than 20 years, was not his biological son. He exploded on the spot and killed 3 people, mother, sister, and brother. Grandpa's coffin would not be able to hold him down. As for what happened between her and A's, she wondered if the ancestors in the ancestral grave would open their coffins and rise. Qin Bao Bao could not help but worry about her future. Even the joy of her brother's confession faded a lot. She should have considered these things a long time ago, but she always avoided talking about it. It was too early to think about it. Let's talk about it later. Everything will work out when the time comes. This saying was poisonous. Since ancient times, it had tricked many ships into hitting rocks. Therefore, when Qin Zhe lifted her skirt again, Qin Bao Bao clamped it tightly and hid her face in the blanket. She thought to herself, come on, lift my skirt again, and I'll admit defeat. After all, she had waited for this day for a long time. Her dream had finally come true. However, Qin Zhe did not tease her. Perhaps, like her, he was no longer in the mood and had many worries in his heart. Or maybe he looked calm on the surface, but after telling her about the past, he was dispirited. Just like that, he hugged his sister and slept until dawn. However, Qin Bao Bao felt more at ease. Because since he confessed his feelings, it was equivalent to giving her a promise. She didn't have to be like before. She didn't want him to find a girlfriend. She couldn't say it out loud, tangled and hesitant. Well, he couldn't find a girlfriend now. As her thoughts drifted, she slowly fell asleep. The flight arrived at Pudong International Airport at 4:00 in the afternoon. Qin Bao Bao slept until she was full. Suyu didn't sleep enough until later. When she got off the plane, her eyes were bloodshot and there were bags under her eyes. She kept touching up in the car. Are you going to work? Qin Bao Bao asked. No, I'm going home to sleep. Then why are you touching up? Suyu was stunned. Yeah. Qin Zhe coughed and thought, isn't she going to my house? Is this woman's brain confused? Suyu suddenly reacted and pretended to be indifferent. I haven't seen Uncle and Aunt for a long time. I especially bought some Los Angeles specialties. I'll stay at your house for dinner today. Without waiting for his sister to speak, Qin Zhe immediately said, Welcome, my dad must be very happy. Qin Bao Bao puffed her cheeks but didn't say anything. At home, at 5:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe had his sister's specialties on his left hand and Suyu's specialties on his right hand. At this time, the old man hadn't come home from work yet. Qin Ma was not at home. She went out to buy vegetables. She knew that her children and Suyu would come home for dinner today. Unsurprisingly, Wang Zijin would also come. Qin Ma was happy and worried. She was worried about Qin Zhe. Her scumbag's son was two-timing. As a mother, she was worried. She was afraid that suddenly Suyu and Wang Zijin would fight. Then her daughter exploded. No one was easy to worry about. Qin Ma came back from grocery shopping. Her lazy daughter lay comfortably on the sofa, with two long legs on her brother's legs, enjoying his massage. Suyu was driven to the corner of the sofa and looked down at a finance book on the coffee table, English version. Auntie. Suyu looked up, showing a polite and cold smile. Auntie preferred Wang Zijin, Suyu knew. You too, don't you know how to pour people a cup of tea? Qin Ma said, Suyu, I don't know what you like to eat. Auntie just bought some. Soon after, the old man came back with a bag. Uncle Qin. This time, Suyu smiled more sincerely. She put down the book and ran to pick up the old man's bag. The old man was also very happy. Today, he could talk business with each other until late. This book is good. He glanced at the book that was spread out on the coffee table. It's time for the tortoise to recite scriptures again. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Suyu didn't come to the house many times. When she came, the old man and she could talk about 3 stacks of peanuts. I don't want to listen. Qin Zhe answered. The old man raised his hand and wanted to beat his daughter who was closer. He couldn't bear to. He picked up the book and hit Qin Zhe's face. Help your mother cook. Qin Zhe ran to the kitchen with his tail between his legs. Looking at her brother who was scared of his father, Qin Bao Bao's heart was heavy. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Wang Zijin also arrived. She wore light makeup, an office lady's suit, changed her shoes and hung her bag naturally, like a daughter-in-law who came home from work. Wang Zijin saw Suyu on the sofa at first glance. Suyu just turned her head to look at her and confirmed her eyes. Enemy. Oh, Suyu is here too. Wang Zijin said. Aren't you here too? Bao Bao. Suyu squinted and smiled. Yes, Dad, there are a lot of cockroaches and rats in the house. Mom's cleaning is getting more and more perfunctory. Qin Bao Bao said in a strange tone. Wang Zijin and Suyu secretly gritted their teeth. The old man, old comrade Qin felt that even his aura was a little bit uncontrollable. The 2 daughters-in-law were just talking, but his daughter liked to be lively and didn't mind the trouble. Should he go to the kitchen and replace his son? After all, the old man loved his son and didn't do such a thing to add insult to injury. Dinner started at 7:30. During the dinner, Suyu and Wang Zijin were very frequent and had to add a maggot Bao Bao. Qima frequently looked at her husband with worried eyes. The old man understood and conveyed his wife's worries to his son. His son silently returned a squint. What can I do? I'm also helpless. Mom, I brought back some specialties of Los Angeles, cosmetics and masks, enough for you for a year. Qin Bao Bao showed a flattering smile. Why spend so much money? Mom is old and doesn't need those things. Qin Ma said in a bad mood. Then you asked me for the imported mask last month. Give it back to me. You dead child, what nonsense are you talking about? As a mother, she didn't care about her face. Qin Ma said angrily, Mom doesn't need your cosmetics. You dress up more and bring me a boyfriend this year. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao agreed and smiled sweetly, okay. Qin Ma was stunned. What did you say? The old man also looked at his daughter. Suyu and Wang Zijin also cast their eyes. Chapter 681. Qin Zhe lowered his head and wolfed down his rice, muttering in his heart, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. According to the plot of a TV drama, the female lead would look at the male lead affectionately, but the supporting characters would all be retarded. However, reality was not a TV drama. When his sister looked at him, he could put down his chopsticks and bowl and type GG with a smile. It was a real killer look. Fortunately, Qin Bao Bao was not retarded. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll definitely bring someone home this year. Surprised, Mother Qin reminded him, it's not for me. It's for you to bring someone home. Qin Bao Bao said, yeah, Dad will kill me if I bring someone home for you. Suddenly, he remembered the Su Yao that Qin Zhe had mentioned. Mom was also a flower in Su Town when she was young. Qin Ma and Grandpa Shen looked at each other. They were not surprised at all. Instead, they felt that their daughter's brain was damaged after going to America. America? Grandpa Shen frowned. Don't let it be an American. Dad may be open-minded, but he can't accept it. He could not accept a foreign son-in-law, much less a foreign grandson. Grandpa Shen loved to criticize America's shameless economy. If she married an American, he would not be able to say anything. Qin Bao Bao patted her 36D chest proudly. No, I'll definitely find someone that Dad and Mom will be satisfied with. I swear. Dad and Mom would definitely be satisfied with their son. Qin Ma still did not believe her. Don't rent a boyfriend or anything. It's like that in the movies. Their daughter, who used to throw a tantrum at the mention of finding a partner, had changed. What the hell? I'm not stupid. You all know each other, Qin Bao Bao said. Clack. Qin Zai's chopsticks fell to the ground. Grandpa Shen suddenly realized. Is it a celebrity? Which one? Don't expect your mom and I to agree with someone with bad morals. Qin Ma immediately understood. She added, don't just look at him because he's handsome. It's not okay even if he has scandals. The couple looked at each other, half surprised and half worried. Their daughter finally found a partner. They should be happy, but they could not be happy because the partner was from the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry not only produced plastic sisters, but also plastic couples. 9 out of 10 couples broke up, and 1 couple wore a forgiving hat to each other. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and said nothing. Seeing that she was unhappy, Qin Ma sighed and said earnestly, don't throw a tantrum. You're an adult now, so you should know what you're doing. You must bring him home and let Dad and Mom take a look at him. Forget it, just tell us his name and we'll check it out ourselves. Qin Bao Bao said, Qin Zai, patter. Qin Zai dropped his chopsticks again. His sister paused and said, you can tell Mom. Everyone at the table looked at Qin Zai. Qin Zai said seriously, it's okay. As long as they're in the entertainment industry, there's no one I can't afford to offend. If their character isn't good, I'll mess with them until their character is too good. Anyway, I'll help sister check. Don't worry, Mom. In his mind, he thought, I've freaking dropped my dried fish twice. Degree? No matter what, the fact that her daughter could find a partner meant that her brother's complex had eased a lot. Qin Ma was relieved and felt happy. Bao Bao, what's his family like? I heard that there are many families in the entertainment industry that are not ordinary. His family is ordinary. His mother is a housewife and his father is a teacher. Oh, that's very similar to our family. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. Are they easy to get along with? What are his parents' personalities? Mom, don't bother me. With your personality, you don't do housework, you don't have a sweet mouth, and you don't know how to do housework. You don't have any of the virtues that a girl should have. Which mother-in-law would like you? Qin Ma felt that she had spoiled her daughter all these years and pushed the blame to her son and husband. It's your father who spoils you too much and your brother who gives in too much. Old master, Qin Zai, yes, you're right. It's okay. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are definitely close, just like mother and daughter. Qin Bao said playfully. She should not have to worry about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. It was good to have a brother. Mom was still mom, and Dad was still Dad. Cough. Qin Zai coughed hard and changed the topic. Dad, why don't you quit being a professor and come to my company as a consultant? Don't say any more, or Nuwa's little hand can't fix it. I'm not going to eat your food. Old master snorted proudly. I've eaten your food for more than 20 years. It's only right for you to eat mine, Qin Zai said. It was an expected answer. It didn't matter. He just wanted to change the topic. Then what's his name? Qin Ma asked. After a long time, he didn't reveal any information. Mom, sis is very successful overseas. The director said that she's a real movie queen. Qin Zai frantically changed the topic. The dinner was thrilling, but it ended at 8:00 in the evening. Qin Zai, who was quick-witted, changed the topic crazily and finally brushed off the topic of boyfriend. Qin Ma and Old Master were middle-aged. They paid attention to health and had a regular schedule. They were in bed before 10:00. Qin Ma, who was stubborn, sat on the bed and put on the moisturizing and whitening facial mask that her daughter brought back from abroad. She sighed. Foreign facial masks are better than domestic ones. I don't have to be stubborn. Old Master was reading a book. Hearing this, he said disdainfully, it's all in your mind. The moon abroad is round. Mother Qin chuckled. I knew you were being stubborn. Haven't you noticed that my skin has gotten better over the past few months? Old Master coaxed his lilac flower in the sweetest way. Really? Your skin has always been good, just like when you were 18. Qin Ma chuckled and suddenly sighed. Do you believe what Bao Bao said? Old Master thought for a moment. I believe it. She has no pursuit in her career now and her material life is satisfied. It's really time for her to find a boyfriend. Compared with Bao Bao, let's worry about A's. What's there to worry about A's? My son is so excellent and has no shortage of girlfriends. Right, there are already 2. Old Master sneered. Don't draw water with a bamboo basket when the time comes. Qin Ma was steady. To be honest, without Su Yu and Wang Zijin, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. How many girls want to marry him? Let's talk about Bao Bao. I always feel uneasy. Why do you suddenly have a boyfriend? After all, Old Master's mind was not as delicate as a woman's. Qin Zhe and his sister pretended well. He rarely flirted in front of his parents. Old Master said, maybe he already had one, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Anyway, find a chance to meet him. As for stars, there is no lack of good conduct. Out of a woman's delicate and sensitive psychology, Wang Zijin also felt strange. She spent time with Qin Bao and his brother every day. She knew that Qin Bao did not have a boyfriend. Then, either Qin Bao was perfunctory with her parents, or, it was scary to think about it. So after returning home, she hid in the toilet and called Su Yu. Have you been staying with them in the United States? Unexpectedly, Su Yu had a guilty conscience and reacted greatly. Well, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and endured. Qin Bao didn't meet anyone in the United States, right? Su Yu, it seems that no. Wang Zijin, what about Qin Zhe? Su Yu felt guilty again and felt that Wang Zijin was testing her. Why, checking the household registration? It's none of your business. Wang Zijin endured and beat around the bush. Think about it carefully. Are you particularly close to anyone in private? Qin Bao can't not be hit on. Her best friend has always been a troublemaker. She will be hit on by men wherever she goes. Yes, a Hollywood male star often hit on her. It was very funny. He was beaten up by A's. Let me tell you, Su Yu vividly told the story of China Kung Fu. Wang Zijin couldn't help laughing. Under the nature of women's gossip, they chatted a few more words. Then Wang Zijin cut to the chase. Did A's, Su Yu, why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Continue to endure. Don't you think it's strange that Qin Bao suddenly has a boyfriend? She really didn't fall in love with anyone abroad? That's the end of it. She's a deranged brother Khan. Su Yu, yes, when you say that, I also feel strange. Wang Zijin, so Qin Zhe, Su Yu, why, checking the household registration. It's none of your business. Wang Zijin, there's no way to communicate. Su Yu, you wait for me. I'll find a chance to kill you sooner or later. Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a face full of MMP. That night, Wang Zijin locked the door and didn't let Qin Zhe go to bed. P.S. In fact, there's something to explain. I wanted to write. You know, after all, it's the core of the book. I know many people are looking forward to it. But recently, the net was suddenly closed. It's stricter, and I don't want to write it down. I have to delay and think about changing to a safer way of driving. I don't want to keep everyone in suspense. After all, it's almost over. It doesn't make sense to keep people in suspense. Chapter 682. In December, the weather is getting colder. There are no girls in short skirts and shorts on the street. The color of the green belt on the roadside is getting darker. The Royal View Grand Garden community is planted with magnolia and palm trees. It's winter again. I don't know if it will snow in Shanghai this year. Before the global greenhouse effect, the South would snow once or twice a year. Everyone ushered in the new year and the flying snowflakes. Don't mention Guangdong and Hainan to me. In recent years, the snow in the South is like a middle-aged woman's menstruation, which comes and goes. It may snow this year. Qin Bao Bao wore a single coat and sat shivering on the balcony. I'm really looking forward to it. We haven't had a snowball fight together for many years. Qin Zhe was also looking forward to it. In the living room, Wang Zijin looked at the brother and sister sitting in a row on the balcony and listened to their words. It was completely incomprehensible. Northerners don't understand the expectations of Southerners for snow, just as day doesn't understand the darkness of night. It was the weekend, and everyone had nothing to do. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao refused to go out, and they didn't even want to go shopping. Wang Zijin is physically and mentally exhausted by the company's affairs. Qin Baobao has just returned from abroad and finished the hard work of shooting. At this moment, she wants to stay at home to watch movies and eat snacks. She doesn't want to do anything. Qin Zhe wants to do it, but Wang Zijin doesn't let him. Wang Zijin is a woman with a black heart. She is different from Su Yu, who is in love and blindly greedy. She is like a capitalist, firmly controlling men's public grain. Public grain is not something you can pay if you want to pay it. The effect is very good. Qin Zhe is very obedient today. Then you stay at home. I'll go out to do something. Qin Zhe tentatively said. What do you have to do? Anyway, you don't have to worry about the company's affairs. Today is Saturday. Qin Bao Bao said. If it's a private matter, do you want to find Su Yu? Wang Zijin squinted. Sister Ziwei had been holding a grudge against Su Yu recently for some reason. Therefore, it wasn't good to be too transparent when it came to interpersonal relationships. It wasn't convenient for Qin Zhe to find an excuse to go on a date with Su Yu. How could I possibly look for Su Yu? Qin Zhe said angrily, even if I die at home and jump from here, I will not go to Su Yu. Wang Zijin said, oh, it smells so good. Qin Zhe was speechless. In fact, Su Yu didn't have time to make love with him today. Nan Man Pei just returned the money with interest. Today, he invited Su Yu to the club to have fun. It was like an ancient man inviting his good friend to a brothel to have fun. Qin Zhe was wondering if he could rub off on her two best friends' activities like last time. Nan Man Pei's round figure was not inferior to his sister's, and it was still fresh in his memory. A young married woman with a great figure and beauty was far more attractive than a young girl. But at 10 o'clock in the morning, he was driven out by his sisters to buy vegetables. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the property of the community knocked on the door of the house and delivered the express from the guard office. Royal View Mansion has a special place to store express packages, and then the property will deliver them door to the owner's door. A high-end community is different. As long as you spend money, you can enjoy the treatment of an emperor. What is it? Qin Bao Bao didn't remember that he had an unsigned express delivery. He looked at the name and saw that it was Wang Zijin. Zijin, your express delivery. Qin Bao Bao shouted. Wang Zijin, who was watching a variety show on the leather sofa, came. She didn't buy anything online at first, and then she was shocked. She thought, Zhao Taizhu, that smelly idiot, sent me handcuffs again? At this moment, Wang Zijin recalled the fear of being controlled by the handcuffs, and the shame of having to pee for Qin Zhe. Oh, this is my express delivery. It was sent from Shenzhen. It's inconvenient to write my name, so I used Sister Ziwei's name. Qin Zhe came out of the corridor. What is it? The sister put the package on her big chest and picked up the scissors to open the package. The package contained an eye mask, the kind that was very common in VR game halls. It was a bit heavy and full of technological feeling. This is the first batch of products from Dongfeng Technology. It's for us to try. Qin Zhe said, do you want to try it? The sister who loved to play games pecked the head very hard. Qin Zhe took out a black box, a game controller, and some messy charging cables from the package. Then he turned on the TV, connected to the internet, and logged into the Golden Shield antivirus software. Using the remote control, he opened the software library of Golden Shield antivirus. There were dozens of different software in the software library. At present, these software developers were an important channel of Golden Shield's profit. It's at the bottom, Wang Zijin reminded. Qin Zhe found the software at the bottom. It was the special version of the mobile game that copied Dead Pesticide. It was a game that was set in a prehistoric world, and Dong Huangtai was a big-breasted girl. It was a game that destroyed the 3 views of the world. Install. The game's memory was very large. It took 15 minutes for the optical fiber at home to download. Fortunately, the smart TV was the most high-end model on the market. Otherwise, it would not be able to support them to play the game. After downloading the game, he did not enter it immediately. Instead, he clicked on a small game controller icon in the upper right corner of the Golden Shield antivirus software. At the same time, Qin Zhe opened the small black box. In an instant, the box and the Golden Shield antivirus software were successfully connected. Just like Bluetooth, the box was the bridge between the eye mask and the game. Only then did he open the game. There was no matching mode in the game, only a man-machine mode. This was because this was a completely different game from mobile games. It did not even count as an internal game. Qin Bao Bao was the first to try it. The built-in image of the VR eye mask showed the game's image. Why don't you give it a try? Qin Zhe handed it to his sister, who was eager to try it. His sister could not wait to put on the eye mask. She held the game controller in her hand. The moment she put on the eye mask, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's a real person." From her point of view, the game was no longer a 2D map. Instead, she was immersed in the Summoner's Canyon. It was similar to the current 3D effect, but more realistic. The smart TV did not have such an effect. It looked no different from a normal mobile game. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. Crush them. When the game started, Qin Bao Bao took a few steps forward subconsciously and bumped into Qin Zhe's arms. "I'm sorry." When she reacted, she quickly operated the game controller. Only then did the characters on the smart TV start moving. Qin Bao Bao felt like she was strolling in the Summoner's Canyon. Although the quality of the image could be seen at a glance that it was computer-generated and could not be so realistic that it could pass for real, evolving from a 2D game to a 3D game was already amazing. With that thought, she looked back and screamed, "The little soldiers behind can see everything clearly. It's really like the world of a game. A 360-degree VR game with no blind spots." That was its charm. Similar VR games had been available overseas for a long time. They were also 3D, but their vision was fixed in front. At most, it could not be shifted more than 10 degrees to either side. Even if you looked back, you would still see the image in front, except for large VR equipment. "Are you dizzy?" Qin Zhe asked. "I'm not dizzy," Qin Bao Bao said sweetly. "Do your eyes hurt?" "Not at all." Qin Zhe was relieved. Vertigo in the simulated world was a problem that almost all VR equipment could not overcome. This technical flaw could not be improved for the time being. But this VR equipment that was exchanged from the point store perfectly solved this problem. At the same time, as the system said, it was within the limits of the current technology tree. It was not the kind of hacking black technology. This meant that Qin Zhe could sell it like crazy. It would not be as shocking as taking out the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon's pocket. "How do you lock on the skill?" Qin Bao Bao exclaimed. Online games relied on the mouse. Mobile games automatically locked on. "How do you lock on this?" "How would I know? I've never played it before." Qin Zhe was a little envious. He wanted to play. But the smart Bao Bao quickly figured out the trick. When you faced the enemy, his character would turn red. This meant that the attack was locked on. Just like the archer she was playing now, when you faced the enemy's body would turn red. As long as you raised your gun and shot, you would be able to hit. But the character was moving, so you had to keep moving to lock on the enemy, which greatly increased the fun of the game. And when you were locked on, there would be a prompt in the lower left corner. You needed to move flexibly to avoid the attack. The only dissatisfaction was that after entering the 3D state, you could not always be on guard against the situation behind you. At any time, a Milk King would pounce on you from behind and attack you crazily. Qin Bao Bao ended the game reluctantly and gave the VR eye mask and game controller to Wang Zijin and her brother to play. When Qin Zhe finished the game experience, he found his sister curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. His teddy kidney was ready to move. His eyes lit up and he secretly pulled the little sister of the Wang family into the room. "Sister Ziwei, the children miss you," Qin Zhe said. "No, you can't even wait for the night? Can we do it at night?" "Not even at night. Why do you always want to do that? You're the one. You haven't been in and out for more than half a month. How can you bear it?" Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. Men were hard all over when they were young. Before marriage, their aunts were a hindrance, but after marriage, their aunts were a savior. Women, on the other hand, were mostly passive when they were young. When they were older, they were as fierce as tigers. "I'm doing it for your own good. You need to know how to take care of yourself when you're young. I'm your wife, not a flirtatious slut outside. Those wild flowers only enjoy the pleasure of driving with you. They talk about fast and furious, but they never care about the maintenance and refueling of the car. Only your wife is sincerely thinking about you. Do you know that? I don't have any wild flowers. You know in your heart whether you have any wild flowers or not. If I didn't know that you were scheming and cunning, would have been fooled by you." Sister Ziwei was still the Sister Ziwei who was afraid of being F***ked. She locked the door at night again. Qin Zhe could tell that she was a little tired these few days. Because the VR equipment had been produced, her company had to keep up with the game development. Sister Ziwei had been worried sick during this period. Her boyfriend wasn't the kind that could last for 5 seconds. She really didn't have the energy to fool around with him until midnight. At night, Qin Zhe, who was alone in his room, laid on his bed and played with the VR eye mask. He thought to himself that although this thing was good, it took a lot of time and effort to develop a game. How could he develop a simple and interesting game? It seemed very difficult. Those small games that were popular on mobile phones were only suitable for mobile phones. They were meaningless on VR equipment. For example, checkers was very popular not long ago. Even if checkers were to be changed from 2D to 3D, it would be useless. What's limiting your imagination? The system suddenly came to life. Qin Zhe said, "System, long time no see." "So I still have a system." "What do you mean by that?" "There's a game that's very suitable for VR eye masks. It's not difficult to make, and it's more popular among men than Doom Pesticide. It can quickly enter the foreign market." The system said. "What game?" "Please pay 30 creative points first." F***CKU. Chapter 683. During the conversation, the mobile phone dinged. Qin Zhe terminated the communication with the system and looked at the mobile phone. "Suyu sent a message, this novel is great. I think my novel can be as good as it. With a link." Qin Zhe looked at the title of the book, Love in the Age of Prosperity. At first glance, it seemed to be an ancient romance novel, but if there was no accident. He opened it and glanced at the introduction. It was really a gay novel. So he replied, "Even if it is not as good as it, you have mastered the core of the female novel. I will look at it first and give you advice later." "Suyu, okay." Qin Zhe sighed and put down the mobile phone silently. Suyu would open the document and write some words in her spare time. At first, she thought of film and television adaptation, and then she would follow the rules of Qin Zhe as an investor and scriptwriter. She would shoot kissing scenes and bed scenes, which would make Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao angry. From last year to now, she had written a total of 5 or 600,000 words, and 3 books were unfinished. Teddy, who claimed to have a superior IQ, was once a failure. By chance, she saw a gay novel and was shocked. She suddenly realized that it was not that her writing was not good, but that the market was no longer the market of the past. It was the era of guns and shooting each other. It was really slippery. So she began to transcribe the gay novel and pulled Xianxia to study it together. As a steel-straight man, Xianxia accompanied her to read 3 gay novels. If this didn't count as love. Later, he found that the gay novel was quite good. As long as he endured the initial discomfort of the intestines, the delicate articles written by women were quite interesting. At 11:00 in the evening, it was raining outside, the dark clouds were overhead, and the night sky was so deep that no stars could be seen. The winter rain had an indescribable bleakness, and the mist covered the world with a layer of gauze. The lights passed through, and the city was shrouded in the rain. Xianxia opened the window, the cold air mixed with the mist floated in, and he held a cigarette between his fingertips. What game was popular with men? It felt like nonsense. As long as it was an interesting game, men liked it. From the hot-blooded legend of the past to the present 999, I am a slag. From the land-shooting games of the past to the current big luck games, men loved to eat chicken more than women. As long as the game was well made and the gameplay was interesting, no matter what genre or theme the game was, it would be very popular. Therefore, Xianxia could not figure out what kind of game the system was referring to. But 30 points, it's so expensive. I can't bear to part with it. System, are you still there? Here. When there were points to earn, the system was always on call. When there were no points to earn, the system would definitely ignore him. A song only costs 30 points. This is too expensive. Actually, the songs are all in the store and have nothing to do with me, but this idea took me 0.00001 seconds to calculate, think. The system said, of course, I can let you experience it in advance. Considering that although the system was a bit lame, the quality of the product was still trustworthy, Xianxia, who was ranked first and second in terms of points, gritted his teeth and paid 30 points. Motherf *Ker, I finally got some points from you. The system said in a happy yet helpless tone, Motherf *Ker. Xianxia was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, if I'm not satisfied with the answer, I want a refund. A game that can make men popular and is relatively easy to make, of course it's an adult game. Abbreviated as a work, crab, game. The system said. Xianxia rarely watched anime, but he still knew about the famous Japanese adult game. Liar, give me back my points. It would be strange if this thing could be sold on the market. Xianxia said angrily. This thing can't be sold in your country. You can sell it in Japan, Europe, and America, and make a lot of money. The system said, you don't even have to worry about it, you just have to find an agent. Xianxia was silent for a few seconds and felt that it was feasible. Japan was an enlightened country where educational films could be sold openly as long as they were censored. Once a 3D adult game appeared, wow, he might be the first big boss to be worshipped by Japanese otakus. How is it? Does it feel good to earn Japanese money? The system said. It feels so good. Xianxia said cheekily, no, this kind of game can't be made. For this kind of game, the most important thing was of course the clear blue image quality. In this aspect, the game, Pesticide, that he played during the day was actually a little lacking. Amethyst technology relied on throwing money to poach batch after batch of high-end PI talents, but to develop a 3D simulation game was still quite difficult. Then are you ready to experience it? The system said. Experience? How? I'll link it to a VR game helmet and let you experience adult games. This kind of thing was exciting just thinking about it, but Xianxia did not forget the nature of not being able to exchange for physical objects. You can touch reality. I just can't create physical objects. Although I'm not particularly outstanding in the world of systems, don't doubt a system's ability and get angry manually. The system replied. At this point, Qin Zhe put on the VR glasses and held the controller. Please start your performance. Please open your dog eyes. The system retorted. In his mind, Qin Zhe heard the long-awaited, emotionless electronic voice. Generating program starting. The next moment, an image appeared on the fluorescent blue screen. With a pink background, there were 3 lines of Chinese in the middle: younger sister, elder sister, young woman. F***ck, I'm already excited before it even starts. The elder sister was the most exciting to Qin Zhe, but he did not choose it. Like leaving the best food for last, he chose the younger sister that he disliked the most. The image changed, and 4 avatars appeared: Su Yu, Zhang Yinshi, Qin Qingyuan, Pei Ziki. Qin Zhe was speechless. F***ck. Why is my cousin in there too? Those 2 are my biological cousins, you beast system. These are the characters that I simulated based on the scale of reality. Whether it's the figure or personality, it's all the same. Don't you want to see your cousin's figure? The system said. I'm not a syscon. As a qualified syscon, Qin Zhe felt insulted. He manipulated the game controller, and the cursor wandered between Su Yu and Zhang Yinshi's avatars. I'll try. He clenched his teeth and chose Su Yu. In the beautiful music, the image slowly opened. The background was his uncle's house. His cousin Su Yu had tears in her eyes. She looked pitiful and cute. Cousin, Dad lost money again. The image was very realistic, more realistic than 3D, but not as realistic as reality. But the voice was 100% the same. At this time, 2 options popped up: turn and leave or comfort gently. This is the benefit I'm giving you. If you really want to develop this convenient game, I can help with the game production, but the realism will be slightly reduced. The system said. Qin Zhe ignored it and chose comfort gently. Then, his cousin in the image laughed and said with a blushing face, Cousin is so nice, cousin is so gentle. Yu Yu was quite cute like this. Su Yu said, Cousin, let's play. Agree, disagree, agree. 10 minutes later. Your affinity with your cousin has increased to 80%. Do you want to try more intimate actions? Qin Zhe was speechless. I'm just experiencing the game. Yes, experiencing the game. Yes. The image suddenly changed. Su Yu, wearing a set of white kawaii lingerie, fell on the bed with tears in her eyes. Ouch, cousin is so annoying. You bully me. The young girl's slender and fair body was in full view. Her round and smooth little butt, her small and sharp breasts, her soft and white lower abdomen, her tight waist, and her slender and well-proportioned pair of jade-like legs. Because it was so realistic, it gave people the illusion that it was right in front of them. It was more realistic than the 3D manga he had seen. Qin Zhe, degree, as expected of a game sold in Japan. Let's see how evil you are. He chose apologize in the new notification. My cousin has accepted your apology and confessed her love to you. Actually, I've liked cousin for a long time. It was a shy expression. The image froze on his cousin's shy expression. 2 lines of text popped up in the upper right corner. Confession accepted, confession not accepted. I just want to see how far this lousy game can go. With that in mind, Qin Zhe chose to accept the confession. In the main view, he reached out his hand and touched his cousin's chest. Even if cousin has love, it's okay, right? Qin Zhe couldn't help but widen his eyes because the hands went behind the girl's back and undid her bra without hesitation. Hey, hit the horse system. Qin Zhe was blinded by the pair in front of him. No, quit. He seemed to see his uncle rushing towards him with a 49-meter-long sword. Game over. The image returned to the main interface. Chapter 684. How do you feel? The system's voice was full of ridicule. My heart doesn't waver at all, I even feel ashamed. Qin Zhe said seriously, Anyway, it's fake. No, this is based on a real person's scan. I've seen my cousin's breasts. Are you excited? The system argued. See your ass, this game is too easy, there's no challenge at all. Xianxia said angrily, why don't you hit the horse instead of the Japanese AV? It's a private experience, why do you have to hit the horse? Also, according to your otaku's ideal sister, she's always secretly in love with her brother and is easy to push down. If you want to challenge the higher difficulty, you can try the sister series. Oh, this doesn't seem too difficult, then choose the young woman series. The system said. Since you said so, it seems like I'll be too pretentious if I don't try again. Xianxia said. And so the game started again, this time Xianxia decisively chose the young woman series. The content of the young woman series was relatively simple, based on Xianxia's network and vision. There was only one shortlisted, Nan Man Pei. He clicked on the start of the game. The scene was at the Huangpu River, where he met the fierce Nan Man Pei last year. Young man, you're quite skilled. That day, Nan Man Pei, who was wearing a standard office lady suit, said so. The game was perfectly restored. Queen, please let me kneel and lick your shoes. Oh, this lady's breasts are so low, let me feel to see if they're real or fake. There were only two choices. Xianxia said. Isn't there anything more normal? The system said, you said you wanted the more difficult one. After hesitating for a moment, he chose the second option. With Sister Man's personality, if he chose the first option, she would turn around and leave without any expression. At most, she would show a disgusting maggot expression. Unsurprisingly, he was beaten up by Nan Man Pei and was sent to the hospital. I can't beat her. No matter on or off the bed, I'll beat her until she calls me daddy, okay? Xianxia was unconvinced. At that time, you really couldn't beat her. The system said. Xianxia, also, I shouldn't have stayed in the hospital. I should have sunk into the Huangpu River. The system was speechless. The game screen was in the hospital. Nan Man Pei asked someone to send him to the hospital so that he could visit him. It could be seen that elder sister Man's character was as firm as her chest. She was not a scum who would kill without caring about burying. At this moment, the game notifications came again. Little lady, you're visiting me out of kindness. Have you taken a fancy to me? Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. There was no need to hesitate. He chose the latter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play the game. Nan Man Pei, you're quite sensible. What's with what you said earlier? The game gave him a choice. Maybe you're a masochist. It's free to give it a try. As the old saying goes, if you're popular, you'll have to work in the sea. I just want to F***CKU. There was no way to play this side quest. Xianxia helplessly typed GG. Game over. Xianxia exited the main interface and started playing again. This time, he did not waste time. He chose the option of, Queen, I want to kneel and lick your shoes. Then, she was recruited by Nan Man Pei into the security company. She began her game life as a domineering female CEO. He felt that if he had followed elder sister Man, the main plot of this book would have been the same as other web novels. The system was right. The character's personality did imitate real people. Xianxia noticed that elder sister Man's answers were very consistent with her personality. She had the gentleness and intelligence of a woman, but also the dominance and fierceness of a person. Like Japanese adult games, this was a game to capture girls. The ultimate goal was to have sex. Elder sister Man's character capture strategy was very troublesome. She failed several times. Xianxia kept repeating it and had a lot of fun. Until 1:00 in the morning, Xianxia was still capturing Queen Nan Man Pei. He seemed to understand why so many Japanese otakus like to play adult games. Sex was one thing, and enjoying the process of capturing girls was another. Gradually, Nan Man Pei became a game character in his heart, a game wife. Every time the system gave him an option, he had to carefully consider it. Because if he chose any wrong option, the game would end and the capture strategy would fail. Because of this, it was very interesting. Qinze was also looking forward to seeing Nan Man Pei's reaction. For example, now, brother ex-husband appeared. Through a short video, it reflected brother ex-husband's clinginess and Nan Man Pei's impatience. When the video ended, Nan Man Pei looked sad. Why did this man still appear? He made me sad and angry. Sad. So elder sister man was not only angry but also sad. That's right. With her proud personality, she must have been sad. It had nothing to do with love. But you couldn't see it from her appearance. Elder sister man was wearing a thick armor. The game gave him the options of gentle comfort and indifferent. After thinking for a while, Qinze chose gentle comfort. Nan Man Pei, do you have time at noon? Come to my house for lunch. Nan Man Pei made an invitation, agree and disagree. The screen changed to Nan Man Pei's house. The five of them sat at the dining table to eat. This scene was very familiar. It was the scene when brother ex-husband came to their house for lunch. So she is using me as a shield. Okay, this is very Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei, Chao Bing, this is my boyfriend. The game gave Qinze the options of cooperate with Nan Man Pei and bang the table and stand up. What the hell is bang the table and stand up? That day, he chose to cooperate with elder sister man. If he followed this option, the game could continue. But Qinze couldn't hold back his curiosity and chose to bang the table and stand up. So he slammed the table and stood up, criticizing brother ex-husband at length. The general meaning was, I have never seen such a shameless person. You abandoned Man and still pestered her. Man is my woman. If you dare to pester her again, I will beat the shit out of you. The subtitles flashed by quickly, scolding brother ex-husband. The plot of eating ended here. At the door of the villa, Nan Man Pei blushed and said, thank you, oh my god. Qinze was shocked. When has elder sister man been so shy and bashful? Please for a sack of beans. I wanted to bang the table and stand up to scold brother ex-husband. Has elder sister man been conquered by me? You are welcome. It is what I should do. What are you talking about? I am a man. Probably because he had always been gentle and polite in front of Nan Man Pei, he chose the latter. Nan Man Pei said shyly, I like masculine men. So elder sister man likes bossy presidents. The plot continued. It was Nan Man Pei's birthday. Speaking of which, Qinze didn't even know the month and date of her birthday. Today is my birthday. Shall we have dinner together? I am so sorry. I forgot your birthday. Qinze, of course, chose yes. Then a few options popped up on the game interface. Send roses, send chocolate, send sculpture, and send euro. The first three options were fine, but what the hell was with the euro? Qinze felt that it was a trap of the game. If he chose it, it would end the game. But it was already very late. He planned to sleep, so he chose send euro. How did you know that I like euro? This is my favorite birthday present. Nan Man Pei almost cried tears of joy. Qinze's face was filled with black question marks. Could it be that this wasn't a trap that led to their failure? Fortunately, Nan Man Pei explained that the first birthday present she received from her father was a euro. Her father always liked that she was a boy, so he gave her a euro. Qinze also played the euro when he was young. His uncle got someone to buy one for him. It was still in the small warehouse at home. At 2:00 in the morning, after a long game, Nan Man Pei finally fell in love with him. At this moment, Qinze cried tears of joy. This F***king game, I played it for 3 hours. Elder sister man was indeed difficult to win over. Even in the game, she was a tough nut to crack. I have been so tired all these years. I have been working alone until now. Are you willing to take over my company? Qin Zhe chose yes. Then there was a 20-second short clip. They got married. Then they entered the bridal chamber. It's here. Those evil hands appeared again. A few hours ago, they took off Su Yu's little omen sneakily. Qin Zhe was suddenly energized, and his sleepiness disappeared. After a series of fierce maneuvers, the beauty on the bed was suddenly naked. This time, the system made mosaic, but the mosaic was very perfunctory. It was like a Japanese film, only a little bit of mosaic. System, Qin Zhe said seriously, if it's art, please don't hit me. If it's erotic, please don't let me experience it. System, haha. Qin Zhe was about to carefully admire it when the scene changed again. The camera zoomed out. She was lying on the bed, and he could only see the graceful curves of her body. And at the bottom of the main view, there was a mosaic, darling, I'm here. Call me little man, don't blow my ear, I can't stand it. Aha, amidst the ambiguous and melodious music and soft moans, they finished scattering flowers. In the middle of the night, Sister Ziwei must be asleep. It was inconvenient to knock on the door. Su Yu was too far away to reach. He sighed helplessly. Sleep, sleep. Sister Man's favorite gift was a spinning top. Sister Man's sensitive part was her ears. Sister Man liked overbearing presidents. Sister Man hoped that the person she liked would call her little man. While doing the game's summary, he entered the dream. The next day was Sunday. Qin Zhe accompanied Wang Zijin for a morning run with a bitter face. Why are you pulling a long face? Wang Zijin, who had already noticed his expression, panted and squinted. Don't you know why I'm pulling a long face? Qin Zhe said in a bad mood, no matter if it's a man or a woman, if they can't be satisfied, they'll cheat. Wang Zijin snorted, you dare. Qin Zhe argued back, I don't dare, but my avatar does. It's normal if it's drunk and makes a mistake. No matter how smart Wang Zijin was, she had no experience after all. She was proficient in controlling men, but not her husband. After thinking about it, she felt that it made sense. She used too much force. Then I'll leave the door open for you at night. Remember to come later. After that, she saw Qin Zhe's glowing face and his eyes shining. Thinking of his motor power, she panicked slightly and said, don't stay too late. You have to go to work tomorrow. I'll try to keep the speed constant. Qin Zhe said. After buying breakfast, he got home. His sister was playing games in the living room, wearing a VRI mask, sitting on the sofa with her small back straight. Internet addict girl. Sister, stop playing. Eat breakfast. Qin Zhe called. Wait for me to finish this game. Cancel it. It's single player anyway. Oh, you're annoying. I'm too lazy to care about you. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin sat down to eat breakfast. His cell phone rang. It was Su Yu. Wang Zijin looked at it, maybe something happened at the company. Qin Zhe weakly defended himself and answered the phone, what's up? I'm eating with my sister. If you have something to say it quickly. He reminded Su Yu not to coquettishly call him husband. Su Yu said, are you free today? Qin Zhe, what's up? Su Yu said, today is Sister Man's birthday. She invited us to her house for dinner. Qin Zhe. Chapter 685. Today is Sister Man's birthday. It must be fake. I'm probably still in a dream. I must have been obsessed with the game last night. It must be like this. Qin Zhe looked at Wang Zijin, who was eating soup dumplings and listening attentively. Without any hesitation, he slapped her white and cute oval face. Slap. It was not a strong slap, but it was crisp. Wang Zijin was stunned. Her expression froze, and the soup dumpling in her mouth fell into the tofu pudding. Sister Ziwei's face gradually became ferocious. It hurts, Qin Zhe said softly. It hurts. Wang Zijin glared. Yes, I love Sister Ziwei the most, Qin Zhe said. It seemed that it was not a dream. Wang Zijin looked at the phone, then looked at Qin Zhe, and said expressionlessly, "You will lose me like this. Say something, I'm waiting for your answer," Su shouted on the other end of the phone. Yes, when? Qin Zhe replied. Maybe it was a coincidence. It could not be that the system was assisting him. No, it was not assisting him. It wanted to see the world in chaos. He had a lot of problems to solve, and now he had to deal with Nan Man Pei. Without Sister Man, Qin Zhe was confident that he could control the overall situation. Of course at night. We'll go pick some gifts in the afternoon, Su said. After hanging up the phone, Qin Zhe was scared. He rushed over, kissed Wang Zijin's face, and rubbed it. It doesn't hurt. Wang Zijin kept a straight face and did not speak. Qin Zhe whispered in her ear, watching his sister who was concentrating on the game, "Then I'll let you sit on top tonight, and you can have sex with me." Wang Zijin could not help but smile when she saw his winking. She quickly stopped and snorted. "In your dreams. You'll have to rely on your hands at night." "Are you serious? You want me to learn from the blind monk and use my hands to achieve my dreams again?" Qin Zhe thought to himself, "This wind won't last long. If I only have Sister Ziwei as my wife, I will definitely be under her control." She had nothing to do at home in the afternoon, so she took some time to pay attention to Zhenhuan. The broadcast on the satellite channel was coming to an end, and the finale would arrive in a week. The online version had only been broadcasted halfway, and every day, there would be people with bad natures spilling spoilers on the bullet screen. The netizens were protesting that spoilers will kill the whole family and turn off the bullet screen to protect IQ while seriously reading the bullet screen. They couldn't stop reading the content of the spoilers. The profits brought in by Zhenhuan far exceeded Qin Zhe's expectations. At first glance, it didn't seem as good as a best-selling movie. However, there would still be some income from the copyrights in the future. It wasn't much, but it had the advantage of a steady stream. In addition, the celebrities who participated in the filming had their fame skyrocketed. In this era where traffic was king, there was a huge increase in the film's remuneration, appearance fees, and advertising fees. The main source of income for celebrities was definitely not from filming, but from advertisements and commercial performances. There were more and more celebrities under Tianfang Entertainment, so his sister didn't have to work so hard anymore. Although compared to the model workers in the industry, she was just a salted fish. She didn't have to do endorsements or commercial performances every few days. In the future, she just had to stay behind the scenes. Qin Zhe hoped to see such a change. It would be better for his sister to be as low-key as possible. After all, when she got pregnant in the future, her exposure would be less. When it came to children, in Su Yu's words, "It's really difficult for me to have children." She was a little anxious. She thought that if she got pregnant after one time and gave birth the next month, she would definitely say that she was pregnant with a son in October. In his heart, Qin Zhe didn't want to have children yet. He always felt that he was only 18 years old and didn't have the patience and awareness to be a stay-at-home dad. Wang Zijin was the same, and so was his sister. She was younger than Qin Zhe in her heart and always felt that she was a little fairy. If she gave birth too early, there would be two crying monsters at home. The older one would hold the younger one and cry to each other. After lunch, at his sister's request, he made 2 plates of fruit ice cream for the two of them and put them in crystal utensils. This way, his sisters could eat ice cream in the warm air-conditioned room. Girls loved to eat desserts, and Qin Zhe liked to see his sister's happy face when she ate desserts. As for Nan Man Pei's birthday, the two of them naturally wouldn't go. They weren't familiar with Nan Man Pei, and he didn't invite them. However, Wang Zijin asked Qin Zhe to be home before 10 o'clock. This request was reinforced by Qin Bao. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he waited for Su Yu's car in the underground parking lot and took her Maserati to leave the community. What gift should I buy? Su Yu drove while racking her brain. What do you think of perfume? If the perfume is not a limited edition foreign, then it loses the meaning of being a gift. Qin Zhe shook his head. Doesn't your sister have a limited edition Chanel? Suyu instigated, I'll turn around and you bring it out. Do you want us to break up? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes at her. That perfume was bought through Davis's connections. Now, it couldn't be bought with money. His sister carefully treasured it, and her best friend Wang Zijin wanted to bare her fangs and claws when she sneaked a peek. Buy a watch. Suyu said. The watch on Sister Man's hand is worth millions. Do you want to know? Qin Zhe said. The gift is light but the thought is heavy, then, buy an electric jinbo. Ah. Suyu, who didn't understand Japanese, didn't understand, what's that? Nothing, I'm just being naughty. Qin Zhe shrugged, you can decide what you want to give. Oh. No, we're going together. Don't you want to give a gift? If the husband and wife are together, it seems that you only need to give a gift. Qin Zhe frowned, I remember when I was a child, my parents gave gifts in return. Oh, you're so annoying. We haven't registered yet, so it doesn't count. Suyu was so happy that she couldn't wait to turn the steering wheel and the green belt on the roadside. It was hard to hold back. Suyu took him to the mall and shopped for more than an hour. They didn't buy anything, so they drove to another mall until 4:30 in the afternoon. Seeing that the gift was going to be dark if they didn't finalize the gift, she took Qin Zhe to a counter and bought a Dior perfume. Qin Zhe suspected that she had purposely dragged him to the mall before. So you actually knew it in your heart, and deliberately took me around for a long time? Qin Zhe was speechless. It's rare to come out, so I just want to accompany you. Suyu admitted generously, and casually raised the knife. Bah, it was coquettish. Obviously, she knew that he was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Perfume was a consumable, so it was appropriate to give it at any time. Besides, with Nan Man Pei's wealth, it was completely unnecessary to buy something too expensive. I've also thought about your gift for you. Buy a box of cosmetics. Although Sister Man only puts on light makeup occasionally. Suyu pulled him towards another counter. Qin Zhe's heart moved. Wait, my gift is not here. Suyu looked at him blankly. What time are we going? Before 7:00. Then drive me home, Qin Zhe said. When he got home, he found that he didn't bring the key. He usually didn't bring the key to the house. When he came back with his sister, it was his sister who brought it. No one opened the door when he knocked, so he had to call his mother. Qin Ma was at the other end of the community, bragging with the aunties in the district and sending some specialties and facial masks that her daughter brought back from the United States. In the community, Qin Ma was a popular figure, enjoying the flattery and envy of the aunties. Occasionally, she would take a few autograph tasks, and the aunties in the community who asked for autographs for their grandchildren would be grateful. Qin Ma didn't like to mix with this group of aunties in the past. Although the relationship was maintained well, they would always talk about Qin Bao Bao from time to time, and then ask, does your daughter have a boyfriend? How annoying. The reason why she always remembered Qin Bao Bao was mainly that this bestie was too outstanding. Other people saw a beauty from a young age, but she had a seductive aura from a young age. When she was in junior high school, there were young people in the community who secretly stuffed love letters on the carpet at home. The bold ones waited for Qin Bao Bao to finish school with her school bag. Her slim body was wrapped in the school uniform, and her ponytail swayed. They asked for her phone number all the way in the community. At this time, Qin Zhe's role was reflected. The little henchman shouted, "Get lost," to whoever he saw. Thus, the little henchman's childhood playmates were all from the community next door. Qin Ma received a call and said helplessly, "I'll go home first. My son came back today, but he didn't bring his keys. He's waiting at the door." The aunties were shocked. "Oh, Qin Zhe is back? So filial. He didn't forget to come home to see you even though he's so busy." Qin Ma replied as she got up. Her face was a little red. She thought to herself, filial my a*s. It's as if he's not in Shanghai. Remember which autograph it is, old Sue. The aunties didn't forget their purpose after praising each other. Okay. Qin Ma said as she walked away. The 140 square meter suite had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a small storage room and a balcony. In the storage room were Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's childhood toys, as well as some elementary, junior high, and senior high school textbooks. These things were kept by the old man, and hidden in them were his children's childhood. Some toys were thrown away when they were broken, and some toys were only covered with a layer of dust after more than 10 years. Suyu stood at the door of the storage room and watched Qin Zhe rummaging inside. His hair, shoulders, and arms were covered with dust. What are you looking for? Suyu said angrily. At this time, she saw Qin Zhe take out a bald feather duster from the bottom of the box and said with deep resentment, "It's this thing. It dominated my whole childhood." Crack. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Qin Zhe killed the enemy of that year with his own hands. Suyu, don't tell me you took me home just to see you tear the feather duster with your own hands. At this time, Qin Zhe threw the remains of the feather duster at Suyu's feet. For revenge, husband and wife have to fight together to be satisfied. Come on, step on it. Suyu, she blushed and looked shyly at Qin Ma next to her. The word husband and wife made her feel as if honey had melted in her heart, but she was also a little uneasy. Found it. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu suppressed the strangeness in her heart and looked over. Qin Zhe was dragging something in his hand. This thing seems to be a spinning top. When she was a child, she often saw boys waving small whips and slapping the spinning top. It was different from the spinning top that children play with now. It was made of wood and inlaid with a ball at the bottom. The wooden spinning top was dark and gray, with a trace of cracks on the surface. Qin Ma endured for a long time and finally said, "You came home to look for this thing?" "Yes, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. I'll leave soon." Qin Zhe said, "I'll go to a friend's birthday party in the evening." Qin Ma was disappointed. Oh. To hell with filial piety. Son and daughter are the same. Then sign your name before you go. Okay. There are 2 stacks of artistic photos of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao at home, specially used to deal with such situations. Suyu was stunned. Don't tell me this thing is your birthday present? Chapter 686. On the way to Nan Man Pei's villa, it was Qin Zhe's turn to drive. Suyu's beautiful designer bag contained a washed wooden top. Being able to lie quietly in a bag with a price of 6 digits, that guy could be regarded as a successful person in the world of tops. You sent this thing to Sister Man, will you really not be beaten? Suyu didn't understand what he meant. Nonsense, Sister Man can't beat me. Qin Zhe retorted. The point is that she will be angry. I'm not sure. Try to see if the low strategy is really based on reality. What do you mean? Suyu asked. But Qin Zhe refused to talk to her and did not explain. Last night, he had just successfully captured Sister Man and had sex with her. Today was Sister Man's birthday, and he felt the deep malice from the system. In addition, he needed to confirm the nature of the game again. The inertia of human thinking is not difficult to capture. As long as there is enough data, I can deduce the universe. This is what the low system said. As a system, although it is a bit low, its computing ability is the foundation of its foothold in the system world, and it can be trusted. If it is as the system said, then it is amazing. This is not a game, it is clearly a girl's strategy assistant. My 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It was quite exciting to think about it. In addition, there was one thing that made him particularly concerned. If what the system said was true, then Suyu, the little girl, was too indecent. I only took 40 seconds to capture her. It's scary to think about it. This girl is introverted and shy. She has a slight personal admiration for me, but how, at such a young age, she wants to go to the orthopedics department. I am her cousin. How can I have a longing for my cousin that I shouldn't have? I treat her as a sister, but she wants to. It is natural to have a younger brother's complex, and an older brother's complex should go to hell. First determine the authenticity of this matter, and then find a way to get his cousin back on the right track. He didn't expect that the most dangerous boss in this book was actually you. My sister and I know the root of everything. Bah, I know the truth. Thinking of his cousin, his heart was heavy. Suyu was still nagging. Suddenly, he patted him on the arm and said in a strange tone, You just said, husband and wife, in front of your mother. Qinze suppressed his thoughts and looked at her. So what? Suyu whispered, Didn't you say that your parents know the relationship between Wang Zijin and you? Qinze, I didn't say that my parents know about our relationship. Suyu, you only said that your father likes me very much. She frowned and said, Will your mother think that I'm a shameless third party? She likes Wang Zijin more in the first place. Qinze, it's okay, my mom will only blame me. She won't blame me too much. I'm her son. No matter how feminist she is, she'll give me a thumbs up and say, son is awesome. Besides, my mom. His eyes widened abruptly. Suyu asked, What happened to your mother? Qinze neglected one thing. The more promiscuous their son was, the happier his parents would be. It proved that their son was very outstanding and did not have to worry about not being able to find a wife. This idea was not wrong, but what if their daughter married such a promiscuous man? Even if he had a foot in two boats in the future, as long as he could hold on, the old man and Qin Ma would probably turn a blind eye to it. After all, people were selfish. Wang Zijin and Suyu were not his daughters after all, but his sister was different. She was their biological daughter. In the future, even if his parents agreed to let him be with his sister, although this was unlikely, he would still have a foot in two boats, oh no, 3 boats. The long-lost mixed doubles of the martial arts world came out of nowhere. No, it was even more terrible than mixed doubles. Suyu, what's wrong, say something. Qinze said tiredly, Don't talk, I want to be alone. Don't ask me who's quiet, ask Jiang Che. Nan Man Pei prepared dinner in the villa. She washed the kitchen knives, chopping boards, pots and pans, and washed the vegetables by herself. Pei Ziki wanted to help but was driven out by her. It was hard to imagine that such a rich woman, who Qinze did not know how many assets she had a stubborn hobby for the kitchen. She should have a group of maids at home and enjoy the life of a queen. But she had a special fondness for breastfeeding children. No one knew why. Even Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were puzzled. What they were most puzzled about was not their aunt's love of cooking, but her poor cooking skills. Pei Ziki, a girl who rarely went into the kitchen, could occasionally cook a bowl of egg-fried rice and make it look, smell, and taste good. But their aunt, who had been a professional cook for more than 10 years, seemed to be still in the same place. Her understanding of cooking was limited to spicy and not spicy. Every time the siblings finished eating spicy dishes, they secretly swore in their hearts that starting tomorrow, they would say to their aunt, I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat, I want to eat takeout. But every time they ate, their aunt would ask if the dishes were to their taste, and the siblings' answers were highly consistent, yes, it's delicious. Only Suyu knew why, because she was lonely. Many years ago, she came to Shanghai alone, and her sister was her only family. Many years later, her sister died, and her family was only left with a pair of young siblings. If she could not breastfeed her children, her life would only be left with making money and being in a daze. The kitchen was a place where the smell of home was strong. Only when she thought that there were 2 children at home waiting to be fed could she feel that she still had a home. When she first met Suyu, she smelled a familiar smell from her. The smell of the same kind. Therefore, the two of them quickly became good friends. The ingredients selected today were very suitable for making Hunan cuisine. There could be no vegetables in the refrigerator, but there must be dried chilies and green peppers. Nan Man Pei washed the vegetables, and the meat dishes that should be cleaned were also cleaned up, but she did not cook. Ziki, call your Aunt Suyu, why hasn't she come yet? Nan Man Pei said angrily, if she doesn't come, don't come. Oh. Pei Ziki made the call and quickly replied, 20 minutes. Clang. The sound of a spoon hitting the lid of the pot, Nan Man Pei said angrily, she must be there in 10 minutes. In the living room, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai looked at each other. Their aunt's anger was unreasonable. Nan Man Pei angrily threw the spoon into the sink and touched her flat belly. She was hungry. Qin Zhe and Su Yu arrived before 7 o'clock, and Li Donglai greeted them happily, Qin Gu. You've grown taller. Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder. In the middle of the year, Li Donglai was 170 centimeters tall and below his shoulders. Now his head could reach Qin Zhe's mouth. I will be better than you in the future. Li Donglai made a playful advertising slogan. Very good. Qin Zhe nodded, stand still, I'll buy you a few oranges. Li Donglai said, I can't beat you, Qin Gu. Qin Zhe looked at Pei Ziki, and the little girl was peeking at him. When she met his gaze, she immediately looked away and leaned on the sofa in a very indifferent posture with a straight face. You've grown a lot. Qin Zhe said seriously. If his eyes hadn't fallen on her small chest, Pei Ziki would have answered. Qin Zhe stopped and looked away before the little girl made a threatening gesture. Where's Sister Man? In the kitchen? As soon as he said that, Nan Man Pei, wearing an apron, casual clothes, and slippers, came out of the kitchen and glanced at Qin Zhe coldly. Come and help. I'll help too. Su Yu joined in the fun. You can't even tell the difference between tomato and tomato. Go away. Nan Man Pei said and turned back to the kitchen. The difference between tomato and tomato? Su Yu tried hard to think but couldn't figure it out. She pulled Qin Zhe's arm. A tomato is a tomato, right? There's no difference, right? Qin Zhe, what an urgent question. Is this why you asked me to help? Qin Zhe glanced at the kitchen that was free of oil and smoke, and the vegetables that were washed clean but not cut. You didn't even do anything, and you want me to be the chef? Nan Man Pei stroked her hair and said, don't talk too much nonsense. Ziki and Donglai are hungry. Okay, help me turn on the stove, I'll cut the vegetables. Qin Zhe skillfully took out a new apron from the cabinet and put it on. He then picked up the kitchen knife and flipped it over, making a beautiful cut. Nan Man Pei clicked her tongue and turned to turn on the stove, turned on the range hood, poured oil, and stood elegantly at the side to watch Qin Zhe cut the vegetables. His knife skills were definitely master level. Nan Man Pei envied such knife skills because it was the standard of a top chef. However, wasn't a knife used to cut people? If a knife wasn't used to cut people, then it would lose its meaning. This was what her father said. Based on this concept, Nan Man Pei was good at cutting people with a knife, but not cutting vegetables. Tisk, are you secretly learning from me? Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her with a smile. Cutting vegetables mainly depends on the familiarity of your hands, and then you have to find some videos to watch. I'll teach you the same. When cutting vegetables, the strength of your arms must be evenly distributed so that you can cut vegetables of the same shape. Remember to use the strength of your arms, not your wrists. Sister Man, your knife is too murderous and too keen on sharpness. After nagging for a long time, he looked at Nan Man Pei and said, do you understand? Nan Man Pei was listening attentively. When she heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, I'm bored. I'm just watching. Who wants to hear you talk endlessly? Qin Zhe said, all right, throw the vegetables into the pot and help fry. I'll take over after I'm done with this. Nan Man Pei did as she was told and poured the vegetables into the pot. Sizzle, 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 and oil splattered everywhere. She stir-fried expressionlessly, unlike the other girls who screamed and ran away. At this time, Qin Zhe finished cutting the vegetables and placed them on the glassware. He walked behind Nan Man Pei and was about to take over when he was suddenly attracted by her fair and tender earlobe. Pei Nan Man had to cook today, so she tied up her hair. Through her messy hair, one could clearly see her snow-white and slender neck, as well as her sparkling and rosy earlobes that shone through the window. Thinking of his experience in the game, Qin Zhe subconsciously blew a breath of hot air at Nan Man Pei's left earlobe. With just a breath, Nan Man Pei's body stiffened. Then, her body softened and began to tremble slightly. Her neck, shoulders, arms. Layers of goosebumps appeared on her skin. The vegetables in the pot were soaked in oil and sizzling with smoke. The ladle that was stir-frying the vegetables stopped. Nan Man Pei turned around, her beautiful face frosty. Qin Zhe was speechless. It seemed that he had gone too far. Chapter 687. Everyone had a sensitive spot. Qin Zhe's sensitive spot was his neck. He could understand the feeling of having goosebumps all over his body and shivering fiercely. A woman's hair couldn't be touched. A woman's age couldn't be asked. In addition, unless she was your wife, her sensitive spot couldn't be touched. Two things could be confirmed. 1. Sister Man's sensitive spot was really her earlobe. 2. Yeye really had a deep malice of, let uncle break my leg. In the silent eye contact, oh, you're cooking, it's all burnt. The witty Qin Zhe bit back and looked away, pretending to care about the dishes in the pot. He said so, Nan Man Pei wouldn't let it go, right? So Her Excellency Queen's face changed several times. She gritted her teeth, silently stepped aside, crossed her arms, and gently rubbed the goosebumps. From childhood to adulthood, no one had breathed in her ear, and no man had made her weak all over like this. There was a long-lost feeling of being teased. Nan Man Pei seriously thought about whether to throw Qin Zhe into the Huangpu River. For Su Yu's sake, at most, he wouldn't tie a dead knot. Su Yu said the 30 billion was returned? Qin Zhe asked coldly. Nan Man Pei returned to his senses, nodded, and said lightly, yes, including the interest. Qin Zhe stir-fried and smiled, it doesn't matter what the interest is. We're friends. Nan Man Pei sneered, no, I don't want to owe you anything. Su Yu said that your gentleness is the strongest poison, and any woman will be addicted to it. Yes, with such an excellent man treating you well and teasing the depths of your heart from time to time, which woman wouldn't be tempted? But the person involved didn't seem to have such a concept. Qin Zhe said, we're friends. Haven't you helped me a lot? Not to mention our relationship, with your relationship with Su Yu, you don't need to return tens of billions. Nan Man Pei, then return the money to me. I was just saying. Qin Zhe smiled awkwardly. But aren't you becoming more and more wary of me? Nan Man Pei's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, I've always been like this. You have no bottom line when it comes to treating women well. You think that your gentleness and kindness are one-sided, but you ignore the longing and reluctance that women have for you. Nietzsche once said, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. She didn't want to admit it, but Qin Zhe was like an abyss in her heart. Once she fell in, she couldn't climb out. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Big sister man, although you might feel awkward if I say this, it's better than saying it to an outsider. This sentence was said by Genghis Khan, not some clay vegetable. Nan Man Pei? The person who was really embarrassed didn't stop. He said to himself, moreover, if it was 2 years ago, even if I was devoted to a girl, she probably wouldn't look at me in the eye. The scope of girls was limited to high-quality beauties like his sister Su Yu and Wang Zijin. With Qin Zhe's good looks and the label of a house in Shanghai, sleeping with an ordinary cabbage was actually not a problem. But with his aesthetic standards destroyed by his sister, it was difficult for him to accept ordinary girls. See, Nan Man Pei's cat-like curiosity was aroused again. What happened to you 2 years ago? Nan Man Pei asked. On the surface, he was as calm as an old dog, but on the inside, he was curious. 2 years ago, I was the successor of communism. 2 years later, I'm the king of Hei's. Qin Zhe said. Unable to satisfy his curiosity, Nan Man Pei curled her lips. She felt that Qin Zhe must have changed so quickly because something must have stimulated him. Talent was not money that could be picked up easily. She guessed that Qin Zhe used to be low-key and did not show off, but in the past year or so, something must have stimulated him. Nan Man Pei could not guess it for the time being. As they chatted, the food was ready. Nan Man Pei and Qin Zhe brought the dishes to the table. The table was full of meat and vegetables. The air was filled with the fragrance of vegetables and spicy food. Li Donglai kept picking up the spicy chicken with his hands, eating one piece after another. Wash your hands. Nan Man Pei scolded, how old are you? How can you be so unruly? Qin Zhe silently glanced at her. Who was the one who was secretly eating in the kitchen, taking one piece after another? Who was that? Nan Man Pei opened a bottle of red wine. The two women and the girl drank, while Qin Zhe and Li Donglai drank beer. The little girl kept forcing him to drink, but she drank until her face turned red. Qin Zhe's expression did not change. How discouraging. The red-faced Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at each other. Pei Ziki nodded, got up, and ran upstairs. After a while, she came down with a square brocade box in her hand. Auntie, this is the bracelet that Donglai and I bought together. We wish you peace and happiness, and a beauty like jade. Nan Man Pei opened the box. There was a jade bracelet lying inside. The color was excellent, and it was worth at least a few 100,000 yuan. It was obvious that the siblings had emptied their coffers. Good girl. Nan Man Pei touched her niece's head and nodded at Li Donglai. It was not a big deal to buy expensive gifts for the elders, but it was rare to be willing to empty the coffers. Nan Man Pei was actually no different from their mother in the hearts of the siblings. Oh, I almost forgot that I had a gift. Suyu took out the perfume from her bag and pushed it in front of Nan Man Pei. She smiled and said, I know you like this perfume. Don't dislike it, rich woman. Nan Man Pei smiled, put the jade bracelet and perfume aside, and glanced at Qin Zhe without a trace. Qin Zhe was eating and did not pay attention, but Suyu noticed. She remembered the ugly spinning top in the bag and thought that it was better not to take it out. Her man was most of the time reliable, but from time to time he was not serious, exaggerated, and very naughty. She was afraid that he would find a spinning top and use the gimmick of, my favorite toy when I was a child, to tease sister man. Suyu felt that the relationship between Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei depended on herself to lubricate the middle. In fact, she did not know that the relationship between Nan Man Pei and Qin Zhe was far better than she thought. Much better. Just by being teased and not getting angry, it could be seen that Nan Man Pei treated Qin Zhe differently. Hey, Qin Zhe, didn't you bring a gift? Pei Ziki secretly paid attention to Qin Zhe. At this moment, she was unhappy and said, then what are you doing here? Are you here for free food? Before you say this, you spit out the food in your stomach. Qin Zhe dissed her and then turned his head. Suyu, take out the gift. Suyu looked embarrassed and glared at Qin Zhe fiercely. She hesitantly took out the wooden top and defended her man. Sister man, he was joking. Pei Ziki opened her eyes wide and looked at it several times. After confirming that it was just a broken top, she was furious. Qin Zhe, what do you mean? It's my aunt's birthday. How can you give this thing? Break up. Don't ask me what position I'm in. It's too old. She stood up and put her hands on her hips, like a loyal servant girl under the throne of a queen. Li Donglai said awkwardly, Qin Gu. This thing was really not done well. It shouldn't be done. Qin Gu was not short of money, and he had a good relationship with her family. If she didn't want to give an expensive gift, she might as well not give it. It didn't matter. Why use this kind of thing to fool people? Her aunt didn't invite outsiders on her birthday. She invited him to her house for dinner. She really treated him as a close friend. Nan Man Pei looked at the wooden top and was stunned. Birthday. Gift. Wooden top. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surged up like the tide and the moonlight. The first birthday gift she received from her father in her life was a wooden top. Her father felt that if he had a son, he must play with the top with him. But if it was a daughter, it didn't matter. Her father's words seemed to travel through time and rang in her ears. Over the years, she had received many gifts, many of which were expensive. 2 years ago, a rich man who was pursuing her gave her a Bugatti sports car worth 90 million. There were also people who gave her limited edition jewelry that started at 7 figures. Those things were not attractive to Nan Man Pei. She was not interested in things that could be bought with money. But this wooden top evoked Nan Man Pei's childhood memories and her father's doting smile. The meaning of this thing could not be defined by money. It was not accurate to say that it was feelings. It was a soft feeling in the heart that outsiders could not touch. Gradually, Nan Man Pei's eyes moistened. No one at the scene understood Nan Man Pei's inner thoughts, except for Qin Zhe, so they were shocked by her reaction. The straight woman of steel was actually red-eyed? In the eyes of Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The brother and sister looked at each other. Su Yu and Nan Man Pei had known each other for a long time. She had always been light, as if nothing could make her hard. She couldn't help but look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe grinned at her. So cool, this feeling of flirting with a woman is so cool. It's better than acting cool. Thank you. Nan Man Pei held back her emotions and stared deeply at Qin Zhe. This is the best birthday gift I have received. This gift reminded her of her father's love. Qin Zhe was stunned. The lines were so similar to the game. The system's computing power was too buggy. For some reason, Qin Zhe's brain twitched and he said subconsciously, "Call me Dad." Chapter 688. At the table, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai showed a superb level of facial art. Their eyes and noses were full of drama, and their big mouths were also full of drama. At any time, they would jump out a sentence, "So you are this kind of Qin Zhe." Su Yu stared at Qin Zhe with her beautiful eyes. This was flirting, right? This was definitely flirting. She had heard Qin Zhe say the same words more than once. For example, when the two were studying Edo 48 hands, in order to increase the fun, Qin Zhe would jump out such a sentence from time to time, "Su Ali, call Dad." Compared to Su Yu's anger and jealousy, Pei Nanman was completely stunned. Her hand that was holding the chopsticks was trembling non-stop trembling. After Qin Zhe finished this sentence, he regretted it in his heart. It was cool to show off for a while, but his corpse fell into the Huangpu River. It felt good to predict the enemy's action. Everyone didn't know the significance of the spinning top to Nan Man Pei. Only I knew. I also knew that Nan Man Pei thought of her father when she saw the spinning top, so the 3 words, "Call Dad," was not flirting as Su Yu thought, but a shocking revelation. But it seemed that whether it was flirting or revealing, it was not appropriate to say it. "Sister man, I'm joking." Qin Zhe laughed, just to liven up the atmosphere. "Is it funny?" "I don't think so." Su Yu pinched Qin Zhe's waist under the table, stepped on his instep desperately, and muttered, "Is it funny? Is it funny?" Nan Man Pei was expressionless. "Let's eat." She fiercely suppressed the impulse to rub Qin Zhe on the ground, and then called 800 strong men to fight together, beat up Qin Zhe, and throw him into the Huangpu River. "You can fight again, I will call 800 Spartan warriors to come over and beat you." However, just as Qin Zhe thought, Nan Man Pei could only hold it in. She couldn't lose her temper in front of her nephew and niece, whether it was to beat Qin Zhe up or to ask the strong men to beat Qin Zhe up. Nan Man Pei was very angry, but he couldn't show it on the table. He kicked him under the table. "Ouch!" Su Yu screamed. She bent over and covered her leg with tears in her eyes. "Sister man, why did you kick me?" She was stepping on Qin Zhe's foot. Both of them were hit together. Nan Man Pei didn't mean to be merciful. Su Yu burst into tears on the spot. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi looked at their aunt together. Nan Man Pei kept a straight face and said calmly, "What? I didn't kick you. Are you having a cramp?" Su Yu, Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai's eyes met. The latter was working hard on his phone and typing with his head down. Li Donglai, I feel a strange atmosphere. Pei Ziki, well, Qinzhe was flirting with Aunt just now. Li Donglai, horrified, Aunt seems to be pretentious. She kicked him under the table. Does it look like flirting? Pei Ziki, flirting your head. Don't think about it. How can Qinzhe have any relationship with Aunt? Absolutely not. Li Donglai, why are you so excited? Supercilious, Pei Ziki's face turned red. Li Donglai, do you like Qinggu? Pei Ziki, your sister. Li Donglai, aren't you my sister? Pei Ziki was furious and kicked him hard. Li Donglai endured it and didn't cry out in pain. Pei Ziki was angry for a while and sent a message, Qinzhe and Aunt Suyu are a couple. If there is anything wrong with him and Aunt, it will be a disaster. Sisters against each other or something. Li Donglai, you don't have to worry about this. Qinzhe's real girlfriend is not Aunt Suyu. Pei Ziki was shocked, who told you that? Li Donglai, I overheard it when Aunt was on the phone. That's why I know what to do. Pei Ziki put down her phone silently, thinking that men are really bad. Poor Chen Qingyuan. She didn't even have a chance to be a mistress. She could only be a spare tire. Thinking of this, she glared at Qinzhe fiercely. Qinzhe looked blank. Pei Ziki picked up the phone again. What if Aunt really likes him? You can see that Aunt treats him differently. The only person who can frequently step into this villa, except for a few loyal cadres of her aunt, is Qinzhe. Li Donglai, at worst, I will call him uncle. Pei Ziki, so stupid. Li Donglai, you say it as if you can influence Aunt's decision. Besides, don't imagine it yourself. It's all blind guesses. If it really comes to that point, you can't help it. Dinner was eaten from 7:00 to 9:00. 3 bottles of red wine were bottomed out, and the beer in the freezer was emptied. Suyu and Nanman Pei drank beer later. Because beer was very tasty with spicy Shaolong prawns. Her good sister celebrated her birthday, and she accidentally drank too much. Red wine and beer, especially grinding the stomach. Suyu vomited once in the middle, and after dinner, she said that her head hurt. Li Donglai was also drunk. He insisted on drinking with Qinzhe. The result was that he ran to the toilet and vomited. Then his legs were soft, and he went back to the room to rest with the help of his sister. Nanman Pei's alcohol tolerance was not comparable to Suyu's. Her white face was stained with 2 groups of delicate red clouds, and her eyes were slightly blurred, but her consciousness and behavior were normal, and she was not drunk. Qinzhe drank and couldn't drive, so he couldn't send Suyu home. Fortunately, Nanman Pei had a lot of guest rooms here, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to sleep. Qinzhe hugged her upstairs. Suyu took off her clothes, leaving only a set of black lace, which set off her white body and was particularly attractive. She rolled around on the bed and wrapped her seductive body tightly in the quilt. Then, she looked at Qinzhe with a flirtatious expression that said, "You can do whatever you want with me. Don't make trouble, we're at Sister Man's house." Qinzhe said softly, "Rest tonight. Sister Man's house is very soundproof," so you stretched out a white and slender leg from the quilt and tried to lift Qinzhe's thigh. "Anyway, you can't drive after drinking. You can rest here tonight." Qinzhe shook his head. "I'll call my sister later and ask her to pick you up." Suyu was angry, and her feet changed from rubbing to kicking. "You don't hurt me at all." I don't care, you have to sleep here." She drank a little wine and was a little drunk. She seemed to be particularly pestering and throwing a little temper. Qinzhe lied to coax her. "Sister Man's house is not suitable for making babies." "Why?" "Think about how powerful I am. Sister Man will be hungry after hearing it. What if she treats me as a snack?" "Giggle, you're shameless. Is she at the age of wolves and tigers?" Yes, as the two were talking, there was a knock on the door behind them. The door was not closed. Nan Man Pei stood at the door with a cup of freshly squeezed lotus root juice and looked at Qin Zhe coldly. Nan Man Pei, salted fish say, omega winky face, was she too naughty tonight? She couldn't control herself. She was embarrassed several times. I squeezed the lotus root juice to detoxify the alcohol. Nan Man Pei put the cup on the bedside table, gently knocked on Su Yu's forehead, and said softly, "You'll feel better after drinking it." Su Yu scratched her head awkwardly, stretched out 2 lotus arms from the quilt, leaned against the bed, and drank the lotus root juice like drinking wine. Watching her finish, Nan Man Pei turned to look at Qin Zhe. "Do you sleep here?" Su Yu's face was slightly red. Qin Zhe shook his head. Nan Man Pei said, "Come and talk to me about something." She turned to Su Yu and said, "You go to bed early." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Well, are you going to drown me in the Huangpu River?" He came to Nan Man Pei's room. Her room was luxurious, like a suite in a 5-star hotel. Entering the door was the living room, and the bedroom was inside. She boiled a pot of black tea, sitting like a queen, holding a teacup in one hand and an elbow in the other. "Do you have any plans for this year?" "Su Yu said that your VR equipment has been developed." Qin Zhe blew a breath, blew away the dense water vapor, took a sip of tea, and smacked his mouth. "The first batch of research and development has been developed. I will sell the equipment before the new year, and then when the follow-up equipment is developed, I will open my own exclusive store. Just like the iPhone." Nan Man Pei frowned. "Not selling to the VR Experience Museum?" Qin Zhe curled his lips. "That kind of broken shop in the CBD area can make money, but it can't make a lot of money. I didn't buy Dongfeng for the profit of tens of millions a year. I want to start a new era of gaming." Nan Man Pei was stunned and said with emotion, "If I didn't know you, I would think that you are a pompous young man in front of me or a habitual profiteer." "Qin Zhe, I'm not Jack Ma. Your 100 million can be increased by at least dozens or hundreds of times, and it won't take too long, within 5 years. He said in a confident tone. "Then I'll sit and wait for the money?" Nan Man Pei teased. "Sit down, a woman working so hard for so many years, it's completely unnecessary." Qin Zhe waved his hand and said arrogantly, "If I want to invest in the future, I will inform you first. You invest the money and then sit and wait for the money to come in." His eyes were full of arrogance, as if he was the king of pioneering new territory, and a business empire was just a snap of his fingers. Nan Man Pei was stunned for a moment and stared at him. Compared to when they first met, he had changed too much. If other people said such words, Nan Man Pei would only think that they were bragging in front of a woman, but when he said such words, it was inexplicably convincing. "Why did you think of giving me a spinning top?" Nan Man Pei pretended to speak in a relaxed tone, but her eyes were fixed on him. "This spinning top, it was given to me by my uncle." Qin Zhe said with a serious face, "My father is the kind of person who only knows how to whip me to move forward, but he rarely shows the loving side of a father. The stick is his loving side. Although my uncle is pompous and frivolous, he was very good to me when I was young. He said that the spinning top is a good gift from a father to a son, and he gave it to me because I lacked fatherly love. Yes, I need it because I lacked fatherly love." Qin Zhe nodded with a serious face. Then, he gulped down his tea. "Sister man, remember to invest more when you open a shop in the future. After all, even I can't afford to invest so much money to open a branch all over the country. The tea is delicious, I have to go first." Before his sister came, he could make a baby with Su Yu. After he finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. After passing by Nan Man Pei, he suddenly heard a movement behind him. Qin Zhe drank some wine, so his reaction wasn't sharp enough. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt something tighten around his neck, and then he tripped over a huge force. Many of the weak joints in his upper body were restrained. This woman, she actually sneaked up on him? Chapter 689. Nan Man Pei had put up with him for a long time. He purposely blew her earlobe in the kitchen. No one had dared to tease her openly for so many years. To be honest, when she received the gift, the spinning top really touched the softest part of her heart. She was very touched. But when she was so touched, he said, "Call me daddy." If this happened a few years ago, when her temper was at its worst, Qinzhe would have already sunk into the Huangpu River. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were present. It was not good for her to fall out with him. She tried hard to hold it in. She had not felt so wronged for many years. But this guy just said bad things about her behind her back. Fatherly love, right? I'll let you have a taste of motherly love tonight. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth. Her thigh muscles tightened silently. Hey, sister man. Let's talk nicely. Qinzhe struggled desperately. There's nothing to talk about. Die. I'll let you see how powerful a fierce woman can be. She was so angry that her tone was childish. She wanted to fight Qinzhe to the death. My neck is broken. Qinzhe screamed and struggled. Sister man, don't do this. I'm still a child. This damned woman was very strong. She was like a female leopard. Under her cross lock, Qinzhe could not break free for a while even with his monstrous strength. His neck was tightly held by two long legs. His wrists were twisted above his head. In order to deal with his monstrous strength, Nan Man Pei pressed hard on the weak acupoints on his wrists with her thumb. At the same time, Qinzhe's small waist, which he privately said was not inferior to his sister, was bending backward desperately. This way, she could twist Qinzhe's head off. It hurt. This woman was really angry. Was the serious talk with him just now all an act? Was it just to trick him into coming here to ambush and teach him a lesson? Of course, Qinzhe would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. In his current situation, he would only be able to pull Pei Nanman and complete the difficult carp flip. With the strength of his waist, it would not be a problem, but if he did that, his neck would be broken. One more move. Roll over, Sea Swamp King. Qinzhe was rolling, and so was Nan Man Pei. Qinzhe was rolling with her. During the rolling, Nan Man Pei tightly grabbed Qinzhe's neck and rolled from left to right. Her head hit the corner of the sofa several times, and it was so painful that she almost cried. But even so, those long legs that could crush a person to death still did not loosen. After half an hour, Nan Man Pei's hands and legs were numb from the long-term tension. On the other hand, Qinzhe felt that his neck was about to break, but he was fine. The tables were turned in an instant. Qinzhe forcefully pried open the two long legs that had been clamping him for half an hour. He flipped over and straddled Sister Man's round and perky buttocks. Then, he twisted her arms behind her back. It turns out that a man born with a weapon is more powerful than a woman who is barehanded. Qinzhe gasped for breath and was proud of himself. Nan Man Pei struggled once but failed to break free. While panting, she pretended to be calm and said, "You win. Today's matter is written off." "Ha, sister man, do you think I'm a hothead? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Qinzhe pressed his buttocks and snorted, "The serf has turned over and become the master. It's time to ride on the landlord." She still couldn't beat him. The gap between them was too big. Nan Man Pei was disappointed. She immediately put on a straight face and said coldly, "Get up. Don't make trouble." If it was a little kid who didn't know much about the world, he would have been intimidated by her. This was the so-called coquettish words with the wind, and reason with the wind. Qinzhe smiled and said, "Call me daddy. Call me daddy and I'll let you go." While speaking, he rubbed his ear that was almost peeled off. It was burning with pain. Only he had such strong endurance that he could hold on for so long. If it was an ordinary person, they would have surrendered in less than 5 minutes. This was called F***king with all his strength. Distance tests a horse's strength. Nan Man Pei looked angry. "Qinzhe, don't go too far. Oh, you're allowed to sneak attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. Call me daddy." Haha. Nan Man Pei sneered and simply lay on the ground in silence. Qinzhe's heart was moved. Restraining her like this wasn't a long-term solution. Sister Man also knew this, so she ignored his request. But Qin Zhe still had a way. He leaned over to Nan Man Pei's ear and gently breathed out a breath of hot air. Sure enough, Nan Man Pei's body suddenly tensed up. She struggled madly and shouted, "Qin Zhe, get off me." Qin Zhe ignored her and blew again. Nan Man Pei struggled even more fiercely. Her fair face was flushed with anger. It didn't work. No, it wasn't stimulating enough. Qin Zhe stopped blowing and stuck out his tongue to lick. This time, he could clearly feel Pei Nanman shuddering violently, and her strength to resist instantly disappeared. Nan Man Pei's pretty face looked like a blizzard. She said coldly, "You're too much." Qin Zhe licked again. Nan Man Pei couldn't help but make a nasal sound. She lost all her strength and goosebumps appeared from her neck to her arms. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth and said, "Qin Zhe." Qin Zhe licked again. Nan Man Pei was speechless. As he licked her, Qin Zhe realized that Pei Nanman had stopped moving. Initially, she was trying her best to warn him with a stern tone. Later on, her delicate body slowly turned soft and her breathing quickened. Now, she was lying on the ground, motionless. Nan Man Pei was being straddled by him. When he lowered his head to lick her earlobe, their heads were almost parallel. Qin Zhe looked at her face and suddenly understood the true meaning of the phrase, "a face like a peach blossom." Her face was pale and her temperament was elegant. When she didn't exude that fierce aura, she gave people the impression that she was a woman as elegant as a chrysanthemum. She was a great beauty. But right now, her face was as red as a drunkard. Her misty eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of autumn water. Pei Nanman, who had never seen such an expression on her face, was stunned. "I'm taking it a step further now. She probably won't resist." Thinking of this, he was a little restless. Just then, Nan Man Pei's misty eyes flashed and she recovered her anxiety. With a disgusted expression, she said, "What do you think Su Yu's reaction will be if I run to her and tell her that you took advantage of me? Are you really going to complain?" Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. "What do you think?" Nan Man Pei said mischievously. There was a very good hatred hidden in it. This man made her have no way to deal with him. The strong aura that she had cultivated for many years and the wealth that scared ordinary rich people couldn't suppress him. The skills that he was so proud of had been crushed. Then I can't lose. I have to make it real. Qin Zhe pinched her chin and lowered his head to suck on her plump red lips. There was a faint fragrance on Sister Man's small mouth. It might be perfume, lipstick, or the residual fragrance of black tea. It made people want to pry open her teeth to find out. Qin Zhe was afraid that his tongue would be bitten off by her, so he didn't dare to put it in. He didn't even dare to linger on her lips for a long time. Nan Man Pei whispered, "Can you let me go?" Qin Zhe let go of her hand and sat on the ground. He grinned and said, "Sister Man, can I still live to see the sun tomorrow?" Nan Man Pei rolled her eyes at him. Her reaction was surprisingly calm. There was no anger like a girl's, nor was there shyness that made her face red. Instead, she behaved in line with a mature and intellectual woman's natural and unrestrained manner. After thinking about it, Qin Zhe probed, "Why didn't you remarry for so many years?" Nan Man Pei said lightly, "Why would I want to marry? There are thousands of gigolos outside. Will I lack men?" Qin Zhe immediately said, "Sister Man, do you mind having a salted fish in your harem group?" Nan Man Pei immediately broke down and scolded, "Get lost." After kissing and licking, he took advantage of her and took the opportunity to run away and hide his identity. Qin Zhe chuckled and got up to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned back. "I was serious about what I said before." Nan Man Pei was stunned. "What?" Qin Zhe said, "I want to form a group and integrate all the companies under my name. Sister Man, I know you are richer than me, and I also know that your path has become more and more difficult in recent years. Times are changing. In the past, you could tolerate the black industry, but now you may not tolerate the gray industry. I don't know why you always choose one person, but I don't want your future to be shackled by your career. A woman can have a career, but it shouldn't destroy all the beauty and charm. Nan Man Pei stared at him blankly. He turned the doorknob and said, "What I said just now was also true." He didn't need to say anything. Nan Man Pei blushed and said angrily, "Are you going to get lost or not?" Get lost, get lost." He slipped out and closed the door behind him. After he left for a long time, Nan Man Pei leaned against the sofa and sat on the ground for a long time without moving. The look in her eyes was complicated. She raised her hand and touched her lips with her slender fingers and sighed. After about half an hour, she heard the roar of a motor. The lights outside the window were bright. She walked to the window and saw Qin Zhe jogging out of the villa to meet a black Lamborghini. The window of the driver's seat was rolled down. The woman driving was wearing pajamas and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was sharp and her eyes were lively like a little vixen. The little vixen waved her hand heroically. Qin Zhe obediently got into the sports car like a henchman. The motor roared again, and two beams of light cut through the darkness and drove away. Chapter 690. In the following week, the advertisement for Dongfeng's VR game was officially released on various major platforms, including self-media, primetime slots on satellite TV, mobile apps, and even subway TV. In the era of information explosion, there were too many places to place advertisements. The advertising cost alone was a daunting expense for small and medium-sized enterprises. Fortunately, Dongfeng was not short of money. It had 3 companies supporting it and had plenty of funds. Each company was a huge money-making machine. The advertisement was a 2-minute 3D game. The game, Prehistoric World, which was originally only a small hit in the mobile game field, was a knockoff among knockoffs. However, it had been brainwashing people all over the country in the past few days. It used the same advertising model as "I am Jia Jia Hui," brainwashing. The core idea of the advertisement was brainwashing. From brain gold to Jia Jia Hui, to some time ago, start with a Kuan, level up by swallowing, and now Prehistoric World. However, the brainwashing advertisement for Prehistoric World was not promoting the game, but the VR game iMask. Many people were unfamiliar with this thing. At most, they had a simple understanding and science through online consultation. Although the brainwashing ability was very strong, people who were used to the bombardment of advertisements did not care too much. Some of the same industry, who did not know much, even sneered at this advertisement, thinking that it was an exaggerated gimmick created by unscrupulous developers. How could such a thing exist? It might be possible after more than 10 years of development. However, not long after, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe posted an advertisement on Weibo, recommending this VR device to fans. They posted the performance and advantages of this VR device, accompanied by Qin Bao Bao's gaming experience, which was a long 500 words. A detailed introduction and trial experience was something that advertisements could not do. It was not until their Weibo advertisement came out that the VR game iMask was really taken seriously by people. This was the celebrity effect. No matter how loud the advertisement was outside, the brainwashing effect was achieved, but there were very few people who really experienced it and paid attention. However, if a public figure wrote a recommendation, fans would pay attention out of love for the house and its crow. Especially when the article had Qin Bao Bao's personal experience. This was much more attractive than digitalized articles and advertisements. Is it true? It's not an exaggerated advertisement, right? Did the goddess take on an endorsement or advertisement? Don't be like that. Jia Jia Hui has already disappointed me to the core. If it's real, I'll definitely buy it. I feel like I'm eating chicken. There were also some half-baked experts who analyzed, this kind of VR game that connects to computers has long been available overseas, but even overseas, it can't be popularized. Furthermore, it's expensive, and there are even fewer of them in the country. Look at Qin Bao Bao's personal experience. It's written even better than the foreign ones. It's a little fake. But soon after, many celebrities posted on Weibo to praise this eye patch for the VR game. Among them were celebrities under Tianfeng, as well as well-known big shots in the entertainment industry. When a few or even a dozen celebrities posted on Weibo to praise it, the nature of the situation was completely different. The biggest advantage of being in the entertainment industry was that you never had to worry about not having enough advertising. Qin Zhe sent a set of VR game blindfolds to each of his close friends for them to try out. If they could like it on Weibo, he would give them the VR game blindfold. This was a kind of marketing, but it was different from a formal advertisement. This way, they could save a lot of money. After the celebrities tried it out, they were surprised and excited, and they were willing to give Qin Zhe face. Some of the celebrities casually reposted Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's Weibo. The more attentive ones wrote a sentence about trying out the game or took a picture of the VR game blindfold and posted it. It instantly became a hot topic. As it occupied the headlines, the topic was too hot. Whether they followed it or not, more or less people heard about it. Immediately after, many voices of doubt appeared on the internet. Several professionals in the field of virtual reality posted one after another, expressing their doubts about the authenticity of the VR game blindfold and categorizing it as exaggerated marketing. I knew it. Commercial advertisements can't be trusted. I was really looking forward to it. It's not that I didn't believe it. It's just that it's strange which company is behind this thing. They have so many celebrities helping to promote it. This question was quickly answered. Logging into the company's credit information website to search for Dongfeng Technology Company, Limited, the name of the legal person was easily found, Qin Zhe. Someone posted a screenshot on the internet, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. F***CK, so it's Qin Zhe. No wonder. That's right. It wouldn't be strange if he could hire so many celebrities to promote it. What is the fast shooter trying to do? Enter the VR industry? It's a well-known pit. There's no way out of it. Is there anyone who dares to test it? No, I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. Regardless of whether people were looking forward to it or not, it was already popular enough. In terms of advertising effect alone, it was undoubtedly a success. In terms of the public's expectations, it was a bit lacking. Not to mention the companies and industry professionals who were stuck in the industry, even the general public knew that the development of virtual reality technology was like a turtle crawling at the bottom of the sea. No matter how good the fast shooter was, he couldn't be fast in the face of hard technology. The first batch of VR game blindfolds produced by Dongfeng would not be sold in physical stores for the time being. This kind of non-large-scale VR game device was not a specialty of VR experience centers, so there was no point in selling it to them. It would enter thousands of homes in the form of a game console. Just like the Little Tyrant game console in the past and the current PlayStation series. It would not be sold in physical stores either. It would be sold through the official website and delivered directly to the doorstep. For this reason, the boastful uncle specially signed a cooperation contract with a delivery company. Su Guang had been a failure for so many years. Now that he had become a big shot, he had a burning desire for his career even though he was already in his 40s. This time, when he returned to Shanghai for the holidays, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. His aunt was so heartbroken that she almost cried. His body lost weight, but his wallet bulged. He was no longer wearing cheap casual clothes. Instead, he was wearing branded suits, handmade leather shoes, and an Audi R8. A leopard cannot change its spots. Su Guang had been itching for a fight recently. Now that he had made up for his regrets in his career, he wanted to get back his face at the gambling table. Su Guang's holiday was only 3 days. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the factory. Originally, Qin Zhe defined him as the mascot of the factory. Su Yao's team would take care of the details. But Su Guang's diligence was beyond his expectations. It was a good thing that his uncle had the tendency to turn over a new leaf. On the last day of the holiday, Su Guang came to visit his sister with tonics and gifts. He had not stepped into his sister's house for many years. Firstly, he did not want to see Qin Jianzhang, that heartless old radish. Secondly, he was really embarrassed. It happened to be the weekend. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin were also there. As usual, his sister did not give his uncle a good face. She threw a tantrum at her younger brother and said that she did not want to hold a concert. She failed. She hit him and went back to her room. She still had a concert in Beijing in mid-December. It was already in preparation. Qin Zhe gave Wang Zijin a look. Sister Ziwei tactfully followed her into the room. First, they talked about Dongfeng's capital and stock. The VR game iMask was only the first batch of products. The production was not large, and the stock was not large. In fact, its core technology could be used in other fields, not limited to games. The first batch of products was a stepping stone. First, they would open the market and make a name for themselves. Qin Zhe had a rough idea of how to operate in the future. Your promotion online is really loud. Just before I came back, I went to Guangdong to attend an exchange meeting. When people heard the name of our Dongfeng technology, guess what happened? Uncle beamed with joy. Not a single person paid attention to me. Qin Zhe thought to himself, is there anything glorious about not paying attention to you? Uncle said, when I know that it won't be long before these guys regret not sucking up to me at the exchange meeting. Uncle had a very shallow understanding of this industry. After all, he did not know much about the new products. He only knew about them from the technical staff. After the equipment was successfully produced, the technical staff cheered and opened champagne in the office to celebrate. The half-baked factory director was unexpectedly loved by the staff because of his forthrightness and high benefits. Before this, Dongfeng was a factory that could not make ends meet. The benefits were pitifully meager. At most, each person would get a box of apples and a box of drinks during the new year. The dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival did not even have egg yolk, and the mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival were actually 5 kernel mooncakes. Now, not to mention the 5 insurance and 1 housing fund, the monthly department dinner alone was enough for everyone to go to a 5-star hotel for a buffet of 400 yuan per person. I heard that you secretly went to Macau last month? Qin Zhe threw a cigarette to Uncle. Su Guang's face stiffened. He laughed dryly. I was just playing and won more than 100,000 yuan. How did he know? Of course, Qin Zhe knew. Not to mention that Dongfeng Technology was Su Yao's informant, it was too easy for him to find out his uncle's whereabouts. He asked Bai Guowei's family background to look up Su Guang's information. What kind of plane ticket he bought, where his destination was, and what time his flight was. There was no need to bother Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe was expressionless. I just heard a very interesting thing from a friend. There was a boss in Zhejiang province. At the beginning of the year, he went to Macau to gamble and lost 500 or 600 million yuan. He couldn't come up with so much money in a short time. He said that he would give him half a month to go back to the mainland to make up for it. Then he regretted it. After all, he didn't have much assets. 500 or 600 million yuan was too much. Uncle, guess what happened? Su Guang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What happened? Qin Zhe, he died in an accident not long after. Don't you think it's a coincidence? This was what she said when chatting with Su Yu. She also heard it from Nan Man Pei. You can play if you want, but only in Shanghai. You can play at most twice a month, and each time can't exceed 500,000 yuan. This is the rule I set for you. If you don't listen, I won't play with you. Anyway, you don't have any shares in Dongfeng. I have the final say. Su Guang nodded with a bitter face. On the day that the VR game iMask was officially released, there were only 2,000 units sold in the country. The sales were 6 million yuan. The unit price was 3,000 yuan. P.S. I had something to do yesterday and went on a business trip. On the way, I used my phone to write half a chapter. I didn't have time to write until noon. I finally finished writing now. My brain is a bit messed up. The next chapter is my night code. Chapter 691. The unit price of VR game eye masks once made Dongfeng's senior management feel incomprehensible and even protested. They felt that even if the price was doubled, it was not expensive. Some even hoped to buy it for tens of thousands. Because it had a monopoly technology advantage in the field of virtual reality technology. Monopoly meant wealth. In the absence of competitive pressure, even if it was expensive, it would also increase its value, just like luxury goods. It was like someone selling their kidney to buy apples. And what did a 3,000 yuan unit mean? It meant taking the initiative to reduce luxury goods to street goods, a big loss. Domestic smartphones could easily be sold at a price of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. The person who led the protest was Su Guang. He did not dare to challenge Qin Zhe. He secretly called Su Yu and said a lot of market and industry analysis that he did not understand. Su Yu specifically learned about it afterward and then discussed the price with Qin Zhe. In the end, the price was set at 3,000 yuan. In fact, Su Guang only needed to know a little about his niece-in-law to know that it was a wrong decision to make her an ally. As long as Qin Zhe did not make a major and irreversible decision, even if the price was set at 200 yuan, Su Yu would probably let him. It was a loss of billions anyway. However, in the process of discussion, Su Yu was persuaded by Qin Zhe. The core value of virtual reality technology should not be reflected in VR equipment. In the future, Dongfeng technology would produce other large-scale equipment, which could be used in games or other fields. Entertainment applications were only part of it. Virtual reality technology should not be limited to games. It could also shine in other fields. For example, medicine, aerospace, real estate, industrial simulation, etc. In that case, the price could be set as you wish. The most important thing about VR game eye masks was their universality. Most people would be able to afford and use them. This would pave the way for future development, especially for Purple Crystal Network Technology's path of game domination. Su Yu was such a smart person, she understood as soon as she heard it, and then shamelessly proposed to invest in Amethyst technology. Qin Zhe was used to such an excessive request and pretended not to hear it. In the past 6 months, Yingying had always been evil to Baoza investment and wanted to annex it. Baoza, from the name, it should be hers. Wang Zijin also had some thoughts about Tianfeng Entertainment. She felt that things like widowhood should be given to the girlfriend. Why should her sister snatch it away? While Teddy Su was constantly on guard against the threat from the moaning monsters, he was also thinking of biting off a piece of meat from Purple Crystal Network Technology to provoke a real girlfriend. The plan to set up the group could not be delayed. When the time comes, let them tear it apart themselves. Dragging Sister Man into this mess and making her a sh*t stir. No, she couldn't be a sh*t stir. That would be disrespectful to both her sisters and herself. In short, let elder Sister Man act as an external enemy outside of the internal strife. This way, the sisters wouldn't be too ruthless. In any case, with Big Sister Man's experience and ability in the business world, it would be no problem for her to fight 1 against 2 or 3. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe suddenly looked forward to it. On the first day, the gaming eye mask didn't sell well. As expected, even though there was a huge lineup of stars promoting it, when the audience found out that the legal person was Qin Zhe, they were suddenly enlightened. Then, as usual, they shouted 666 for the fast shooter. Their expectations for the gaming eye mask decreased. Moreover, the emergence of any new thing always required time to be tested. If this was placed in a brainless novel, there would definitely be endless onlookers and retarded villains who would jump out to ridicule Qin Zhe as if he had killed their father. Fortunately, this was a book with substance. However, there were websites that used the popularity of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao to attract attention and traffic to launch an online poll. #gaming eye mask buy or not buy hashtag among the tens of thousands of voters, most of them voted not to buy it. Only a few hundred chose to buy it. The companies in the virtual technology industry also did not pay much attention to this. They only collected the sales data of the gaming eye mask the next day, glanced at it, and threw it aside. Their interest was gone. At first glance, 6 million sales per day seemed to be quite good. However, if they excluded the effect of the stars and added in the cost, this sales volume would be a flop. Moreover, the behavior of consuming fans would not last long. If the product did not have outstanding performance, the sales volume would plummet. Therefore, the industry would at most continue to pay attention to this wave and see what would happen next. For the performance of the equipment mentioned in Qin Zai's Weibo, they were particularly disdainful. It was just a boast to scare laymen. On the afternoon of the third day, Nan Man Pei, who had stolen half a day of leisure, was in the living room talking to Suyu on the phone. Suyu made a wave of children with Qin Zai in a hotel near the company. As a result, the satisfied Qin Zai fell asleep, and she, who was exhausted, could not sleep. Up to today, a total of 2,400 units have been sold. Fortunately, the cost of these equipment is not high, and the initial research and development investment is not much. Although the inventory is not much, I don't know how long it will take to sell them. Suyu sighed. So, you think the investment failed? Nan Man Pei frowned. Initially, Pei Nanman had invested 100 million to give face to Qin Zai. Later on, after hearing Qin Zai's boasting, Pei Nanman's heart also began to look forward to it. She had invested 100 million, and the return was tens of billions. Even though Pei Nanman viewed money as dirt, she still could not ignore this investment. But at present, it seemed that the effect was not ideal. That guy was probably disappointed now. Nan Man Pei asked Suyu. No, this guy's mentality is very stable, and he came several times. Suyu's tone was relaxed. Nan Man Pei was speechless. I didn't say the investment would fail. It's just that the early sales don't look ideal. I want to increase publicity or something. If it doesn't work, I can give the VR experience for free. But he doesn't want me to talk nonsense. Talk nonsense? Well, we talked about it while we were making the baby. He thinks I'm not focused enough. Nan Man Pei, that's it, I don't want to talk to you today. Nan Man Pei decisively hung up the phone. Just as he was about to go back to his room to write calligraphy, the community property rang the doorbell. The nanny who was mopping the floor in the living room put down the mop and went to open the door. A moment later, she returned with a box. Is it my express delivery? On the third floor, Li Donglai leaned over the railing and looked down. When the nanny said yes, he cheered and rushed down the stairs with a series of bangs. Li Donglai picked up the package and rushed up 2 stairs. He paused, turned back, and said to Nan Man Pei on the sofa, Auntie, I ordered the game blindfold from Qin Ji's company yesterday. It arrived today. Don't you have shares too? Can you give me back my money? I used my pocket money to buy you a bracelet. Nan Man Pei was very rich, but the pocket money he gave was limited. Every rich second generation in the circle could beat him in terms of pocket money. His friends could spend 100,000 yuan a month to keep a high-quality vase. He could only spend a few thousand yuan a month to go to the big sword. At first, he went to high-end clubs with his friends to play. He didn't have to pay the bill himself. After a long time, he stopped going. Because the expenses there could squeeze out 2 months of his pocket money. Li Donglai was embarrassed to always let others pay. His sister Pei Ziki's pocket money was 10 times his. Yes, 10 times. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki used to bicker like fire and water mainly because of the imbalance in pocket money. Later, when he got to know Qin Zai and heard about his master's tragic past, he suddenly felt balanced and even a little superior. His aunt's reaction caught him off guard. Pei Nanman said, Game blindfold? Take it to my room. Ah. Li Donglai was stunned and misunderstood. He hurriedly said, Auntie, I'm already in university. Nonsense. Nan Man Pei immediately used what he had learned. He waved his hand and said, Go quickly. There was a manual in the bag. Li Donglai opened Nan Man Pei's computer and downloaded the game. Then, he activated the Bluetooth box and clicked on the game controller, on the Golden Shield antivirus software. The step-by-step process wasn't difficult. Any young person who knew how to surf the internet could do it. The only drawback was that it had high requirements for the computer's configuration. The whole process took about 40 minutes. Then, he logged into the game and said, "Auntie, use my account. I have a lot of heroes." Li Donglai was puzzled. He thought that his auntie was going to confiscate his game console. He didn't expect that his auntie would ask to play it. Nan Man Pei nodded silently. The game interface wasn't much different from a mobile game. It was even simpler and many functions hadn't been released yet. Li Donglai noticed that it was an online battle game. It wasn't a standalone game. He was instantly excited. This game console was sold for 3 days and only 2,000 units had been sold. Some hadn't even arrived yet. It took a long time to match. Nan Man Pei waited quietly and wasn't in a hurry. On the other hand, Li Donglai was impatient. He was about to switch to a standalone game when the match was completed. "Auntie, wear an eye mask," Li Donglai quickly said. It was Nan Man Pei's first time playing a game. He walked and stopped, wearing an eye mask and looking left and right. Bao Bao, he was curious about the new world. Interested. Li Donglai could watch the game through the computer, but he couldn't experience the first-person perspective of the VR eye mask. When he saw Nan Man Pei's appearance, he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He wanted to kick his auntie away but didn't dare to. After 3 minutes of the game, Nan Man Pei wandered around the jungle until Li Donglai cautiously reminded him, "Auntie, you play a game." Her Majesty Queen took little Li's advice and rushed into the enemy's defense tower aggressively. 5 minutes later, the King of Support in the middle lane sent a message. "Wen Zhong, turn on the voice chat." Li Donglai looked at the computer screen. "Auntie, should I turn on the voice chat for you?" Nan Man Pei nodded. Once the voice chat was turned on, F***CKU. At %%#, Li Donglai quickly turned off the voice chat and didn't dare to breathe. A vein popped out on his auntie's smooth forehead. "She won't smash my game console, right?" Nan Man Pei took off his eye mask and said expressionlessly, "I'm not playing anymore." "You do it." Li Donglai was overjoyed and couldn't wait to try it.